And good morning. You have Essex here to talk, I was going to say a swear word, terrible things to you while you're watching this fantastic game of roller derby between Sulphur City Steamrollers and Tweed Valley Rollers. On Sulphur City, Motley Crew, we have 06 Mitch Slap, 10 Her Majesty, 111 Siren, 12 Princess Di, 126 Smith, 14 Grim Sleeper, 175 Jaws, 187 Primeval, 199 Monsterella, 242 Nat Demon, 229 Diamond, 50 Sadistic Doll, 51 Chuck A Wobbly, love that, 852 Jolie Who, 91 Nuclear. Bench crew is Tiffa Vicious and Granger Danger. On the Tweed Valley Rollers Valley Vixen side, we have 074 Riot, 10 Kiff, 11 Hornass, 1971 Exit Mole, 20 Mischief, 22 Tenacious T, 24 Turtle, 247 Taylor Swiftly, 394 Avarice Ace, 46 Pants, 707 Happy Kilmore, 80 Crafts Cuts, 8008 Buster, 815 Dame Vivian Messwood, 83 Pain Terror, 99 Britches with the bench crew Comet, Lurch, Bubbles and Sal. On the track, we have 175 Jaws as your lead jammer from Sulphur. NBR jammer 81 Chesty is just exited the pack. Jaws picks up 4 points and calls the jam. Our next lineup is on the track, and we have 2-2 Tenacious T for NBR lining up next to another jammer from Sulphur City. That is Grim Sleeper for Sulphur City, who is also your lead jammer. I am so sorry, everybody. I have completely given you the wrong information. I read from the wrong sheet. As we can clearly see, this is NBR, not Tweed Valley. That's what you get for not having enough coffee for the first game of the day. But you're not here for me. You are here for this fantastic game of roller derby. And we have 9-1 Nuclear as your lead jammer for Sulphur. Nuclear is through for 4 points. There has been a star pass on the NBR side. Jammer is still absorbed in the pack. Nuclear comes in at the back, big hit, and out for another 4 points, making quick work of that second pass. NBR a little distracted in trying to get the jammer out. They did manage to reform before Nuclear got there, but they still made quick work and picked up another 4 points. Looks like they picked up the final of the 4 points and then called the jam. A massive jam for Nuclear. I'm going to continue to recaffeinate so I give you at least semi-accurate information and not tell you Tweed are playing while clearly staring at NBR. Five seconds is called. Sulphur City take a quick start off the line, but unfortunately commit a back block penalty, so are heading to the bin. NBR is your lead jammer. Dash taking the reins. NBR pulling back to keep Sulphur on that apex. A great place to be for your jammer. Unfortunately, there are some back blocks in the air here today, and Dash is heading to the bin to join Jaws, which means Jaws will be released. And this will be a 2-minute jam. We have Sulphur City blocker 04 heading to the bin for a directional penalty. Even a blocker down, Jaws makes it through for their initial pass. She came into the outside, excellent O, and she makes fairly quick work of that. Dash back on track, hitting the back of that Sulphur City pack hard. Dashing to the outside, excuse the pun. But Sulphur's defense is reforming fantastically around her. Dash made a break for it. Sulphur reformed, but she got through for 4 full points. Decided to give her teammate a hug on the way out. And a points update. Sulphur City are at 31 points to NBR's 4. Great start to the game for Sulphur City. It is still anyone's game, however. We have Grim Sleeper as your lead jammer. Mesmerella jamming for NBR. Being yielded to the back of the pack. We have a penalty for 618 Metal Minx. Who's going to get 2 penalties? Yes, for not exiting the track the fastest way possible and taking a shortcut to the penalty box. Meanwhile, Grim Sleeper has picked up another 4 points, re-entering the pack at the back, looking for the best option, deciding it is right through the middle, but MBR shutting them down. Some excellent defense. Fortunately, there was a forearms penalty in there, and 2 were left. Grim Sleeper is through for another 4 points. Caffeine obviously has not kicked in yet. 2 MBR blockers putting up an excellent defense, plugging the gap right next to Sulphur City, making the best use of the track space. But Grim Sleeper getting through for those final points and calling the jam, taking our total score to 47 for Sulphur City and MBR still at 4 points. So MBR are starting this jam 2 blockers down. Getting some good contact on Sulphur City jammer, Nuclear, but not slowing them down too much. Immediately switching to offense to get Chesty out of the pack. Leah through for another 4 points. We have Minx returning to track to assist in getting the jammer out. Nuclear through for another 4 points. Some excellent offense by Her Majesty for her jammer. But MBR switching to defense to shut the jammer down. Holding Nuclear back for a little while, but they are through for another 4 points. Already a massive jam for Sulphur City with 12 points. Chastity has taken the panty off. Looking for a pass to Minx. Loving that I can say that because we're on the stream and not live. Chastity heading to the bin. I believe the panty is in their hand. Yes, it is. So they are the jammer. Which means a power jam for Nuclear. Who says, thank you, I have already got 16 points. I'm going to give this one a rest for now, and my buddy can take the reins of this power jam. We have Princess Di on the jam line for Sulphur City to take this power jam. Beautiful offense by Sulphur City. 1-2, Princess Di weighing in there to help open up that inside line. Oh, and again, some great awareness by the Sulphur City blockers there. Big hit by Minx on that outside line. Naughty Annie weighing in, but she is through for another 4 points. Chastity back on track. Princess Di weighing in on that outside line and on the inside line, but Chastity is revived from a little rest in the sin bin. She is through, approaching the back of the pack, but Jaws calls the jam. We have Dash jamming for NBR. But your lead jammer is Sulphur City's Grim Sleeper. Dash working that inside line, but Sulphur City blockers shutting it down. Some excellent work on the line there by 199 Monsterella. Big hit by 50. Sadistic Doll. But Grim is through. NBR, meanwhile, have completed a fantastically sneaky star pass to Ginger Snaps. Oh, who runs the line and gets through untouched for 4 points. Grim Sleeper making the next pass an easy one with also a run on the line. Sometimes you just have to trust that the gap will still be there when you get there if you move quick enough. Oh, beautiful Duke and twirl on that outside line by Grim Sleeper. Shut down by Dash and then calls the jam. And that takes our total score to 93 for Sulphur and 10 points to MBR. 6-point jam thanks to Ginger Snaps and Dash. All right, we have Chastity on the jam line for MBR, powering through the middle of the Sulphur City pack. But it is Nuclear who is your lead jammer. Chastity hot on her heels. Coming in hot to the back of that pack, and Nuclear calls the jam. Jaws jamming for Sulphur, almost all the way through. She is your lead jammer. Dash at the back of the pack. The panty is off. Ginger has taken the panty and has made it through with some great offense by MBR. Swarming the Sulphur City pack. Jaws coming up. Some beautiful offense by 1-0 Her Majesty, making it easy for Jaws to take the outside line unscathed. Some very cute comms going on between the refs here. It's like having a third team on the track. You don't notice it so much when you're playing. We have Chastity Belter as your lead jammer for NBR. Grim Sleeper, hot on their heels. Pack is moving quite quickly. Grim Sleeper with some excellent laterals. I think we might have had a jammer shanking. That is 2 points for NBR and 4 points for Sulphur City. Love a good jammer shanking. And we have Dash in the sin bin, as can often happen when you are a jammer who has passed the star. Obviously quite a capable blocker, weighed in quite a few times, but it's not what you train, it's not what you do. Things can go wrong. Sometimes it's just bad luck. We are having a team timeout for NBR. So, why don't I tell you who was skating with the actual team on the track? My sincerest apologies once again for the mix-up. Northern Brisbane Rollers Phoenix. 1-2, Ginger Snaps. 2-1-0, Carla. 22-28, Naughty Annie. 3-7, Chili Mugs. I love a good chili mug. 5, Buttercrap. Doesn't sound as appealing to eat. 517, Desert Pea. 616, Gem. 618, Metal Minx. 69, Mesmeralda. 789, Strung Out Seamstress. 8, BB Skate. 81, Chastity Belter. 83, Kryptonite. And the bench crew are Rubik's Krug, VD, and Blitzkrieg Bomb. Cannot apologise enough for the mix-up. It's very early for a nighttime person. All right, we are back on track. NBR have Dash in the bin, so they are one blocker down. Sulphur City have a full complement, which they use beautifully to get a quick lead jammer for Nuclear. Big hit on the outside. Nuclear using her blocker as a battling ray to get through. Another gorgeous offense on that inside line, sorry. It did result in a back block, but their jammer is through for another 4 points. We have had a star pass for NBR to Mesmeralda, who is now your jammer. Another 4 points to Nuclear. Mesmeralda, one Sulphur City blocker to contend with. A no pack called. And we have a timeout. It is of the official nature. Sometimes the referees just need to talk about, are they black with white stripes? Are they white with black stripes? Is it all shades of grey? Hopefully we will find the answer. And welcome back to a power jam where Sulphur City is your lead jammer. So we have 2 Sulphur City blockers in the bin, 1 NBR blocker, and our NBR jammer, leaving Jaws unopposed. Jammer-wise, however, NBR are putting up an excellent set of defense with Naughty Annie, Desert P, and Minx. Dash rejoining with Mesmeralda. But Jaws calls the jam. That was quite impressive work by Sulphur. They had a pack disadvantage, but still managed to make quick work of that lead jammer for Jaws. They have got some excellent offensive strategies. Taking the front, still down 1 blocker. Both jammers on the outside, but that is Grim's Sleeper as your lead jammer. They are making their way around the track. Quite a clip. We've had a star pass to Ginger Snaps, who gets taken out on that 3rd corner by 199, Monsterella. Grim was done with that jam, called it off with another 4 points, I believe, taking our total score to 142 for Sulphur City and 21 for MBR. Oh, it appears that Ginger Snaps has gone to the penalty box as the jammer, but they have been released. And this is no longer Nuclear's power jam. Dash is back on track. Clean penalty box. Starting with a full complement of blockers and jammers aside. Dash working those laterals to get the Sulphur City pack moving. Quite a smart play because they have got very strong defense. Nuclear is your lead jammer. Naughty Annie weighing in at the front. Dash has taken the panty off and is on a solid sulphurous tripod at the back. We have had a successful star pass to Minx. It was perfect. She was at the front of the pack, took the panty, and off to Freedom. Nuclear looking to her bench for some instructions. And they are saying, you were pretty good. Keep going. You got this, babe. Minx approaching the back of the pack. A big hit by Princess Di, but a little twirl around the outside, as those blessed with jammer abilities do, and she is through. Nuclear looking to the outside where her offense was, but deciding the inside was a quicker route to freedom and points. And they were correct. Both jammers through, 4 points aside. Nuclear looking to pick up another set of 4 points and calling it just as Minx was approaching the pack. No points for that final pass, but plenty before that. 16 points to Sulphur City Steam Rollers, taking their total to 158. NBR also picking up points, taking their total to 29. Chastity Belter jamming for NBR. Naughty Annie sitting in the penalty box, so NBR are 1 blocker down. And that is your lead jammer, Jaws. Big hit on the outside. Ginger Snap slowing Jaws down, but not preventing the escape. However, Ginger's work is not done. She has taken the star almost out on that first apex, but big hit, and she has been yielded to the back of the pack. Now, Ginger is one of those rare breed of blockers who has got some excellent jamming skills as well. Naughty Annie back from the penalty box to provide some offense, taking the brace. Sulphur's blockers are quite competent at blocking without a brace. So Ginger still stuck in that pack. Jaws returning to the track from the penalty box. So this will be a 2-minute jam. Beautiful offense by Her Majesty on that inside line. Jaws is through for another 4 points. Ginger Snaps fighting the back of the pack on that inside line. Some great toe stop work. Almost through, but is shut down. It's quite crazy how quickly you can be almost through and then you look up and all of a sudden everyone is in front of you again. Quick work by Jaws re-entering the pack after being yielded on the outside. Some great laterals. Fantastic awareness. Coming in at the outside, cutting to the in. And Jaws is through for another 4 points. The jam times out with a total score of 174 to Sulphur with another 16-point jam. We have had some massive jams for Sulphur City. 29 points to NBR, who are putting up some fantastic defense. We have a timeout. Just a quick one. Love those. Keeps the action coming. We have one NBR blocker in the bin. So pack advantage to Sulphur. NBR take the front line. It is Grim Sleeper who is your lead jammer. They made quick work of that first lap. Oh, beautiful juke all the way to the outside, all the way to the inside, and through without being touched. Fantastic laterals. Once again, some great laterals. Sulphur shutting down dash, but they have made a dash for it on the inside line.
Well, hello there. This is Mirica. I'm just joining to watch courtside with you. Sulphur City is my previous team that I was skating on in New Zealand.
Thank gosh you're here.
Oh,
I
my
have been
goodness.
murdering this.
Have
So
you?
Everybody rest assured,
Do
the
not
cavalry
worry.
have arrived.
Mirica is here. I will be here for the next 10 minutes. So anyway, Sulphur City Steamrollers, I was so excited to play them until I've been seeing their scores and how they've been playing. And I'm wondering if maybe Div 1 would have been a better fit.
They are killing it out there.
They're absolutely smashing it, aren't they? This is Nuclea as the jammer for Sulphur.
Your lead jammer for Sulphur, Chastity Belt, also out, not far behind them. Pack is moving around and off that apex.
So you'll see the blocker Monsterella. She's quite good. 199.
Oh, yeah.
A funny story. We did a VRDL boot camp, and she actually broke my ribs.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
What a lovely gift. This is
Yeah,
when
it
you were
was-
on the same team.
Yeah, no, actually, she was on Moana at that time.
Ah.
So yeah, she was on a different team. And then she told someone later, she was like, man, I broke this fresh meat's ribs. It was really terrible. I'd been playing for 6 years. That's kind of the funny part. So if that just gives you an idea of how up and coming I've always been. Fantastic. So we've got this jam on.
I believe that's
That's
Nuclea?
Jaws, right?
Jaws.
Dun it, dun it.
Dun,
Dun it, dun
dun
it. Have you
Jaws
ever-
is your lead jammer.
Have you ever heard about how funny it would be to watch the movie Jaws, but in reverse, where a shark like ends up throwing people up on a beach? So that might be what this feels like for NBR right now.
Oh my gosh, that is a wonderful analogy.
Vomiting entire humans up on a beach. This is Jaws for Sulphur City. Oh, and a little hop, skip, and a jump. Hello to all of our friends in Aotearoa who are watching this on live stream. Wonderful to see your faces even though I can't.
We can in our minds.
Yeah,
And that's what
exactly.
counts.
Morena, my friends. All right. So, yeah. Yeah, we've got Grim Sleeper versus Chastity Belter.
One blocker apiece in the bin, so no pack advantage to anyone except the jammers, which is always nice for them. They have a hard job.
They do have a hard job.
Oh, Chastity seeing a gap on the outside,
Ooh,
Sulphur
is she gonna
covering
get
it.
lead? It's going to be a hard fought lead if it is. Nope, Grim Sleeper.
Out of the depths of the ocean and onto the beach.
Exactly. Vomited from Jaws. I don't know, maybe not.
Oh, those laterals on Grim Sleeper. If I tried to do that, I'd be out in the wall probably.
And Mitch Slap, who's just joined the floor for Sulphur as a blocker, is like the world's best grant writer for roller derby. Like, you need $10,000 for roller derby, you contact Mitch Slap. Mitch Slap gets it done for you.
Holy dooly, that is an
amazing.
incredible talent to have.
So what we see coming on the track right now is an amazing blocking crew. We've got Mitch Slap, Princess Di, Diamond, and Primeval. Primeval and Diamond are both captains for Team New Zealand, Team Aotearoa. Yeah, so we're not looking at, the dog's breakfast here. These are amazing players.
Which explains Nuclear, who is your lead jammer, getting out relatively unscathed.
Right? Absolutely.
And Dash has got her work cut out for her at the back of the pack. Naughty Annie weighing in on Nuclear at the front.
And, okay, they talk about the sad place, right? So right now,
yes, I know
Dash
that.
is definitely in the sad place right now. There's no place sadder than between Princess Di, Diamond, Primeval, and Mitch Slap.
And it looks like Dash wanted to share the sad place with her pivot, Gem.
Oh, isn't that so sweet? She gave her a gift of a panty, and now she's in the sad place.
They do say sharing is caring
Yeah, for sure. Unless it's a panty.
in the sad place.
In the sad place.
Gem has donned that star panty. Nuclear coming in, a little bit of line work, and they are through for another 4 points.
Any Sulphur fans who are watching this on YouTube because you couldn't come over, I hope you are enjoying this game and are very proud of your team. I know that it was a lot of effort to get over here and a lot of pressure to perform well, and I feel like this team is really coming through. A lot to be proud of.
They are bringing a lot to the track.
Holy.
This is a very impressive performance.
Yeah, their shadow is not just their shadow. She is also their team mascot. So I've just met her this week, but she is a bit incredible.
That's a great vibe. All right, we have half time now. The score update is 29 to NBR and a whopping 226 to Sulphur City.
Not a bad halftime score is what I'm noticing. What do you think?
I reckon they're doing pretty well.
Oh my goodness.
That's a fantastic full-time score.
Oh, 100%. How are you feeling about your games today?
Not yet conscious, so I haven't processed any real thoughts.
Okay,
I'm not even
fantastic.
sure how I got here this morning.
Love it. I love it. Live stream getting the truth. It's fantastic.
Oh,
That's good.
Yes, it's been a while since I've been on live stream.
Yeah?
Yeah, having your voice recorded for forever is. I read out the wrong team this morning.
Did you?
I was looking at NBR. I used to play for NBR. I still have their uniform in my car, actually. And I was like, yep, this is Tweed. I got through the whole Tweed roster
You did
while
not.
staring at NBR.
You did not.
I did. I'm not a morning person, America.
This is a problem.
It is a problem.
Oh my
Who gave
God,
me
that
a
is
microphone?
Hilarious. I love it. I love it.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. You know, we've got Rad as our first team. We're going to be playing in about an hour. So I'm going to go out for our team chat. And then if we do well against Rad, we are given the gift of playing Sulphur City, which...
Fantastic!
I mean, like, what a thing to work for, am I right? So
I mean,
if we
it'll be a
win,
great
it's a
game.
gift. If we don't win, potentially also a gift. There's nothing like feeling like being sent for slaughter. I was so amped. I was like, I cannot wait to meet my friends on the track. It's probably going to be really evenly, you know, an even match. And then knowing how closely we played against TVR and then seeing them like absolutely, yeah, like that was a hard game last night.
Yeah.
Far out. Hats off to TVR for making it through, and hats off potentially to me for making it through that later. I just don't want my old friends to be mean to my new friends.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
when you get
no.
you two groups of friends together and you want
Right?
everyone to get along.
Let's just get along. So, yeah, I think we'll just have them play BCR instead. So I've just decided. So, Trop Cup, just letting you know, just going to change up the rosters a little bit. Just the schedule today. Sulphur City will actually be playing BCR.
You heard it here first.
And last. All right, well, it was a pleasure to chat with you.
Thank you for coming in and
You're
saving
welcome.
the day,
Yeah,
providing
dude.
all of that inside knowledge. That was fantastic.
And go Sulphur City up until about 3:30 this afternoon. Thanks,
Thank-
y'all.
And we are back on track for the second half of BCR vs Sulphur City. MBR vs Sulphur City. God, I'm slightly dyslexic today. Alrighty. We have Chastity Belter jamming for NBR. But, ooh, 199. Wow. Monsterella flying. Where has she been my whole life? One of their star blockers can also jam. Very impressively. Chastity Belter, meanwhile, has removed the star panty. Minx weighing in on Monsterella on that outside line, slowing her down. Not for long. They are through for another 4 points. Chastity Belter getting yielded to the outside by 229 Diamond. And as we've heard from America, a star player. Chastity Belter getting knocked out to the inside, but not before she passed it to Gem. Monsterella has called the jam. We have a clean penalty box, but a frontline start. Looks like Sulphur City are doing a bit of a 2-2 start. Some amazing offense on the inside line. NBR were unable to prevent, getting a quick lead. Dash, however, also getting through on that inside line. Jaws happy with another 4 points and calling the jam. All right, y'all, I got a special treat for you. America's back.
Yeah, this is what happens when my team says, hey, let's actually push out our team meeting by 20 minutes. So here I am back with you for 10 more delicious minutes of roller derby. Speaking of delicious minutes of roller derby, what do you think? This second half already starting hot and heavy?
Oh, they have had Monsterella jam.
Really?
Fantastic job. Lots of points.
Did she break any fresh meat's ribs? Just kidding. That's terrible.
It looks like everyone's ribs are intact.
Fantastic. I did not see that coming. Grim Sleeper also slaying it.
Another 4 points. 1 point. Ooh, looked like they picked up a few more, but 1 point on the board from that jam.
Diamond, a very heads-up blocker in the bin, calling the points out as well. Sometimes I feel like I see a rainbow, and Diamond is like the mantis shrimp who can see so many different layers of roller derby. I asked Diamond yesterday what her intention was for the game, and I thought, she would say, good comms, great pack awareness, whatever. And she's like, in the last 10 seconds of a 2-minute jam, I'm going to change up my strategy from this to this. And she was like, I was like, okay, yeah, you definitely see, like, there's certain people who can see all the different layers of roller derby. SX, I think you're one of those as well, right?
I don't know if my answer would have been that good.
That
no,
good? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, she's like, maybe I'll switch from, doing this with the jammer to that with the jammer. I'm like, yeah, you're next level. You are just next level.
All right, we have Nuclear heading to the penalty box, meaning this will be a 2-minute jam. Dash not far behind, but as a blocker. And Ginger Snaps has taken the panty.
Maybe regrettably, if I'm honest. Regrettably taking the panty.
I would say very regrettably, all NBR's blockers bar one in the bin and a full complement of Sulphur City. It is a sad time to be on the track as the jammer for NBR.
For real, though.
A whole minute to go as well.
Oh my god, a painful 2-minute jam.
Nuclear sneaking back on track around the outside and through effortlessly.
All right, so I'm not gonna lie. So Sun State, the team to beat for Division One. Sulphur City, the team to beat for Division Two. What do you think? What would happen if Sun State and Sulphur City would meet?
Hopefully not broken ribs.
I love it. I kind of wish that Sulphur had the opportunity to play a Division One game since they've come all this way. So, I think I understand that you have a scrimmage on a Wednesday night.
We do. We do. How long are they?
They'll leave. No, they leave on Tuesday. Sorry. It's all for nothing.
They are a very strategic team. I think that would be quite enjoyable to play.
I think so too. We've got a player on the floor for NBR showing a little bit of signs of pain, but getting back up. And
Ginger snaps. Yes. She is back up and returning to bench. That was a rough jam. A minute of blocking and then a minute of jamming with no blocker assistance.
No, thank you. Okay, so we've got Primeval, Princess Di, and Mitch Slap blocking Chastity Belter. Oh, is that
We have one blocker in the bin, giving NBR an advantage.
And Dunna.
Jaws is your lead jammer.
Princess Di has had one heck of a couple weeks. Princess Di actually lost her dad not even a week ago, and had the funeral on Wednesday, jumped on a plane. She said that the service was absolutely incredible. He had battled 4 years against cancer, and just giving a shout out to Princess Di, her amazing resilience. She loves being with Sulphur City. The fact that she's here just gives her another thing to think about, and just thoughts and prayers to all the Princess Di fans out there, and all those people who've been just wrapping her in love and support.
That is quite an impressive effort to come all this way after that.
Definitely. And we've got Grim Sleeper making it look easy, which jamming is not.
Not at all. Testament to Sulphur City's offense. They are dominating these start lines. Just some really smart strategy and gameplay. They're moving more towards a 2-and-2 start line strategy to give their jammers that extra support, which is working really well for them.
I'm super surprised at the strength of their two-wall blocking ability. Like, if there's just two people on the track, those jammers don't have a chance.
Because NBR are doing a great job at throwing in their offense, taking away that brace, but it just does not seem to be making a difference to that two-wall holding the jammer.
Absolutely. And here, prior to Sulphur City coming over, I said, all right, your first two games are TVR and NBR. Lovely teams, lovely players, great strategic gameplay, not dirty at all. You're going to be okay. And that's hilarious now, in retrospect. So what I should have done is sent a message to TVR and NBR and said, hey, they'll give great cuddles afterwards. But
but there is something about playing a team who is really strategic and really good at roller derby. It doesn't feel as bad.
No.
You get beat up, but you don't get hurt. It's smart roller derby. It's smart. It's strategic.
It is strategic. It is smart. It is strategic. It is hard. It's not nasty. It's not aggressive. But holy cow! I mean, it is hard. It's hard when we get into those games where you're losing by 200 or 300 points to stay in the game. Especially because those teams seem to think that every point counts. Why is that? That's just mean. I don't know.
VRDL's A team, whenever that was one of the most enjoyable games I've ever played. We obviously got dominated, but they were smart. You weren't getting hit for no reason. Everything they did to us, you were just like, oh, wow, their offense is so amazing.
I got owned, but
on the ground. Apologizing to your jammer.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. Ooh, lead jammer for NBR. We've got Dash. And Grim Sleeper coming hot on the tail.
Quick little panty removal. Looks like it helped Grim Sleeper. We have 3 points for MBR. It looks like Grim did get some on the board as well. Not quite a jammer shanking, but not a bad effort. Oh, 2. 2 points. So 1 point advantage to NBR, taking them to 37, and Sulphur City sitting at a nice hefty 275 points.
So I was kind of trying to get a little bit of goss from the inside of like how Sulphur was feeling after yesterday. Because, you know, to be honest, the Australian teams didn't know what to expect. Sulphur didn't know what to expect. There's a whole lot of, I wonder what's going to happen next. And Sulphur was as surprised as we were. So, yeah. I mean, they've been training hard. I would guess they've been training hard because far out. But
I don't think they've been taking a break.
No. But, and a call-off, a hop, skip, and a jump, and a beautiful call-off by Chastity Belter.
For 4 points, keeping Sulphur to 0 for that jam. Not an easy feat.
Yeah, 0. 0 for Sulphur on 1 jam. You take that in. No, I'm just kidding. I'm only saying that because what Sulphur has been doing is absolutely incredible. But NBR getting some points on the board. That's got to feel good.
Definitely. Yeah, it would have been really interesting coming over from New Zealand, not knowing what the team setup looks like. Everyone's teams have changed so much in the past few years. You see a name on the board, like NBR, but you don't know what their team makeup looks like anymore.
Right, exactly. And it's been interesting because they asked us how for open season, how we decided which division we were in, and I talked about the grading day that we did. And I understand that a grading day hasn't been done in Queensland in quite a long time, but we played short games against all the teams that were available, and they did decide, based on how we performed in those, where we fell. And so my team, the Coastal Assassins, we fell at the bottom of Division 1, so that just meant that we got to get blown out quite a few times, but that's all right. We were here for growth. We were here for learning, but it would have been really nice if there was some kind of grading ability, because I think even probably in the first 5 minutes of Sulphur's game yesterday, I think there were some suggestions that maybe Division 1 could have been a good fit for them.
I think it definitely would have, but it's so hard to tell. You don't know what you're coming into.
Yeah, definitely. I just hope that they feel like they did say yesterday that even though it was a big game with lots of points, they do feel like they have a lot to learn based on what happened here. I would love to have that kind of learning sometime. And that's me. I'm going to go off to my bench and prepare for my game. But to all my Kiwi friends, kia ora, and have a great day.
Thank you, Marika.
Bye, SX.
All right, back to just the sound of my voice. I apologize in advance. We had another excellent jam for MBR, putting 4 points up on the board and keeping Sulphur to 0. That has ended. We now have 2-4-2. Nat Demon to jamming for the first time this game for Sulphur and killing it, making easy lead. Big juke to that outside line. Did not quite make it. Heading to the penalty box for a cut track penalty. This is now a power jam for NBR's Dash, who is working to make their initial pass. This is going to be a 2-minute jam. Ginger Snaps on the track with that pivot on, ready to assist Dash. They're deciding who should do it. She decides it's Dash. You just keep that. Dash is out and ready to score some points. Nat Demon also returning to track along with Dash. Both hitting their packs at the same time. Nat Demon swinging the pack to the outside and back to the inside. One final hit from Ginger, and Nat Demon is through for 4 points. Dash on one of those famous Sulphur City 2 walls, who are giving a class in defense. Ooh, we have 126 Smith heading to the bin for a multiplayer. He looked pretty clean to me, but this is also why I don't referee. I probably shouldn't commentate either, but here we are. Nat Demon, one last hit from Mesmeralda and through for an 8-point jam. Dash has picked up 4 points. Another 4 on the board for an 8-point jam aside. Great result for NBR. Taking the total score to 53 and Sulphur City 287. We have an NBR team timeout. Just taking a break. We're at that quarter time, halfway through the second half. It's a good time to regroup, get some air back in the lungs. It's a very, very hard-hitting game, very intense. Sulphur City are really, really bringing all of the skills, defense, jamming, everything, making NBR fight for it. Next up, looks like we have a Sulphur City power pack being fielded with one blocker in the bin. So NBR will have a pack advantage. And that is Chastity Belter stepping up for NBR. Chastity fighting on that inside line onto the outside. But it is Nuclear who is your lead jammer. Final hit by Princess Di. But Chastity is through and hot on Nuclear's heels. Nuclear gets what looks to be all 4 points and calls the jam just before Chastity can hit. Sorry, 3. And that looks like Grim for Sulphur and potentially Dash for NBR. Oh, quick work by Grim, thanks to some beautiful offense on that inside line. Already back around and looking for points on that outside, using her own blocker as a ramming read. Very effective. And most of us blockers are more than happy to be used for whatever the jammer needs. Grim coming in hot on that inside line. Getting knocked out. An excellent face by Her Majesty, so they do not get yielded all the way to the back. Ginger Snaps has taken a penny pass and is flying around the track. Grim is out on that outside line. Ooh, a big hit on that outside line to Ginger by Her Majesty. Grim getting caught up on the outside of the second straight. Big hit by Dash. Grim returns to track, throws in A big hit on dash to get around and break up that defense, and is through for another 4 points. Very well placed hit by Grimm. Oh, a beautiful juke to the in and out on the outside. Ginger snaps, looking for some help on that inside line from Minx, but getting knocked down by Monsterella. Grim Sleeper looking like they're on a casual Sunday skate now. Very calm, cool exterior. I have one of those jammers on my team. They always look calm and collected. They assure me that's not how it feels, and that's not what's going on the inside of their head. But as someone who always looks how they feel, I'm very impressed by that. It's disconcerting. Well, we have the famous Power Pack, Mitch Slap, Princess Di, and Diamond out on the track. Sadistic Doll in the penalty box, but standing, so soon to return to the track and weigh in. Jaws will be your next jammer for Sulphur City. So I dare say the fate of this next jam is sealed with that very impressive Power Pack and jammer complement. NBR have Chastity belt her though, so anything could happen. Chastity is a fantastic jammer. It is Jaws who is your lead. Gem from NBR heading to the bin. Chastity throwing in a big hit on that outside line. A beautiful backwards skate. Line balancing. I don't even know. She did great. She got out. Jaws getting her points, calling the jam, but Chastity flying into the back of that pack to pick up another 2 points for NBR. A great result, especially against that Sulphur City Power Pack. Testament to Chastity Belt's jamming. And I believe that's Nuclear. The jam line is quite far away from the commentator's box. It's a little bit tricky to see, but they're making quick work of getting through. So that is Nuclear, your lead jammer. Gem in the penalty box for NBR. So Sulphur City did have a pack advantage. Mesmerella is your NBR jammer, taking the penny off to cause a bit of distraction. Also, the pivot has returned from the penalty box, so anyone could be jammer. Nuclear already 8 points in this jam, and another 4. Mesmeralda coming up into the back of that pack, looking for their pivot, considering their options. Some good blocking out the front, but Nuclear is through. There has been an NBR star pass to Gem. Sulphur City have reformed out the front. Nuclear coming in hot to the back of the NBR pack, breaking it up. They have managed to reform very quickly in front, but Nuclear is through. Gem has gone to the penalty box, leaving Sulphur City in a power jam. Nuclear has had enough of this jam and says, here you go, buddy. You start with a power jam. Grim Sleeper up to jam next for Sulphur. A clean penalty box on the 2 blocker ends. So we have a full blocker complement aside. Sulphur taking the front line, doing a beautiful orb, clearing that outside. We do have Diamond heading to the bin for a directional from that offense. Grim choosing a beautiful line between the two blockers, cutting through nicely. Big hit by Naughty Annie, but Grim did get through. And they are coming in hot around that first blocker, getting caught in the pack. Princess Di. What looked like a small but very strategic hit to break up that NBR pack to make quick work for Grim. Gem has returned to track, coming into the back of that Sulphur pack with a big hit. Oh, and they are through on that outside line with sheer power. Grim duking around the final NBR blocker and calling the jam. A massive 16-point jam for Sulphur City, taking their score to a neat 350. NBR at 57, still putting points on the board consistently throughout this game. And we have a team timeout for NBR. We are back. Jaws is jamming for Sulphur. And we have Dash stepping up to the jam line for NBR. We have a clean penalty box, so full blocker and jammer complement. NBR insisting on taking the front line. Jaws coming in hot, dropping bodies left, right, and center for lead jammer. Dash taking off the panty, looking for a pass, or just to mess up the Sulphur City defense. You've got to use all the tricks and tools in your toolbox with Sulphur. Oh, this looks like such a strong wall. It is right in front of my eyeballs right now, and it's fantastic. Ginger Snap taking the star for NBR. Jaws coming up with a beautiful little jammer wiggle / juke. Just enough to make the NBR wall uncertain which way they're going to go. And capitalizing with 8 points. And that looks to be Nuclear, stepping up to the jam line for Sulphur. And Chastity for NBR. Big hit by Gem on that outside line, but Nuclear is through for lead jammer. Looks like we have Naughty Annie heading to the penalty box. Chastity at the back of the pack, working those laterals to get around Sulphur City. Beautifully done. And they are through. Nuclear taking a hit to that outside line and being yielded back, calling the jam before Chastity can make it there and score. Another 3 points for Sulphur. Naughty Annie starting in the penalty box, giving Sulphur City a pack advantage. Sulphur City taking advantage of that, and Grim Sleeper is your lead jammer. Big hit by Gem on that inside line. We've had Carla up to jam for NBR. Panty is off, but they are through. We have a full wall of defense by NBR, but Grim Sleeper straight into Ginger Snaps and through for all 4 points. Calling the jam. Chastity Belter jamming for NBR. Ooh, a big hit on Ginger Snaps on the outside line, but they're back up nice and quick. Some big hits on Jaws. It just took me back to America's discussion about Jaws being played backwards and a shark being birthed onto the beach. Meanwhile, Chastity Belter is your lead jammer for NBR. Fantastic work by NBR there. They have picked up another 2 points with that lead jammer and called it before Jaws could be birthed. Oh, another fantastic offense by Sulphur City on that inside line, getting Nuclear out so quickly. Monsterella weighing in on Naughty Annie on the outside for another clean pass for Nuclear. We have a jammer cut for NBR, leaving Nuclear jamming unopposed. Ginger weighing in on that front line, slowing Nuclear down, but not for long. NBR have a full blocker complement. They are on the apex, not your ideal place to be. Very cleverly moving off that apex, but with speed comes the opportunity for offense, which Sulphur are more than capable of capitalizing on and providing a nice clean line for Nuclear yet again. They are providing some incredibly strategic and well-coordinated offense in this game. Grim Sleeper jamming next. Unopposed. Big hit by Chastity Belter, who was out as the pivot. I am imagining to help support the jammer coming in from the penalty box. Grim Sleeper coming in hot, breaking up NBR's defense, but they are reforming quickly and efficiently. Beautiful hit out by Ginger Snapped on that outside line, yielding them to the back of the pack. But they are through for another 4 points. Grim through again. And it looks like NBR are attempting a panty pass. Oh, good hit on that outside line. Mesmeralda not letting Grim get through for another pass too easily. Chastity Belter has successfully taken the star and is now your NBR jammer. For all of 5 seconds, Grim Sleeper has called the jam, which is our final jam of the game. That is the final whistle. And our unofficial score is 390 to Sulphur City and 59 to NBR. Fantastic game. Sulphur City have a lot to be proud of for that performance. Very, very impressive, very strategic. And it looked quite friendly out there. Everyone was having a good time. Thank you for joining us today. I can assure you the quality of your commentators will be far better from here on in. Well, until 1:45, then I'm back. But enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the games today. And be sure to sign back in shortly for the next game. Ooh, it'll be a good one. BCR versus Canberra. Thanks for joining. This is SX. Bye-bye.
Oh Roller derby is played in increments called jams. Each jam lasts up to 2 minutes. Both teams field up to 5 skaters at the start of the jam. 4 of these skaters are called blockers, and 1 is called the jammer. The jammer wears a helmet cover with a star on it and scores points for the team. The blockers are playing both offense and defense at the same time, and together they make up what is called the pack. The 2 jammers start each jam behind the pack and must get through all of these skaters for an initial pass before they can begin to score points. When the initial pass is complete, a jammer can score 1 point for every opponent they pass with their hips. The first jammer out of the pack legally is declared lead jammer, which means they can end the jam anytime they want before the 2 minutes are up. Sounds easy, right?
G'day, cobbers. We're on stream. Welcome. I am your on-stream host, Revan Townsend. It's your boy Revy again. I was having a bit of a talk yesterday. I'm very, very happy to be back this morning. We have for this game Coastal Assassins Roller Derby versus Team Rad. I am in the process of getting a roster. Oh, actually, I have a roster in front of me. Team Rad, which is Regional Alliance Roller Derby, Regional Alliance Derby. I might do some quick rosters just so that we can understand numbers and names quickly, and I will do my best to keep up with it live on stream with you. We have Rumblebee 02, Mini 05, America 1019, Elbent 117, Savage 13, Misunderstood 173, Sideswiper 237, Crush and Kick 268. I think it's Kegel Eagle 29. Golden Snatch 311, Ruby Tuesday 339, E Razor 53, Black Reaver 666, Marilyn Monrogue 7, Crash Chloe 71, Joey Sniper 8, KT Kabam 821, Yorkshire Terrier 86, and Ratatouille. Excellent. 95. With the bench crew, Yorkshire Terrier and Logan. That was Coastal Assassins. We have for Team Rad 101 Skywalker, 121 Lupine Huntress. I'm sorry about pronunciation. Lupine Huntress. 187 Missy Quinn. Number 3. This duck is nuts. 32 Bambi. 33 Crazed Haze. 42 Malice and Mayhem. 444 Felony. 5 Leggy. 7 Sideshow. 83 Bossy. 96 Roadie Ho. 99 Splits with Bench Crew, Beats, Numero Uno, and Chaotic K. Welcome to the game. We have tournament head officials of Denominator as our head referee and our head non-skating official, Ruby Soho. We've got a 5-second call. I'm going to be watching this stream with you. I'll try and update you with what's happening on track here. Looks like we have Felony jamming for Team Rad and Rumblebee jamming for Coastal Assassins. We've had a bit of a recycle backwards. And just FYI, it looks like we have Bumblebee for Coastal Assassins through as lead. Coastal Assassins are in the white and Team Rad are in the black. Getting held up front and almost moved to the inside by Savage. Very nice work by Savage. Trying to hold back Rumblebee. Trying to hold back Felony on the inside line, but Felony able to fall inbounds and able to not have to be recycled backwards. 4 points going up for Coastal Assassins. Very nice work there. So we have lining up on the jam line. Looks like Sideswiper for Coastal Assassins and Malice and Mayhem for Team Rad. Team Rad out and lead. Malice and Mayhem getting through and getting lead on a point scoring pass now. About a lap behind is Sideswiper. Getting a points call from the bench. And a call off there by Malice and Mayhem. Great listening to the bench there. It can get quite loud in here. And it seems like there can be a little bit of whistle bleed from the other track. Yes, we have 2 tracks here. I would very much recommend you coming down and seeing on site what the setup is. Some excellent roller derby happening this weekend. That particular jam, we had 2 points put up for Coastal Assassins roller derby and 1 point put up for Team Rad. Both teams on the board now. Game is on. We're up to Jam 3. We have Ruby Tuesday for Coastal Assassins and Bambi for Team Rad. Really locked up pack here, right on between the jammer line and the pivot line. Really shows the strong defense of both teams. But Ruby Tuesday able to get out and lead for Coastal Assassins. Bambi a little bit caught up and run back by the Coastal Assassins tripod. Getting locked up at the back there. And there has been a star pass to 121, the pivot for Rad, which is Lupin Huntress. Again, my apologies for any pronunciation on site. I am learning these team names. Thank you very much. We've had a quick call off as there was a star pass. Coastal Assassins controlling the jam by getting lead early and ensuring that the jam was called off before Team Rad were able to score any points. Very nice strategy there. We've got a slight pack advantage to Rad. At the moment, it looks like there's one in the box for Coastal Assassins. And Coastal Assassins able to get through and lead with Sideswiper. Felony is jamming for Team Rad, a little bit caught up in the pack. Even though there was a pack advantage, Coastal Assassins are able to get that strong defense going and really hold back the jammer and ensure that that penalty was basically burned, and they've got their skater back, now back to a full lineup by the looks. For anyone not really knowing Derby, usually there are 5 skaters per team on the track at a time. We've got 1 jammer at the back per team, as shown by a helmet cover with a star on it, and then we've got 4 blockers per team when there is a full lineup. We've got Rumblebee for Coastal Assassins and Malice and Mayhem for Team Rad. It looks like we've had a pretty regular jammer rotation at this stage, and through the pack and backwards is Rumblebee, making it look very easy. Getting out at turn 1, a little bit caught up at the back is Malice and Mayhem. Malice and Mayhem has had pretty good success with Rad recently. I think they were the person that put up a point for Rad early on. Some really nice hits up front by the pivot from Card. Let me double check some numbers there. It looks like it's 1-3. It might be Savage. And Savage indeed. Rumblebee through for a scoring point. There's 4 points up in the air. And we're around at turn 3 at the moment. It looks like we've come to a bit of a standstill and are trying to just get Rumblebee through. Trying to score a few more points before the jam is called off. And it looks like they were able to pop up another point. Nice work by Coastal Assassins there. That was a 9-0 jam. Quick score check. We've got 22 points for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby and Team Rad on 1 at the moment. Lining up on the jam line, we have Bambi for Team Rad and Eraser for Coastal Assassins. I think this is our first time seeing Eraser on the jam line, so this will be interesting. I always enjoy seeing quite a extensive jammer rotation. I always appreciate it. Nice to see teams with such a range of skaters. And we have Eraser through and lead for Card. Sorry, I'm switching between Card and Coastal Assassins. My apologies. Through for lead is Bambi. So for a quick update, it looks like Eraser got through but did not get lead. That means that they may have gotten out first, but they did not pass every single player legally. They did not go out for a penalty, which is okay, but it means that the other jammer has an opportunity to pick up lead jammer. And when Bambi did, Bambi was immediately able to call it off because the other jammer, Eraser, was in front and about to score points. Great strategy there. And great awareness from the bench. We're back with Rumblebee for Coastal Assassins and Felony for Team Rad. Back to our jammer rotation. Some really nice defense up front by Rad there, and some nice O by Card. O coming in the form of Savage with the pivot helmet on. Felony is having a big push, is moved out of bounds on turn 2, but the skater that moved them out of bounds also fell down, so they were able to get back up and in bounds with no penalty. Getting a bit caught up by, I think that is Merca, from the look of the numbers. Now the brace for the Card. And we're still a little bit locked up. A nice swipe on that inside by Sideshow Alley. Just a quick swing and a miss, but a very nice attempt. Going all the way to the line, but these jammers are so fast. Rumblebee in particular is having great success in this jam, putting up another 4 points, stomping on that inside line and calling it off. We've had I believe that's a 12-0 jam. I could be wrong. No, not another 4 points being put up at the moment. Looks like it is an 8-0 jam. My apologies. Score check, we've got Coastal Assassins Roller Derby at 30 and Team Rad on 1. We have a timeout being taken by Rad. This is a really good time to take one. Although we are not held scoreless, we've been held scoreless for the last few jams, and it's a good opportunity to essentially stop the other team's flow. Really great time to take one. For those that are unfamiliar with roller derby, each team gets 3 timeouts per game. The game goes for 2 periods, 2 half-hour periods in this tournament, and you've got basically any opportunity to take the timeouts. A good opportunity is now, as discussed. My apologies. Rambles over here. We've got a bit of a tropical theme happening. I'm seeing some excellent Hawaiian shirts around the venue. Lots of colours. Love a theme. Get amongst it. There's quite a cute little photo booth. If you get down to the venue, you can take some photos and put some sunnies on, hang out with the pineapples, quite literally. And yeah, we are back to the action. Quick team timeout. Timeouts usually go for about a minute. We are lined up on the pivot line. I believe we have a power jam start going to Coastal Assassins. I did not realise, but Felony was in the bin for that end of that jam. So Felony is out of the box and making her way around, re-entering at the back of the pack. Let me just double check. Yes. We also have Sideswiper through and lead, and that was a scoring pass. Felony getting knocked out of bounds on that outside line, re-entering behind legally, and getting caught up a little bit behind those card. This card defense is quite strong. That the tripod is quite difficult to get past by the looks of it. Team Rad making card work, but having difficulty getting through on the scoring passes as Card keep getting lead and calling it off just before. Hey, right as I say it, Felony was Felony able to put up some points? Yes, she was. Magic. It's announcer curse. You know what I should do? I should start saying things that are opposites all the time, and then we will have a different game. Very nice to see Felony get some extra points there, forcing that call off by Coastal Assassins, but Coastal Assassins could not do it in time. Very nice work. I'm seeing Ruby Tuesday on the Jammer lineup and Malice and Mayhem for Team Rad. There is a really strong tripod up front, braced by Murica. Oh, goodness, a really strong hit there by Ruby Tuesday. Knocking down a player, everyone up and safe. Hard to see the numbers, I'm sorry. Malice knocked to the outside, recycling to the back, and re-entering legally, still behind that card defense, but some lovely offense on that inside line by Skywalker. Very, very clean open line there. Nice offense there. It looks like Ruby Tuesday is through but calling. Fell to the ground but is getting up. No injury, just had a bit of a fall. Good to see. Team Rad were able to put up 3 points there for that jam. Very nice work. What we're seeing a lot over this weekend is a really strong tripod defense from almost all the teams I've commentated so far, and in the teams I've played with as well. We are often doing a tripod with a float offense, and it just makes that little bit more difficult for those jammers to get through with that strong 3-wall, essentially. Goodness me, backwards and scoring. Sideswiper making it look extremely easy, almost jumping that apex a little bit. Both feet on the ground comfortably, no hiccups. and through untouched again, Sideswiper. It looks like we have... I'm not seeing the jammer panty, the helmet cover. It might have been taken off. Just an update on Rad. Oh, excuse me. It looks like Bambi has gone to the bin for a forearms penalty. And we do have a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins there. The little F next to Bambi's name suggests that they've gone into the box for a forearms. Bambi might... I think the reason why I was having trouble seeing where the jammer was is because Bambi's taken off the helmet cover and it's in Bambi's hands. It's a good strategy for when a skater re-enters the track. They don't know who the jammer is. It can throw people off and allow a quick initial pass. Just a note for people that are not familiar with roller derby, you do need to have that helmet cover on with the star showing in order to score points. So it's good to get it on when you are on a scoring pass. Back to the action on track. Bambi is still in the box, so we are starting in a power jam scenario for Rumblebee. Quite a fast pack. Coasting through, but Rad doing an incredible job of holding Rumblebee from their initial pass. Right as I say it, Rumblebee gets through. Really great work there, trying to kill most of that penalty by Rad. Really strong. It looks like there is an empty penalty box now, and we're up to full lineups on track. Bambi is back on track, but they are making their way up front. Had a bit of a knockdown, but getting straight back up and getting held a little bit at the back of the pack. Rumblebee getting held up front by this incredible Rad tripod, making it really slow and grindy. All four Rad blockers, excuse me, right as I say that. I was going to say all four Rad blockers on defense, but the pivot has dropped back and claimed the helmet cover for Jammer. We've had a knock to the outside by Crush and Kick. And a recycle back. Very nice work there, just doing the quick hit out on the side there. And ensuring that the pivot had to re-enter behind them. The pivot here we have is Lupine Huntress. It looks like Lupine Huntress is out and around, and now on a scoring pass, and it looks like Rumblebee is in the box. So we have a bit of a power jam scenario. Lupine Huntress is able to score points on this pass, and Rad doing a great job of messing up the defense and trying to get Lupine Huntress through. A little bit locked up on turn 4 there, and jam has been called off. We'll see by the ref's fingers in the air that Rad were able to pop up 2 points for that pass. Score check, we have Coastal Assassins Roller Derby on 61 and Team Rad, Team Regional Alliance Derby on 9. Delightful footwork there by Felony, running up that outside line and getting lead jammer in about 5 seconds. Extremely quick work, and through and already through on a scoring pass. Sorry, too excited by the footwork. Some wonderful footwork on that outside line. A bit of a jump on the inside line by Coastal Assassins. We'll see if they were able to score points. Coastal Assassins not able to score points. Very nice work there by Team Rad, getting lead, getting 4 points, calling it off, preventing any points going up on the board for Coastal Assassins. Fantastic strategy is employed by both teams here. On the jammer line, we have Eraser for Coastal Assassins and Malice and Mayhem for Team Rad. Up front and fighting is Eraser, shrugging off a hit and getting lead jammer. Not far behind is Malice and Mayhem, maybe about a half track. putting on the speed and trying to catch up to Eraser. Eraser getting a signal from the bench to call, and Malice and Mayhem was not able to score points in time. Coastal Assassins were able to pop up 1 extra point on the board for this one. Very nice work. It's nice to see Eraser. Hello, is that working? I might have a face cam. What's up? What's up? I should have brought a plushie with me. Usually I do. I think last time I had a Totoro with me. I digress. We have a timeout. I believe it's a card timeout. Canberra Assassins, it's Coastal Assassins, excuse me. Got Canberra on the brain. Fabulous. So, quick score check. 62 points for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. Team Rad, Regional Alliance Derby, 13. By the looks of it, we have a few extra skaters on the Coastal Assassins team by the lineup I read out earlier. Regional Alliance doing an excellent job considering they've got a few fewer skaters. And I say this most times I commentate, so sorry if I'm repeating myself. Often the score does not reflect the action that's happening on track. I always love to watch what's going on because until I see those points in the air by the refs and the points reflected on the board, I just don't believe the points versus the effort put in. The teams are always putting in 110%. It's incredible. We are back. We have Sideswiper for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby and Bambi for Team Rad. Bambi is being... Excuse me. Sideswiper is through on the outside line, having a quick step. Bambi not too far behind, but getting a little bit caught up by the card blockers. It looks like that is Marilyn Monroe, making it just a little bit difficult for Bambi to get through. Bambi getting recycled back. And... quick jam there. Coastal Assassins called that off. I'm not actually sure Team Rad got out. Probably a strategy there that I'm not aware of because I can't quite hear the benches. Still, sometimes it's good to get your 4 points, call it off, and then burn that extra 30 seconds off the clock so you don't have to worry about that later. On the Jammer line, we have Rumblebee for Coastal Assassins and Felony for Team Rad. Felony getting out. Felony is having a very, very nice game. Also is Rumblebee. This is a very nice matchup, I got to be honest. Rumblebee out backwards up front. Felony through untouched. What a jam. Felony absolutely putting the fire on their skates and then calling it off. 4 points to Team Rad there and 0 to Coastal Assassins. Each jam inching closer to a similar score. I love Derby because a power jam can change so much. Timeouts can change so much. Skaters can change so much. It's such an interesting game because we've got 10 minutes left in this period, but we will have a very, very different score 10 minutes left in the second period. I'm looking forward to it. Sideswiper through and lead, even before the pack hits the pivot line. Very impressive work. Malice and Mayhem pushing their way up front. There's a very strong Coastal Assassin tripod there. Strong push by Sideswiper to... I can't quite see the number of that skater. Up and safe and okay. And Sideswiper threw on another scoring pass. Quite locked up pack here on turn 3. Sideswiper a little bit caught up with Malice and Mayhem. Malice has ripped off the star cover. Great strategy. If you are not lead, take it off And that's exactly what these teams are doing. They are so aware of what's going on. They are so conscious of their bench. Top level roller derby here. Five-second call on track. Looks like an empty penalty box. Full lineups for both teams. We have Ruby Tuesday for Coastal Assassins and Felony for Team Rad. Felony knocked to the inside and recycled. Almost did not affect Felony at all. Able to make way up front, getting a little bit caught up by Murica, and the pivot for Coastal Assassins. That is Savage. Of course it is. Felony able to get through and lead. It looks like it's a power jam to Team Rad at the moment now as well. A little bit of a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins. A few penalties being whistled. And now a bit of a change in pack as well. We now have a pack advantage to Team Rad. A great position to be in for Team Rad with their jammer on a power jam. Few little head fakes, getting a couple of points and calling it off on turn 4. Felony, fantastic skating, putting up 7 points in that last jam. 0 points for Coastal Assassins on that one, and the jammer is still in the bin, so that puts Rad in a power jam scenario for this upcoming jam. A great strategy to employ. It's a heck of a skater to put in the box. Such strong jammers. Ruby Tuesday, Bambi on the line. Ruby Tuesday has been released from the box, is making a way around the track. Bambi is out and lead, and that's exactly what the whole point of isolating the jammer in the box was about. We've had a bit of a knockout there, but it was friendly fire, so no penalties. Bambi threw on a scoring pass, and Ruby Tuesday still a little bit caught up at the back with 4-on-4 at the moment. Right as I say that, announcer curse. 1 to the bin. And that was 777, who is... Ooh, do I have... I don't actually have that number on here. Okay. My apologies. We are locked up here on track. We have... so much action happening. Ruby Tuesday through and not lead jammer. That was their initial pass, so you can see they're signaling by the ref, like no signal of the hands. Knocked to the inside line was Ruby Tuesday. Bambi through scoring passes and calling it. Some lovely shouting. Lots of support for Bambi, getting lead, getting points, calling it off, and holding Coastal Assassins scoreless for that jam. Some really nice work here by both teams. Great strategies. I don't know if they're doing jammer matchups at the moment, but it seems like they're quite matched strength-wise on the track. For this next lineup, we have Malice and Mayhem and Rumblebee. Rumblebee for Coastal Assassins. Rumblebee has had great success in this game so far. Malice knocked to the outside line and recycled back. Rumblebee making their way up front. Some toe stopping on the outside line and a bit of juking up front. Able to get lead for Coastal Assassins. Malice and Mayhem a little bit caught up at the back. I think the helmet cover has been taken off and stashed. There will be an opportunity for the jammer to pass it if they want to pass it to the pivot. The pivot is indicated by a stripe on the helmet cover. In this case, the pivot for Rad is Lupine Huntress, quite a common pivot. We are still quite locked up here, but it is an empty penalty box. So it looks like Malice, you can see it, caught at the back here by quite a strong Coastal Assassins defense. It looks like Murica and Ratatouille, very strong. I can't quite see who the brace is for this tripod, but the strength is unending. Very cool to see. And quite textbook tripod, able to move people all the way to the line, knock them out of bounds, recycle backwards. Very cool to see. Malice was able to get out on the initial pass, and right before a scoring pass, Coastal Assassins were able to call it. So putting up 2 points for Coastal Assassins in that jam. Team Rad held scoreless for that one, but a bit of clock burned on that jam. So a lot of strong defense, ensuring that some of the jammers are just not getting through and getting points. Fantastic work. That is textbook roller derby. We are back. So Sideswiper versus Felony. Felony for Team Rad in the black, and Sideswiper, Coastal Assassins in the white. Sideswiper going to the bin and Felony going to the bin. There'll be a bit of a foot race here. The pack will be kind of having a bit of a shuffle around, seeing who will get out first. Both jammers sitting for just a few seconds each. Quick jammer bounce. Coastal Assassins Sideswiper was out first and initiating first. And it looks like we are locked up in the pack, but Sideswiper was moved to the outside and is now hitting the back of the pack. Felony up front here. Again, another brutal tripod of Coastal Assassins. It looks like we have Cruisin' as a brace. Recycled back is Felony. Meanwhile, Sideswiper out on initial. There will be no lead jammer in this jam, I don't believe, as both jammers went to the bins. This will be a full 2-minute jam, and we will just try and put up as many points as possible. It will be very interesting to see. Sideswiper locked up at the back, as you can see here, by this incredible tripod. Really strong by by Rad. I see splits, and I can't quite see who the brace is. And 777, I don't think I have on my roster. I would love to shout you out. I might just have to call you 777. I'm so sorry. Felony around and hitting that Coastal Assassins tripod. Sideswiper getting recycled to the back, taking time, holding breath. These 2-minute jams can be really brutal, so it's good to see jammers just taking time, ensuring that they're not getting any penalties, taking a breath, and ensuring that their time on the track is points and 0 penalties. You don't want to spend too much time in the penalty box, and both jammers spent just seconds in there, so that was quite a long jam for both of them. Very nice work. Points on that one were 4 each, so quite even. I think both teams have now found their footing. It's been a bit of an adjustment to get used to the track. It's an adjustment to get used to your bench crew if you've got a new bench crew, your team if you've got a new team. I believe Team Rad are a bit of a mash-up team, which is phenomenal. They do not look like a mash-up team. That's the information I've got. Not 100% sure. Back to it. Rambling over here. Lupine Huntress for Team Rad. And Rumblebee for Coastal Assassins. Rumblebee getting knocked to the inside line and recycled. Held at the back for a couple of seconds, but making their way up front on the inside line. And now the outside, almost untouched on the outside line, getting through, getting 4 points up in the air. Rumblebee is lead in this one. You can see that on your screen by the flashing name. That's what that means. We've had a bit of a, what's the word? Recycle backwards. Number 7 for Coastal Assassins. Keep getting the names mixed up. For Regional Alliance Derby is Sideshow Alley. Sideshow Alley is our jammer, and getting knocked and recycled on the inside and the outside lines. Some really strong work there by Tui and Crush and Kick. Very nice work. Again, textbook. However, Sideshow Alley pushing all the way up front, getting through, still on an initial pass, but making it look so easy to push that defense. Really strong skater. Pack is very, very quickly speeding up. Rumblebee through on the inside line, backwards, scoring, calling. Incredible. Just a cheeky 20-point jam for intermission. What a way to end it. Very nice work by Coastal Assassins there. Team Rad held scoreless just for that jam. We've had a rolling whistle. It is halftime. Thanks for joining me for this period. It's been magical to see all this action happening on track. If you're in town, come down. We want to see you. We want you to experience the joy that is roller derby and to experience this atmosphere. It's kind of electric in here. It's beautiful. Everyone has been so bloody nice. Queensland life. I love it. I'll leave you to it. We have about 9 minutes of intermission currently, and I'll be back with you in about 2 minutes before the second period. I love you. Bye. Getting through untouched and popping another 4 points in the air. Bambi coming round and able to be on a scoring pass, but it does not look like Rumblebee is calling it. Ha! Announcer curse. And Rumble called it. Story of my life. I was having this exact scenario yesterday when I would be like, oh, they've put up 4 points. Oh, actually, they haven't put up 4 points. Oh, yeah, they did. No, they didn't. The joys. I just need to be a bit more patient. I tend to ramble on and I assume things, but I need to just be patient, look at points in the air, and we can see from that last jam there were 8 points put up by Coastal Assassins. Back to the action. Sideswiper through on the inside line. Felony very close behind. Not lead jammer is Felony, but putting on that pressure. Fast jammers. Felony knocked to the inside and Sideswiper knocked down. Calling it off. I will double check if any points were put up. I'm not sure. Getting knocked down. They were Sideswiper was inbounds and were able to call it off. However, we're not sure at the moment if points were able to be put up It looks like none. Does not look like they were upright enough to score points on that jam. So it is 0-0 for that one. Ruby Tuesday jamming for Coastal Assassins, and Team Rad has Malice and Mayhem out. Malice and Mayhem pushing up front and getting through lead jammer, breaking up that 2-all up front. It looks like Savage was one of those people. Ruby Tuesday through on turn 2, out not lead jammer. Malice and Mayhem getting a little bit caught up at the back here by the strong tripod defense from Coastal Assassins. Ruby Tuesday knocked to the inside line, but basically straight up and re-entering legally, not needing to be recycled as none of those Rad skaters ran back. I think for a time like this, it's a bit more important to stay together than to stress about running one of your skaters back, as they don't have a full pack lineup at the moment. They had 1 or 2 in the box. So very smart work there, just staying together and making it a little bit harder for Ruby Tuesday. And as a result, Ruby Tuesday is now in the box. We do have a Power Jam scenario for Malice and Mayhem. A great result, considering they had a bit of a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins. Malice and Mayhem knocked to the inside. And now on a penalty, going to the penalty box, there will be a bit of a jammer bounce. Ruby Tuesday was standing in the box, so Rad will probably have to have their jammer set for maybe about 20 seconds or so. It also means that it also means that there has been a loss of lead, and this jam will go for the full 2 minutes. Love to see a 2-minute jam, don't love to be part of them. Ruby Tuesday knocked to the inside line, able to get back up, be safe and clean, having a bit of a deliberation to confirm which skater they will re-enter behind, but unfortunately I can see a signal on the ref that there has been a track cut. Ruby Tuesday will be going back to the box for this jam, and Rad will start in a Power Jam scenario. Awesome work by Rad, also popping up 4 points in that last jam, even though their jammer also went to the box. That's what you like to see. And back to the action here on track. We have Ruby Tuesday in the box still. A Power Jam scenario going to Felony, and what a jammer to put out. Duking their way through. Lots of really good distinct head movements by Felony, and just able to speed up and break up the Coastal Assassins. And a jump on the inside line untouched. Just able to break up the Coastal Assassins tripod enough and speed them up enough to get them out of play sometimes. Felony going through the center of that tripod. Coastal Assassins not able to seam up in time. Felony getting 4 points in the air there. Ruby Tuesday is out of the box, star helmet cover in hand, making their way through on the back. I'm seeing, okay, they've had a bit of a knock to the back of the pack, still being a little bit caught up. And a lovely hit in, my goodness, I'm losing words. A lovely jump on the inside line there by Felony, able to pick up another 4 points. 12 for that jam. 12 points on the board for Rad for that jam. Lovely work. I was unable to see who the Rad blocker was that was holding back the Coastal Assassins jammer. Coastal Assassins jammer doing incredibly well that jam, doing all the right things. Not lead, taking off the star, coming out of the box, trying to psych out Rad. Awesome work. Looks like we have Bambi and Rumblebee jamming for this gem. Rumblebee up the inside line, getting untouched, getting lead. Rumblebee having a very good game. Bambi getting a little bit of a hit there by Savage. Savage is having a really good game too. Just doing a little bit of one-on-one. In particular, just then, able to do some one-on-one to Bambi, knock Bambi solely to the inside line and recycle back all by themselves. Very cool to see. We've had a bit of a jump on the outside line by Rumble. Rumble not able to stay in bounds, re-entering legally and just gently making their way through. Very cool to have very clean derby. I love to see it. I'd love to see a jammer that is able to take risks, but not risks to the point of getting penalties. Try a little jump here and there. Try a little swish backwards here and there. As you can see, bit of a backwards run. But never at the expense of forcing extreme penalties on people. Really nice, clean game here. Bambi getting a little bit caught up by the Coastal Assassins roller derby defense. That defense, the tripod does not often get separated. If they are separated, it is to keep pack. It is to ensure that they're keeping everyone in bounds and keeping their jammer, keeping the opposition jammer at the back if they can. Not a lot of jammer getting through the center of their tripod or getting around on the outside edges. And it looks like there has been a direction penalty given to Crazed Haze, is what the shirt says. Yep, Crazed Haze. 14 points put up there by Coastal Assassins. 122 score check. Coastal Assassins and Team Rad 48. We have 20 minutes left in this period. If we are putting up 20-point jams here and there, it can still be anyone's game. Excuse me, I'm going to have some water. Guess who's too excited by talking? It's me, your boy. Coastal Assassins, E-Razor, through, inside, scoring pass, untouched. Malice and Mayhem, not far behind, maybe about 20 feet behind, chasing E-Razor, although not on was only on an initial pass there. We're getting some call signals from the bench, and I think there were some points put up on the board. It looks like Coastal Assassins were able to pop up an extra 3, bringing their total to 7 for that jam, and Rad were also able to put up 3, which is great. Although one lap ahead, it's still points on the board, and that's ideal. That's exactly what you want in a roller derby game. In some rankings, points matter. I don't know. I think this game is not particularly... I don't think this game is ranked today, but this is the strategy you want to employ in general. Putting points on the board equals good. We are back to it. Felony jamming for Rad, Rumblebee jamming for Coastal Assassins. Trying to step on that inside line is Rumblebee, but up front, shoving that Coastal Assassins defense. Savage having a bit of a direction there, trying to make Felony have a bit of a hard time. But Felony shrugging it off and skating around pretty untouched. Felony lead in a position to call it, and does. Coastal Assassins were not able to put up any points on that scoring pass. Felony calling it in time. Felony able to put up 2 points from what I can see from the rest fingers. And now the scoreboard. We've only got 1 in the box. Excuse me, we do have 2 in the box. So it's an even matchup on the track. It looks like we've got 3 against 3 in blockers and 2 jammers on the track, which is great. We've had someone mistakenly... Okie doke. I think... I'm a bit confused. I think Rad has put on an extra skater, and I think there's been some penalties issued and some being told to return to bench. I could be very wrong, but it looks like that's been rectified. Sorry, missed out on a bit of that action there. It looked like it was Sideswiper versus Lupine Huntress. I was a bit too busy seeing and hearing the calls in-house. It looks like Coastal Assassins were able to put up 8 there, and that was Oh. Nah, it's gone. It's gone. Next jam. You saw it. You saw it. I know you saw it. I'm just here to tell you what you saw. Rumblebee, outside line. Trying to skate backwards and through. Skates through on the inside line, able to get lead. Great success. Great success. Malice and Mayhem. Rad as. Getting caught up on a bit of a tripod there, which seems to be a common theme. That Coastal Assassins tripod again. Some really nice O coming through by the Rad Pivot. The Rad Pivot is Missy Quinn. Yeah, Missy Quinn. Love your work. Providing some really good O and just breaking up that tripod, trying to get Malice out. Malice is getting a little bit caught up still. Carter really good at being broken up and then coming back together like a little amoeba. Little bloop. You know what I mean. Rumblebee is in the bin on a cut track, according to the scoreboard. A little X next to their name. I did not quite catch it because I was too busy waffling. Malice is up front, being caught up in that tripod. Pushing them out of play slowly and surely. And this is actually a strategy that's used quite often. Teams having a passive offense, ensuring that they are holding the pack to a standstill and making the other team get pushed out of play so that their jammer can just push them out and score points. And because sometimes if you employ O offense that doesn't work, you end up just getting caught in this mix around, and the jammers just don't get out, but they're making their way around the track. They're getting tired. Passive offense is quite common, and we just saw that. Malice and Mayhem up front. However, Rumblebee, even though was in the box, was able to get out and still score points. And 10 points put up in that jam, even though a penalty was issued. 4 points put up by Team Rad. Great result. Extending the lead a bit is Coastal Assassins. We have a score check of 147 to 57. Team Rad. Official time out. Signalled. Cannot see it on camera. Usually it's signalled by an official on the pivot line, doing a flex, touching shoulders. Ref is having a bit of a chat to the penalty box. I don't know what's happening, but I can do some Dace hold music. Okay, and we're back. We've had a rolling whistle. It looks like we have lineups set up. It looks like Bambi is in a blocking position. 32 brace. Yeah, getting to know the skaters. Look at me. Some really nice O being provided by Joey Sniper. Very nice work by Sniper, breaking up that defense of Rad and getting Sideswiper out and lead. Sideswiper already very fast around and on a scoring pass, shrugging off a hit to This Duck Is Nuts. Bridging the pack out front. It looks like Felony is a little bit caught up at the back here. Quite a really tight scrum pack. And this is what I was talking about before with your offense essentially getting caught up in the pack and not really able to break it up for the jammer to get through. You could see Felony was a little bit caught there between the Rad team providing offense and defense. It's really quite difficult to do the switch. So switching from offense to defense to offense to defense, you've really got to pick your times to do it, and it can be a real art, and some teams just absolutely nail it. Felony, I think, is, from what I can see today, and this is the first time I've watched Felony, quite a strong jammer and can sometimes just absolutely be left to their own devices. Very nice work there. On the track, we have Lupine Huntress out and lead, stepping up that inside line. It looks like we have Rumblebee as a pivot for this jam, and Savage is jamming very fast. Able to shrug off some hits. make their way through, and I believe scoring 3 points. 3-1 on that one, even though Team Rad will lead. Very nice work there. I think that's our first time seeing Savage lined up as a jammer. Very cool to see. I love seeing a depth of ability and skill in a team. Very cool that they're throwing everything into this game. Love to see it. Quick jostle on track and through on the outside line with a quick lunge is Malice. Oh, sorry, a bit speechless. That was wonderful. Eraser is jamming for Coastal Assassins, getting a little bit held up by Bossy. Very nice work, which is a pivot for Bad there. Rad even, not Bad. Eraser through, trying to score points, able to put... No, not able to put any up for that jam. However, Team Rad able to pop up 4. Very nice work there. If we had a replay, I would replay that little almost knee tap, that lunge. Very beautiful skating. 5-second call. Let me just check some comments. Yeah, savage. Thank you, Deborah. Just savage. We love to see it. I love being able to fangirl over these teams. Let's get back to it. We have Ruby Tuesday for Coastal Assassins. Felony for Rad. Felony pushing up front. Quite shoulder pushy. Really strong, quite upright, and just able to drive. I haven't seen Felony on the ground a lot. Even though they look quite upright when they skate, it's just not really able to be pushed down. Quite impressive. Oh, very, very straight feet on that inside line. 1 foot in front of the other, basically not leaving the ground and still unable to be knocked to the inside line. We have a star pass that has been passed to Savage. The pivot for Coastal Assassins. Savage is through and through on their initial, able to come through and start to score, but Felony has called it off. We have called it from the ground with a big smile. Love to see it. Some little high fives there. Nice work, Missy Quinn. Love to see that. Hey, Jan.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I've been trying to get back here.
It's all right. You've missed some really good roller derby, I gotta say.
Oh, don't worry, my laptop hasn't.
Bless. So good. We have a bit of an official timeout. Quick score check. We have Coastal Assassins 158, Team Rad 70. Our last jam, Team Rad 7 points, Coastal Assassins 0. We are back. We have a bit of a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins by the looks of it. Coastal Assassins Sideswiper able to get out front and lead. And love to see a star pass. Lupine Huntress has passed to Sideshow Alley. Sideshow Alley, by the looks of it, is not the jammer. I believe the star pass was not completed successfully. Sideshow Alley, great awareness, great listening to the refs, hearing that the star pass was not successful, and giving that jammer helmet cover back to the jammer to sit their penalty. So we have a bit of a power jam here for Sideswiper, Lupine Huntress in the bin currently, but smiling. That's good to see. A bit of a mistake, not a big deal. And a good jammer to put out there, and some great work. Coastal Assassins, while I've just been waffling on, Sideswiper casually putting up 12 points for that jam, holding Rad scoreless. Once again, I've said this a couple of times this game, kind of textbook roller derby. And both teams are employing strategies where one team is held scoreless, the next team is held scoreless, and they just keep going back and forth. Coastal Assassins are able to put up a few extra points each time, which is why we have that roughly 100 points, exactly 100 points differential at the moment. Rumblebee through in a very fast pack, getting knocked down up on turn 3, getting a little bit held up by some of the rad defense. Love to see rad defense. Rumblebee through and lead. Lupine Huntress started in the box. Sorry about that. Started in the box for this jam. So Lupine Huntress, Rumblebee was out on a power jam start, and as a result has been able to get lead. There has been a star pass from Lupine Huntress to Missy Quinn, and it has been called off. 2 points put up for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. Geez, that was a quick one. I'm having a bit of trouble finding the words to say what happened. It's all happening so fast. Pretty good problems to have, if I'm honest. Not being able to describe what's happening on your screen. Worst problems to have. Setting up on the line, we have Sideswiper and Malice and Mayhem. Sideswiper out within about 3 seconds. So strong, so fast. And Malice and Mayhem getting a little bit caught up by, I believe that was Crush and Kick. Yes, Crush and Kick. Now the brace for that Coastal Assassins tripod. Really making it so difficult for Malice and Mayhem to get through. We've had Bossy getting knocked to the inside line, getting recycled back, and moving to the outside, and getting caught up. Moving to the inside, recycling themselves back to the back of the pack so that they can re-enter legally. And meanwhile, Sideswiper through for 4 points. Another 4 points, I should say. Bit of a hit to This Duck Is Nuts at the back. Able to get up and no injury there, which is great to see. We're a little bit caught up on turn 3 to turn 4 at the moment. Quite a bit of blocking going on, but Sideswiper able to shrug off This Duck Is Nuts. Scoring some extra points there. Malice and Mayhem almost through. And through. Still in their initial pass at the moment. Sideswiper through, calling before Malice can get back to score some points. Extending that lead for Coastal Assassins is Sideswiper, popping up 16 points in that jam. Very impressive work. Oh, one in the box for Rad. So we have a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins. 5 seconds. Bit of jostling. Coastal Assassins taking that back line, trying to prevent that strong stride of Felony. And having a bit of success and sending Felony to the bin. Meanwhile, Rumblebee up front, getting lead. Power Jam scenario for Coastal Assassins. Let's see what strategies they do. They've got a little bit of offense up front, moving them onto the apex, really speeding up this pack. Rumblebee having to stride a few extra strides, but you know what? I gotta be honest, I do not hate a fast pack. Sometimes it's nice for our jammers to just be able to stride through, because blockers are often a bit slower than jammers. I know that's not a popular opinion, but you know, if you see me, you can fight me. Not physically, just argue with me. I'm always up for an argument. Actually, that's a lie. Don't argue with me. That stresses me out. Felony! Jumping that apex. Getting through the initial, really chasing down Rumblebee. Rumblebee is in the advantaged position, being in front and lead, able to pop up an extra point on that one. Excuse me, extra few points on that one. So, 11 points for that jam. Thanks to Rumblebee. And Felony really putting that pressure on. Felony is quite fast. Official timeout. You can see on your stream the official on the pivot line is touching shoulders. Nice little flex there. Love your work. These games are not possible without our volunteers, our volunteer refs, our volunteer skating officials, non-skating officials. We love your work. Shout outs to the heavens. These tournaments just don't happen without our volunteers. And there's been some incredible work done. This is my first Tropicarnage, and what a bloody pleasure it's been being here. I love seeing all the friendly faces. Queensland is turning it up for us, honestly. Considering the weather is a lot warmer than what a lot of us are used to, the smiles are making it worth it. I gotta be honest. Bless you, people. 5 seconds. Official timeout is over. I don't quite know what that timeout was about, so maybe next time I'll go in and ask. Meanwhile, Eraser, lead, inside, stride, nailing it. Bambi, thrashing round at the back and forcing Coastal Assassins forward, moving all the way up to turn 1 and really tied up. Some really nice offense on that inside line by, is it Leggy? It is Leggy. Although knocked to the inside line is Bambi. Eraser coming through and on a point scoring pass and a bit of a pack. A couple of penalties going. Both pivots are in the bin at this stage, so the Jammers have to sort of do their thing on their own until the penalties have been served. Bambi still a little bit caught up, knocked to that outside line, able to get up and try and stride through. Meanwhile, Eraser, another scoring pass. Eraser getting knocked to the inside line, recycling to the back to ensure that no cut penalty is issued, and getting through for some extra points. We have another blocker going to the penalty box. Eraser through for another 4 points. Pivot is out now, and Jam is being called off. Right as Bambi took off that helmet cover. 12 points put up by Coastal Assassins. Very nice work. Holding Rad scoreless for that jam. You know, you blink and miss it. Suddenly we've got 2 minutes left. It feels like we just had intermission. I just want these games to go forever. I love talking to you, at you. I love talking at you. I love talking about what's going on. I love talking about Rumblebee stepping through that outside line on toe stops and getting lead in just seconds. Where is the other jammer? There you are. I see you. We have splits. Wonderful to see splits jamming. I believe this is our first time seeing splits jamming and absolutely shrugging off hits and speeding around the track. On a scoring pass now, will Rumble call it? Yes, Rumble calls it. Splits was fierce. Fierce splits. Love to see that jammer line up, honestly. 4 points for Coastal Assassins. Roller derby there. Score check. Oh, you know what? We don't need a score check right now. We've got like 1 gem left, maybe. We have Sideswiper for Coastal Assassins and Felony for Team Red. Maybe I'll stand. I think I'll stand. Felony pushing up front. That Coastal tripod. Felony moving side to side while Coastal is slowly moving backwards, taking away Felony's space and getting Sideswiper through for lead. Felony able to step on that outside line and make quick work of this initial lap. Sideswiper about to score some points and did call it in time. I'm not sure if they were able to score points on that pass. Yes, able to put up another 2. Another jam. One more jam. We love to see it. Take note, we still have a few timeouts on each team. I haven't really seen... I don't think we've had an official review for this game. I don't think we've had... Yeah, we've only had a team timeout taken by each team. I would hope that they would use some more timeouts. Maybe we can get an extra jam after this one. I'd love to see it. We have on stream, from what I can see, Ruby Tuesday getting lead for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. Lupine Huntress shrugging off a hit by Savage, able to get out shortly behind Ruby Tuesday. Ruby Tuesday on a scoring pass here, round the outside, calling it off, and waiting for scores, waiting for whistles. It looks like we have 3 points put up for Coastal Assassins and 1 point put up for Team Rad. And we have a rolling whistle there, which means the official score is 220 for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. Team Rad, 71 points. Very nice work. What a wonderful game to view and talk about. Love having a chat. If you see me in the venue, come say hi. I'm Revan Townsend. I've really enjoyed being here this weekend. I believe I'm commentating again later, so come get amongst the comments. Come give me a cuddle. I love that. I love you all dearly, and I hope to see you soon and chat to you soon. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Good afternoon-ish, roller derby fans out there on the interwebs. We are here to bring you game 3 on track 1 today of day 2 of Tropicarnage 2023. We have the Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers versus a Canberra Roller Derby League Vice City Rollers. I am Purple Rain, and I will be here to talk you through everything happening on track this fine afternoon. Playing for BCR, we have a 1-4 Thunderpuss, 221 Bad Wolf, 222 Happy Little Vegemite, 313 Kimbo Kazi, 32 Scare Bear, 40 Unforgiving Bunny, 463 Happy Cadaver, 482 Riff Raff, 55 Dominator, 6 Chaotic K, 613 Axel Rolls, 703 Peppermint Crunch, 82 Jambi, 88 Speed Angel, 911 Bow Fracture, 949 The Skatriarchy, 96 Sugars, 999 Velocity Raptor. And on the bench we have Lumberzack, Cutthroat King and Quiet Riot. And for the Vice City Rollers, we have 16 Grim Wraith, 1618 Brazen Ivy, 196 Rosetta Bloodstone, 2063 Fast and Furiosa, 22 Pink Mist, 250 Berries Alive, 267 Gerald, 333 Lemmy Adam, 359 Make You Squeal, 667 Lemony Snakebite, 69 Jacqueline Hyde, 7320 Killer Tits, 814 Hurdy Gurdy, 9 Beethoven, and on the bench we have a Bobby Smack. We are 30 seconds away from kicking off. Taking the first jam for the Punk Blockers, we have Velocity Raptor. And that is Beethoven jamming for the Vice City Rollers. Some big recycles there on both jammers. Beethoven getting popped out of bounds by Unforgiving Bunny. Velocity Raptor breaking through at the front of the pack to become a lead jammer for BCR. Beethoven completing initial pass. Velocity Raptor calling the jam just in time to shut down Beethoven. BCR 4, Canberra yet to put points on the board. Out to jam now. Oh, Beethoven ending up in the penalty box at the end of that previous jam. So this is a power jam for Chaotic K for the Brisbane City Rollers. And Chaotic K picks up lead jammer status. I believe this is only the second game on the Punk Blockers for Chaotic K. And that is 4 points on the board for Chaotic K. Beethoven just about to make a reappearance on the track. Chaotic K picking up another 4 points for BCR. Big hit out on Beethoven there by Scare Bear. And another 4 points for Chaotic K. Scare sending Beethoven back to the Canberra pack. And a big run back on Beethoven by Scare, seeing them set to the penalty box for a cut track. Meanwhile, Chaotic K picking up another 4 points. And Chaotic K calls the jam. A big opening jam there for Chaotic K, 16 points, taking BCR to 20. Canberra yet to put points on the board. To answer the question in the chat, I believe track 2 should also be streaming, but they are maybe taking a hot minute to get that one set up. But if you were interested, on that track we have Sun State Roller Derby versus the Victorian Roller Derby League Thunder. Back on track 1, we have Sugars out of the pack first on a power jam, but not called lead. Beethoven back on track from the penalty box. That Canberra tripod putting up some strong defense, preventing Sugars scoring, but Sugars does find a way through and picks up 4 points. Beethoven picking up a lead jammer towards the end of that jam there. Unfortunately not getting a chance to score. BCR picking up 7 points in that jam, taking them to 27. Out to jam now. We have Jambi for BCR, who has picked up lead jammer. And we have Berries Alive for Canberra, which is a very cute derby name. I love it. Jambi headed to the penalty box for a forearm, so this shall be a 2-minute jam. Scare Bear also headed to the penalty box. Berries Alive also set to the penalty box for a cut track. But Jambi is back on track for the remainder of this 2-minute jam. Picking up 4 points for BCR. Jambi calls off the jam. Nope, they do not call off the jam, never mind. Of course, it is a 2-minute jam. No one calling. Jambi picking up another 4 points for BCR. Canberra picking up 4 points there. I am not entirely sure what is going on and why half of the feed is green. We will aim to get that resolved as soon as possible. Currently, we are in a Canberra team timeout. On the scoreboard, we have BCR on 46 after a big jam there from Jambi. Canberra on 4, putting some points on the board. Seeing some love for Canberra in the chat. And that is end of team timeout. Both teams having a blocker apiece in the penalty box starting out on this jam. It is Velocity Raptor out to jam for BCR. And that is Grimwraith for Canberra. Grimwraith getting taken down by Axel Rolls, but then fighting past Axel to pick up a lead. Jammer. Velocity Raptor completing initial pass. Big thrills and spills at the back of the pack. Velocity Raptor colliding with Fast and Furiosa. Grimwraith calls the jam, picking up 4 points for Canberra in that jam. Managing to keep Velocity Raptor at bay there. 46 points still for BCR. I do like the suggestion that the screen is in fact cheering for Canberra, and that is why things have turned green. Lead jammer on track at the moment. We have a Chaotic K for BCR. Beethoven getting out of the pack for Canberra. Chaotic K calls the jam. Looking like a double donuts jam though, with K being forced to call the jam before getting an opportunity to score due to Beethoven being hot on their heels. On track now. That is Sugars jamming for BCR and with a very speedy initial pass. And Berries Alive jamming for Canberra. Bit of whistle bleed at the moment with track 2 also being live at this time. Berries Alive gets out of the pack, forcing Sugars to call the jam. Getting 4 points first though, taking BCR to 50, Canberra on 8. Apologies for the technical difficulties. The person needing to fix those is also probably trying to make the track 2 stream run at the moment. On this track though, track 1, we have Jambi currently lead jammer for BCR, picking up 4 points, and that is Grimwraith jamming for Canberra. Jambi picking up 4 points. Grimwraith headed to the penalty box. So this currently a power jam for BCR. Jambi calls the jam though, perhaps getting some fresh legs in for this power jam. On the scoreboard, VCR 62 after that jam to Canberra's 8. Velocity Raptor out to take the power jam. And 2 Canberra blockers also in the penalty box. That is looking like Brazen Ivy and Lemmy Adam. But lead jammer is Velocity Raptor. BCR losing their pivot to the penalty box also. Four points picked up there by Velocity Raptor for BCR. Jammer soon to return to the track for Canberra. Fast and Furiosa and Pink Mist doing an excellent job there as a 2-wall. Velocity Raptor picking up another 4 points. And Grimwraith is out of the bin and back on track. Velocity Raptor calling off the jam just in time to prevent Grimwraith scoring. On the scoreboard, BCR 71 leading Canberra 8. Also seeing some love for BCR in the chat. And judging by the name, I'd assume a relative of Kimbo Kazi. Chaotic K currently lead jammer for BCR. And it is Beethoven out jamming again for Canberra. Beethoven unfortunately headed to the penalty box, so a power jam for Chaotic K. Picking up 4 points in their first scoring pass. Chaotic K taking a tumble and calling the jam from the ground. Perhaps some technical difficulties happening at the moment. Beyond the green screen. Lead jammer currently on track for BCR is Sugars. Sugars picking up 4 points. Make You Squeal, I believe that is getting sent to the penalty box for Canberra for a forearms. Sugars picking up another 4 points. Beethoven back on track, looking for that pivot perhaps. Going for the stash as opposed to the star pass. Meanwhile, Sugars picking up another 4 points for BCR. And another 4 points on the board for Sugars. Sugars headed to the penalty box for a cut track. And we have had a star pass on the Canberra side that is Pink Mist now with that jammer star. Pink Mist unfortunately headed to the penalty box for a cut track. So that we'll see Sugars imminently released and return to track. And that is jam over. At the end of that jam, BCR on 97 to Canberra's 10. A little over halfway through this first half. And we have a BCR team timeout. Alrighty, we are back from that team timeout, and on the track now we have Jambi picking up a lead jammer for BCR. Pink Mist currently jamming for Canberra, remaining in the penalty box from the previous jam. Jambi through for 4 points for BCR. Pink Mist back on track and jamming. Jambi picking up another 4 points for BCR. Lemony Snakebite being sent to the penalty box for a multiplayer block. And another Canberra blocker also sitting in the bin. And that is the end of that jam. 12-point pass there for, 12-point jam there for Jambi. 109 points for BCR to Canberra's 10.
I get the feeling there's plenty of family members in the crowd today. If you are related to one of these skaters, put your hand up. Plenty of family in the crowd. I think that's family vibe happening.
And we have this time a Canberra team timeout. I have word that the green will be fixed imminently and we will be back to an impartial live feed that is not supporting Canberra. Seeing some love for Sugars in the chat. On the track we have Velocity Raptor lead jammer for BCR. Jamming for Canberra. Berry's alive. Velocity Raptor getting through with a little bit of help from Axel Rolls. Lemmy Adam taking a seat in the penalty box for Canberra. Looks like we have had a star pass on the Canberra side, and it is now Rosetta Bloodstone jamming for Vice City. Velocity Raptor picking up another 4 points for BCR. And another 4 points for Raptor. That is Brazen Ivy running Velocity Raptor all the way back. Rosetta Bloodstone still grappling with that BCR defense. Another 4 points for Velocity Raptor. Bad Wolf taking a seat in the penalty box for BCR. A forearms. Rosetta Bloodstone completing initial pass. I think that may be our jam clock timing out, putting an end to that jam. On the scoreboard, BCR 133, leading Canberra on 10. Chaotic K currently out jamming for BCR, and Grim Wraith for Canberra. Chaotic K first out of the pack, but not lead jammer. And this will be a 2-minute jam, as Pink Mist began this jam as a pivot, so is not eligible to become lead jammer. Chaotic K headed to the penalty box for a forearm, so this is a power jam for Pink Mist now. BCR a little bit thin on the ground at the moment, with Scare Bear, Thunderpuss and Chaotic K all taking seats in the penalty box. That is an incredibly strong two-wall, though, of Bad Wolf and Happy Cadaver, and not one I would be keen to face up against. Thunderpuss having to jam their way back through the Canberra defence to reunite with their friends. Chaotic K back in the bin after returning to track for a back block this time. So this power jam for Pink Mist continues. Pink Mist currently on a second scoring pass, having already put 4 points on the board for Canberra. But Pink Mist getting sent to the bin for a cut track penalty. So that jam ended with both jammers in the penalty box, but I believe that Chaotic K was released just at the tail end of that jam. But currently we have a BCR official review being called. So coming in to see what this is all about. So BCR is seeking an insubordination penalty on Pink Mist, the Canberra Jammer, due to, they do not believe that they left the track to the penalty box in the most direct fashion. They believe that where the penalty was called, they should have had, it was called at the apex, and they did not leave the track until they were on the straightaway. All right, the official review is over, and it is looking like a successful official review for BCR, potentially, with Pink Mist remaining in the penalty box. Currently on track, though, lead jammer for BCR is Sugars. Big hit down on Sugars there by Fast and Furiosa. Indeed, seeing Fast and Furiosa into the penalty box. Another 4 points picked up by Sugars for BCR. Okay, perhaps an unsuccessful official review as Pink Mist is back on track. Sugars through for 4 points. Pink Mist back in the penalty box. This time for a cut track. Sugars calling the jam. BCR picking up 16 points in that jam, taking them to 151. Canberra on 18. 5 minutes left in the half, approximately. This time we have a Canberra official review, so I will go and find out what is happening for you all. So Canberra are seeking a forearms penalty on 482 BCR's Happy Cadaver due to contact made with the Canberra jammer in the previous jam. All right, that is looking like a unsuccessful official review to Canberra due to BCR having their full contingent of blockers on the track. And on track, lead jammer for BCR is Jambi. Pink Mist remaining in the penalty box for Canberra from the previous jam. Jambi using those fancy feet to pick up 4 points for BCR. Pink Mist is returning to the track from the penalty box. Scarebear for BCR is being sent to the penalty box for a forearms. Meanwhile, Jambi picking up another 4 points. Pink Mist has completed initial pass for Canberra. Happy Little Vegemite also in the penalty box for BCR. And there is a Canberra blocker in the penalty box as well. At the end of that jam, scores are BCR 159 to Canberra on 18. Bit of a pack advantage to Canberra at the start of this next jam with only 2 BCR blockers on track. Jamming for BCR, we have Velocity Raptor, and they are up against Beethoven for Canberra, but it is Raptor, your lead jammer. Beethoven also completing initial pass and out of the pack. And Canberra losing Jacqueline Hyde to the penalty box. Velocity Raptor picking up 4 more points. Did Raptor call the jam early enough to shut down Beethoven? Not quite. Looks like 3 points on the board there for Canberra. And 4 for BCR, taking them to 163, leading Canberra on 21. We have Chaotic K out to jam now for BCR and Grimwraith for Canberra. Chaotic K twirling around at the front of the pack there to pick up lead jammer for BCR. Grimwraith still looking for that initial pass as Chaotic K returns to the back of the pack. Grimwraith completing initial pass. But Chaotic K calls the jam. Claiming 3 points there. BCR 166, Canberra 21. We have 2 minutes left in this half, so somewhere between 1 and 3 jams left to go. I believe that is Sugars currently jamming for BCR, and it is Berries Alive out for Canberra. And Sugars is lead jammer for BCR. Sugars patiently biding their time, looking for an opportunity to get past that Canberra defence there, and Sugars does it, picking up 4 points. Some full matrix moves there by Sugars, narrowly staying in bounds. And Sugars through for another 4 points. We have Sugars out for another 4 points, calling the jam. There was a star pass to Brazen Ivy at the end of that jam, but Sugars calling it off before Canberra had a chance to capitalise on that. BCR 174, leading Canberra 21. Time for just one more jam in this half. On track now, we have Jambi, lead jammer for BCR, and that is Beethoven jamming for Canberra. Beethoven completing initial pass. Jambi picking up 4 points. BCR calling the jam. Scarebear heading to the penalty box for BCR at the end of that jam. But that is the rolling whistle signifying half time. We'll be back in approximately 10 minutes for the second half of this game between BCR and Canberra. Alrighty, we are just about to kick into half 2 of this game between Brisbane City Rollers versus Canberra Roller Derby League. On the scoreboard, as a reminder, we have BCR 178 leading Canberra on 21. Currently on track, we have Chaotic K lead jammer for BCR, and Fast and Furiosa starting out as jammer for the first jam this game, being sent to the penalty box for a cut track. A big yield on Chaotic K there by the Canberra defence. Chaotic K choosing to ice Fast and Furiosa standing in the penalty box. Seeing a lot of love for BCR in the chat. On track currently, we have Velocity Raptor jamming for BCR, and Fast and Furiosa coming back on track from the penalty box from the previous jam. Velocity Raptor lead jammer. Fast and Furiosa making an initial pass, living up to their name, but Raptor calls the jam. BCR 186 after that jam to Canberra 21. We have Jambi currently jamming for BCR, also doing some Matrix stuff to stay in bounds, and taking down Grimwraith, the Canberra jammer. Jambi finding their way through the pack to pick up lead jammer for BCR. Make You Squeal being sent to the penalty box for Canberra. Meanwhile, Jambi picking up another 4 points for BCR. And Happy Little Vegemite getting sent to the bin for BCR. Jambi basically sitting on one of the Canberra blockers there. Grimwraith headed to the penalty box for a forearms. So this will be a power jam for Jambi. BCR deciding to call the jam once they have their full contingent on blockers out of the penalty box. So taking the power jam for BCR will be Sugars. Grimwraith remaining in the penalty box for the moment. On the scoreboard, BCR 200 to Canberra's 21. Sugars picking up lead jammer for BCR. Grimwraith returning to the track imminently. Sugars picking up 4 points for BCR as Grimwraith hits back into that BCR triangle. So a fancy footwork by Sugars on the inside line there to stay in bounds and make another 4 point pass. Bo Fracture being sent to the penalty box for a multi-player block for BCR. Grimwraith facing a very strong 2-wall of Unforgiving Bunny and Kimbo Kazi at the front of the pack there. Sugars is through for 4 more points for BCR. And we have had a star pass for Canberra. I believe that's Rosetta Bloodstone now jamming. Rosetta Bloodstone going for the jammer on jammer action. But Sugar's deciding to call the jam and put an end to that. BCR 212 to Canberra's 21. Chaotic K lining up to jam for BCR. And that is Beethoven for Canberra. Make You Squeal headed to the penalty box for Canberra. But I believe this jam potentially being called for injury. Chaotic K just taking a bit of a contact to the head at the end of that jam. We are currently in an official timeout. On the scoreboard, BCR 212 to Canberra 21. And that is end of timeout, maybe? Yes. Velocity Raptor currently out to jam for BCR. And Berry's alive for Canberra. Velocity Raptor picking up a lead jammer for BCR. And that is a 4-point pass for Velocity Raptor. Velocity Raptor twirling and staying in bounds, picking up 4 points for BCR. And another pass for Velocity Raptor. We've had a star pass to Brazen Ivy now jamming for Canberra. Meanwhile, Lemmy Adam taking a seat in the penalty box. Velocity Raptor calls the jam. BCR 228 to Canberra on 21. Slight back advantage to BCR going into this jam with Lemmy Adam sitting in the penalty box from the previous jam. Jambi currently out jamming for BCR and picking up lead jammer. And Grim Wraith completing initial pass for Canberra. But Jambi calls the jam. BCR 232 to Canberra 21. Seeing mention of the stuffed burger in the background. This is Tropicarnage. You never know what items you might find amongst the crowd. There is also a flamingo pool floaty in there somewhere, which was having a bit of a boogie during one of the games yesterday. On track currently, we have Sugar's lead jammer for BCR, but the Canberra jammer Beethoven also making an initial pass, forcing a call-off there by BCR. They still managed to pick up 2 points there. BCR 234 to Canberra's 21. Chaotic K clearly okay after that high contact because she's back out to jam again against Berries Alive for Canberra. Berries Alive getting hit out there by Happy Little Vegemite. And Chaotic K comes around for lead jammer on the inside apex. Big contact there between the two pivots, Scarebear and Fast and Furiosa. Meanwhile, Chaotic K returning to the pack and calling the jam. Fast and Furiosa taking the jammer star for Canberra at the end of that jam. We have Velocity Raptor up to jam for BCR. And Grimwraith for Canberra. Velocity Raptor through for lead jammer for BCR. This is a long pack at the moment, but Velocity Raptor makes their way out of the front for 4 points for BCR. Velocity Raptor calls the jam. After that jam, scores are 246 BCR to Canberra 21. Thank you for providing a score update from the other track in the comments, Rachel.
We need everyone to get behind Canberra and make some noise. Who loves Canberra? Make some noise.
Alrighty. Lead jammer for BCR currently is Jambi, and Beethoven is the jammer for Canberra. And Jambi is through for 4 more points, and we've had a star pass that is Fast and Furiosa back jamming for Canberra. Happy Little Vegemite returning to the penalty box. And Jambi calls the jam. 254 to BCR, Canberra on 21. On track now, jamming for BCR, we have Sugars, who has picked up lead. Not far behind out of the pack, though, is Berries Alive for Canberra, also making initial pass. Sugars calls the jam. Double donuts. No. One sneaky point in there for BCR. 255 to Canberra 21. We are just about to head into the final quarter of this game. Chaotic K picking up a lead jammer for BCR, and that is Grimwraith out jamming for Canberra. Peppermint Crunch being set to the penalty box. Chaotic K through for 4 points for BCR. Fast and Furiosa taking another star pass for Canberra. Having some skate trouble potentially. Chaotic K calls the jam though. BCR 259 to Canberra's 21. On track now, we have Velocity Raptor jamming for BCR, and we all fall down at the front of the pack there. But recovering from that, Velocity Raptor picking up lead jammer. Jamming for Canberra, we have Beethoven. Velocity Raptor getting through for 4 points. Meanwhile, Axel Rolls getting sent to the penalty box. We've had a star pass. That is Brazen Ivy now wearing the star for Canberra. Velocity Raptor grabbing another 4 points for BCR in the meantime, though. And Velocity Raptor calls the jam. And we have a Canberra team timeout. And that is the end of that team timeout. Alrighty. Jambi headed to the penalty box for a forearm. So currently we have a Canberra power jam, and it is Berries Alive taking that power jam. That is a sludgy, almost 8-pack happening on track right now, with a mix of defensive and offensive skaters in there. But through it all, Berries Alive finds their way out and picks up lead jammer. Berries Alive coming back around into the pack for that scoring pass and calling the jam, deciding to ice Jambi in the penalty box. Berries Alive picking up 1 point in that jam. BCR 267, Canberra 22. That is indeed Kingsley in the duck shirt and pants. On track currently taking the power jam for Canberra is Grim Wraith, but Jambi is back on track from the penalty box and picking up lead jammer from the box. We have had a star pass on the Canberra side. That is Brazen Ivy now with the star. Jambi jumping over people on track there, taking 4 points, then calling off the jam. Out now, we have Chaotic K jamming for BCR, shaking off Fast and Furioso to pick up lead. And Beethoven jamming for Canberra and making initial pass. But Chaotic K goes for the points and calls the jam. Looks like just quick enough to prevent Berries Alive from scoring. On the scoreboard, BCR 271 to Canberra 22. Velocity Raptor lining up to jam for BCR, and that is Berries Alive back out on track for Canberra. Lead jammer is Velocity Raptor for BCR. Velocity Raptor having to take a big swerve to avoid their own teammates there, but getting through for 4 points. Berries Alive getting taken down by Axel Rolls at the front of the pack, but Axel Rolls just a little bit too enthusiastic in the chase there. Velocity Raptor through for 4 more points. Berries Alive out of the pack. Velocity Raptor calling off the jam. BCR 279 to Canberra 22. We have Chaotic K out to jam for BCR now against Grim Wraith for Canberra. Chaotic K pushing through Make You Squeal to pick up lead jammer. And Fast and Furiosa taking a star pass and again living up to their name. But Chaotic K calls the jam. BCR 200. No, the scores had not come through yet. Give me a moment. Perhaps a double donuts jam there, maybe. 279 BCR to Canberra 22. Bit Bit of confusion with the whistles there, but we are live on track 1 with Sugar's lead jammer for BCR in a very quick initial pass. And that is Beethoven jamming for Canberra. And Beethoven headed to the penalty box, I believe. So giving Sugars a power jam. Sugars calling off the jam. BCR 287 to Canberra on 22. So we have Jambi out to take a power jam for BCR. Beethoven remaining in the penalty box from the previous jam. Jambi twirling around fast and furious, so to pick up lead jammer status. Beethoven returning to track. Meanwhile, Jambi picking up 4 points for BCR. Beethoven through for initial pass. Jambi calling the jam. BCR 295 to Canberra 22. About 5 minutes left in this game. All right. We have Velocity Raptor jamming for BCR and Berries Alive for Canberra. Canberra losing their pivot Brazen Ivy to the penalty box. Velocity Raptor picking up lead jammer for BCR. Velocity Raptor through for 4 points for BCR. Kimbo Kazi headed to the penalty box for forearms. Bit swampy out there at the moment with both jammers pretty locked into these tripods. But Velocity Raptor is through for 4 points for BCR. And that was a super speedy star pass. Brazen Ivy coming back from the bin and immediately grabbing that star off Brazen Ivy. Bit of, again, those confusing whistles coming from the other track, but we are still live on track 1 and we are going fast, making those jammers run for it. Bit of carnage in the moment and a couple of Canberra blockers doing a bit of a belly flop on the track there. But after that jam, BCR 306 to Canberra 24. Out to jam now, we have Chaotic K for BCR, absolutely nailing Fast and Furiosa there, but picking up a lead jammer. And that is Grimwraith jamming for Canberra. Chaotic K staying in by the skin of their toe stops to pick up 4 points for BCR. Bit of carnage on the track there with a couple of skaters having to take a protective turtle position to not get injured by passing skaters. One of the first things you learn in this sport is to fall small, and that is precisely why we do that. Chaotic K through for 4 points. Chaotic K finding a way around the apex to pick up 4 points. Grimwraith getting run back by Happy Little Vegemite. Potentially BCR just trying to run the clock here. Nope, Chaotic K calls the jam. There was big thrills and spills in that jam, but at the end of it we have BCR on 322, Canberra on 24. Potentially only one jam left in this game, maybe two if we're super lucky, but there is only 1 minute left on that period clock. That is Sugars out to jam for BCR. And Beethoven jamming for Canberra. Ducking around Bad Wolf there to complete initial pass. Sugars takes the points and calls off the jam. And with the time on the clock, we may just have time to squeeze in one last jam. We are very lucky today. Lead jam up, Velocity Raptor. Gets lead and calls the jam immediately. And that is a pretty anticlimactic final jam. And with that rolling whistle, we're done here. Final scores, BCR 326 to Canberra on 24. This being the second sanctioned game ever for the BCR Punk Blockers, only recently a Woofter member. I have been Purple Rain. Next on track one, we have the final game in our murder division, Coastal Assassins and Friends versus our other Canberra team, Varsity Derby League. Do not miss that one. It will be full of high energy thrills and spills. Once again, I have been Purple Rain, and I'm out of here. Alrighty, we are just about to kick off on, I believe we're up to game 4 on track 1 for the day. This is the final game in our murder division for Tropicarnage 2023. We have Card and Friends versus Varsity, who have also had a few friends join them, but we will get to that. Playing for Card, we have 00 CDBD Eyes, 010 Nomad, 111 Happy Days, 15 Numero Uno, 22 Corb Limey, 23 Tenacious Deegs, 237 Sideswiper, 27 Rogue Trooper, 426 Bazinga, 666 Noisy, 68 Action Man, 74 Supernova, 77 Lemming, 95 Ratatouille, 9601 Weapon X. And on the bench we have Yorkshire Terror and Fred. And playing for Varsity we have 08 Joe Dirt, 102 Regulator, 173 Copter, 22 Cutthroat King, 24 Luna Shovegood, 251 Sax Bomb, 2607 Maims to Kill, 3 Denominator, 31 Pi, 42 Bloxy, 51 Captain Smack Harkness, 61 Leo, 9 Splits, 99 Goosebumps, 94 Quetzal Collateral. I'm sorry, I will get that right one of these days. Our time to Derby has jumped to 4 minutes, so I will be quiet shortly. I am Purple Rain, your temporary announcer, until SX is ready, having just played on track 2.
And that's the 5-second call. We have Card taking the front line. Massive hit just straight up. Happy Days sees a gap and takes it. They are not your lead. That would be Joe Dirt, who has called the jam. What an exciting start. All right, fresh lineups, fresh jammers. We have Cutthroat King for varsity. And that looks to be Tenacious Diggs. Those legs, all that leg. Jamming for the Coastal Assassins. Looking on that inside line. Meanwhile, Cutthroat King goes round the outside for lead jammer. Tenacious Diggs says, hey, that's a great idea. Me too. And is about half a lap behind, but closing that distance. Cutthroat King cutting to the outside, getting some points and calling the jam. Not quick enough for Tenacious Diggs, though, who got 1 point. And Cutthroat King put 2 on the board. That takes our total score to 1 for Card and 2 for varsity. A very speedy delivery of the pivot penny from Pie to their buddies on the track. That jam is kicked off. Happy Days is your lead jammer. We have 99 Goosebumps jamming. Happy Days making quick work of that first scoring pass. 4 points on the board. Happy Days, another 4 points. Goosebumps fighting at that front of the pack. Penny is off. We have had a star pass to Denominator. Happy Days making another easy pass on that inside line. A quick re-entry on the outside of that varsity pack before cutting to the inside. Bazinga taking Denominator back and one-on-one blocking that jammer very well. Very, very talented skater, Bazinga. But so is Denominator, who has made it through. Happy Days ducking for cover away from Leo for all 4 points and calling the jam. That massive jam has taken us to 25 points for Card and 2 for varsity. $24-point jam. That is massive, given that the jammer lap point has been taken away. 5 seconds has been called. We have, looks like Joe Dirt up to jam next to Tenacious Diggs, who decided to just step over the entire pack, but taking a big hit and going out. And Joe Dirt is your lead jammer for varsity. She is flying around the pack. Tenacious Diggs also out after removing the panty. Joe happy with her 4 points and calls the jam. Flying away backwards on one skate. Because who needs all 8 wheels? Not Joe Dirt. We have 1 blocker apiece in the penalty box. So no pack advantage except for the jammers. And you know, they earned it. We have 51, Captain Smack Harness, up to jam for varsity. Next to one of the tall ones. That's Happy Days, who is your lead jammer. Bazinga racing to the front of the pack to help the tripod shut down the varsity jammer. Happy Days. There was just a lot of stomping and they are through for another 4 points. Captain Smack on the back of that really fierce defensive wall. There is a lot of movement. They are fighting up the middle to stay safe. Great call, because there is a lot of big hits in this game. And that is one of them by Bazinga, who very quickly gets out of the way of Happy Days to continue yielding Captain all the way to the back. And then Captain has taken the star off. Doesn't look like there is a pass about to occur. It looks like more of a distraction technique. Happy Days with some excellent laterals after getting yielded is through again. We have had the star pass successfully. And that was Bloxy, who took the star and flew out and around. But the jam has been called. Final score for that jam takes to the total score to 44 for card and 6 for varsity. Next up, we have Cutthroat King for varsity. Fighting at the front of that pack, making card work to hold them down. Oh, it's making me twitchy just watching it. Those laterals are fantastic. Great facing to stop that yield and keep Cutthroat up the top. Excellent cut to the outside and back in. And Cutthroat is your lead jammer. Weapon X, however, the speedy little demon has gotten in front and forced Cutthroat to call the jam. Donuts for everybody. Can't complain. Who doesn't love donuts? I do. All right, we have Joe Dirt up to jam for varsity next to Bazinga. I love watching Bazinga skate. Okay, whistle has blown. Bazinga was looking for a gap on the inside line, and they don't need much. They have gotten through on that outside. He's made short work of getting around that track. Coming into the back, Joe Dirt getting yielded to the back of the pack, pretty much to where she started. Oh, a massive hit by Happy Days. Bazinga sees a gap on that inside line and takes it for an easy pass. I shouldn't say easy. There's nothing about this that's easy. Untouched. Oh, a massive hit by Cole. Beautiful bean dip by Bazinga. I don't know how that's physically possible because they are not a short player, but that was tiny. Coming around again. Going from about 100 kilometers an hour at my best guess to complete standstill, back up to speed again. Calling the jam. That was a 9-point jam for card, taking the score to 53 and varsity at 6. Both teams fighting for that front line. Varsity successfully getting it, which was not enough to stop Tenacious Diggs, who is your lead jammer. Pie providing some excellent offense for varsity. And it is 9-9 Goosebumps, who is your jammer. Tenacious Diggs getting another 4 points after flying over the apex. Pie is your now your jammer for varsity. Card might be in trouble here. I think they decided the same thing, called the jam, rather than let Pie loose with the star. Good call. That is a skater who knows what to do with a star on their head. Next up, we have Cutthroat King jamming next to Bazinga. Nobody in the penalty box. Jammers have their work cut out for them. Card taking that front line. Varsity on the back. Cutthroat getting a little bit of a run up. That was dangerous. Bazinga is through for lead jammer. Cutthroat looking on that outside, pulling the pack to the outside, and then finding a gap on the end. Bazinga using the same trick and flying for 4 points before calling the jam. We have Tenacious Diggs up next to Joe Dirt. Card fighting for that front line. Joe Dirt making it all the way up to the front and through for lead jammer. Card have pulled out a fantastic star pass to get the star out. Regulator heading to the penalty box. So there is a pack advantage to Varsity. An excellent apex jump with a hop, skip and a jump to get straight through. Joe Dirt almost getting all of the points and through. It looks like they are running this one long to catch up on a few points, allowing Card to score. Which is great. It's having faith in your blockers. Varsity coming in for some offense, but calling the jam to stop the bleed. Putting another 8 points on the scoreboard, taking Varsity to 14 and Card to 74. Card taking that front line again, but Varsity's offense, the pivot, holding them forward, which is a great amount of space. However, Bazinga took advantage of it, and they are your lead jammer. Now that is a very large Varsity defensive line, topped off with Copter. Very, very strong humans on the track, which Bazinga is combating with great talent and speed for another 4 points. Bit of an eye of the storm moment on the track. Everyone's come to a standstill. Card, absolutely fantastic offense. Bazinga is through. Varsity are regrouping at the back, and Bazinga calls the jam. Good call. He has done enough. That was an 8-point jam. And we have an official review. All right, we have the gossip. So, Varsity have requested to remove their jammer from the penalty box because the jammer / pivot should have been issued a warning prior to the penalty. And we are about to find out whether or not that has been successful. There's a chat. And they were successful. Varsity will retain that official review and retain their jammer, which is probably the best part. Now, next jam, we have Cutthroat King, and that looks to be Happy Days. We have the Varsity pivot in the penalty box, giving card a pack advantage. All right, Cutthroat King finding a gap on that outside. Tenacious Diggs, 101 blocking out a crazy speed, but not successful in holding Cutthroat King back. Weapon, that was Weapon, the card jammer, who is in the sin bin. Cutthroat, receiving some excellent offense by Pi and Copter to get through. 4 points on the board. Varsity pivot back on track. Kingsley through the middle up to that front, looking for an opportunity, while also trying to make their own opportunity, taking some offense. Offense has pulled back. He's just working his way through that front pack, but a big hit out the front by Supernova. And he's had enough. It's called the jam. All smiles on the track, which is really lovely to see. Everyone is clearly having a blast. And how could you not? It's a great weekend. Lots of roller derby, lots of fun, lots of exercise. Joe Dirt jamming next to Bazinga. Card switching to the front, but not sucking back on the Varsity pack, giving Joe Dirt a lot of room to work with, which she is capitalizing on. A hit on that outside by Action Man. I love that name. And Joe Dirt is your lead jammer. Bazinga incredibly hot on her heels. He is flying. Joe Dirt, very happy with herself, has called the jam. Everyone is clearly having the best time. A score update. Card are sitting at 86 points. Varsity at 22. Okay, we have Cutthroat King up to jam next to Tenacious Diggs. There is about another heads difference in height there, which is great to watch. Tenacious Diggs is your lead jammer. Round the outside. Cutthroat King taking the offense, reading the bodies on the track really well. Meanwhile, Tenacious Diggs just decided to fly over the entire pack. Not around, not through, over. Coming up to a 2-wall with Highway at the last second, somehow defying physics, staying in front of the 4 points and calling the jam before Cutthroat can make it around. That's an 8-point jam for Card. And next up, we have Happy Days jamming for Card. And 99 Goosebumps for Varsity. We have a bit of track work going on, so we're just having a delayed start. The track is popping up a little bit. There's a lot of tape coming off. I've had a few moments of, why is the ground bumpy? Surprisingly, it's not the ground. It's the tape stuck to my wheels. But that's what our amazing officiating crew is here for. And Happy Days looked to be your lead jammer. It was a trap. They are in the bin with a cut track penalty, which means lead is available to Goosebumps specifically, who is jamming, pushing that pack to the outside of that first apex. There's some great communication from Varsity telling Goosebumps to go to the outside and then cut to the in. But Carter just doing a fantastic job of reforming. Happy Days back on track like lightning, running up that inside line and are through. Not lead jammer, however. Big hit on that outside, quadrilateral. And a big hit back, yielding Happy to the back of the pack. And as Merica and I discussed earlier, birthed through the middle of that pack for another 4 points. Oh, we almost had the Varsity jammer out, but at last minute hit, yielding them to the back. That is just soul crushing. When you work that hard, get all the way through, and then the wrong thing happens at the wrong time and the wrong part of the track, and you are back behind that wall again. But taking it like a champ, not giving up, still fighting hard, which is no mean feat, coming up to the back of Bazinga, Cole, and Supernova. All right, and Goosebumps gets lead and calls it off. Probably the most well-earned lead jammer status this game. We actually just had one of those in our game. Sun State versus VRDL. I swear it was a minute in before lead jammer was assigned. That was a lot of work for lead jammer. All right, we have a timeout. Joe Dirt is your varsity jammer next to one of the tall ones. Just kidding. That's all of them. Weapon X, who is your lead card jammer. We have had a great star pass to Joe Dirt. No, we haven't. Joe Dirt to Pi. Pi back to Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt's like, it's okay, buddy. I'll keep it. I've got this. We're both out the front now. Why not? Pi, one-on-one blocking Weapon X, doing a fantastic job, as Pi does. And the jam is called. Meanwhile, Roller Derby fans, we have had Card crack triple digits with 112 points on the board. Varsity with 24. once again, the score really does not reflect what I'm seeing on the track. There's a lot of individual skill and some great teamwork happening. Happy Days displaying some of that skill, getting a lead. The duck, a weave, a little bit of a juke. That was nearly a backwards apex jump twirl. Did not land, would have been incredible, still very impressive. And Happy Days is through. Bazinga heading to the bin. Pi has taken the star and is the jammer. Action Man weighing in at the front, but about half a track away from the pack, so I'd say that was a failure to reform, and the jam is called. Tenacious Digs taking the Staffer card next to Cutthroat King for varsity. That is another time out of the official nature. And we're off. Cutthroat taking the outside. Tenacious Diggs taking the outside, then the inside. Both jammers are out. But it is Cutthroat King who is your lead jammer. They are flying around the track. Tenacious Diggs getting their first point. 2 card blockers in the penalty box. So that was no mean feat for Tenacious Diggs. That was so speedy. Neither of the 2 card blockers were able to exit the penalty box in that entire jam. 2 points on the board for card, however. Happy Days jamming next to Joe Dirt. Bazinga rejoining the track to weigh in on the wailing of Joe Dirt, who is taking it like a champ, nearly out, but Happy Days snags that lead jammer position. Joe Dirt heading to the bin. Happy Days seeing a great gap on the inside, created by some excellent offense from Cole and Action Man. And that's the jam. Looks like we might have a little bit of a middle of the track action. Judging by the lack of card. That is just a team timeout. So probably nothing juicy to bring you. 5 seconds has been called. Joe Dirt still in the penalty box. Pie weighing in at the end. Weapon X is your lead jammer, however. Joe Dirt is now standing. Weapon X has come into the back of the varsity pack hard. Pie out of nowhere again. Oh, if that hit had been landed, Weapon X's day would have not been nearly as fun. Around the outside, and the jam is called just as Joe Dirt is re-entering the pack. A well-executed power jam start by Card. And that takes our total score to 131 for Card, 24 for Varsity. Been a little while since they have put some points up on the board, but we have Cutthroat King out to jam next. This might be the jam. He is joined by Action Man, first jam of this game, held up by Pie at the front. Oh, and then getting a forearm penalty. Very unfortunate. Cutthroat just cutting all over the track. Cutting in, cutting out, not committing a penalty. Doing very well. Getting yielded to the back. Bazinga's up for some one-on-one cuddle time. Cutthroat wasn't having a bar of it and is up the front. On that outside, last line of defense was Happy Days. He is through for lead jammer. And appropriately happy about the situation. Action Man has returned to the track into a wall of varsity skaters. Beautiful little tripod there. Some great reforming. He manages to get through and out. Flying around the track now. And Cutthroat calls the jam with 3 points, lifting that score to 27. Called it. And next up on the jam line, that appears to be Lemming. 4 Card and possibly Joe Dirt for Varsity. We will see in a moment. Nope. Not Joe Dirt at all. I was wrong. That's Regs. That's Regulator. But it was Lemming jamming for Card, who is in the middle of the pack. Last line of defense out the front. Tenacious Diggs weighing in on Copter to get Lemming through. Meanwhile, Regulator looking for her points. Held up by Tenacious Diggs. Happy Days weighing in. And the jam is called. That is 3 points for Varsity, taking their total to 30 to the Coastal Assassins, 131. 101 point split. Imagine if you got a puppy for every point more than the other team you scored. That'd be 101 puppies. That'd be fantastic. Happy Days is your lead jammer. Against all odds, Joe Dirt was out the front, looking like she was just about to bust through, but got held up. Bazinga weighing in at the end with some signature one-on-one blocking, but Joe Dirt has made her way through. And Happy Days calls the jam before she hits the back of the pack. Some fantastic awareness by the jammers in this game. They are moving so quickly. The blink of an eye is more than enough time for them to score all of the points on track, but the call-offs have been very well timed so far from both sides. We have Lemming up to jam again for Card, next to Cutthroat King for Varsity. We have had a Timeout. We have Cole from Card sitting in the bin, giving Varsity a pack advantage. Ooh, looks like Copter might be directing a bit of sneaky offense. Oh, for Cutthroat, but the panty goes flying off their head and they're being yielded. Lemming is heading to the penalty box, so it is a power jam for Cutthroat King, who had some excellent offense from Pie and the rest of the pack, holding a goat at the back. Pie very cleverly reforming pack at the back, and Supernova heading to the bin for a failure to reform, or blocking out of play. Cutthroat looking for some more points. Lemming standing in the penalty box, returning to track. Cutthroat playing it safe. Oh, Tenacious Diggs having a real hard time of sitting down in the penalty box. There's a lot of legs involved in that. A lot of legs. Cutthroat King has called the jam. Tenacious Diggs likely to be sitting 2 penalties for knocking over the chairs. That is a big no-no. We can't put our NSOs in any danger. Well, this has been very exciting, action-packed, full of great talent, displays of speed and control. I'm thoroughly enjoying it, and I hope you are too. We will be back in approximately 9 minutes. And that is Pi, everybody. If you're familiar with this skater, you will know that they are absolutely fabulous. So, a recap on where we are at. Lemming is your car jammer, and they are sitting in the penalty box. Sad place to be for any skater, but particularly a jammer. That's okay. They're going to come back on and bring it. For varsity, we have Joe Dirt stepping up to the jam line with a full complement of blockers, which is always nice. Pi is locking that pivot line down because we have a fight for the front line start, which can be great for the jammer because that is just shy of the apex, and that's a happy place to be when you're a jammer who can fly, which most can. Looks like we might be having some scoreboard issues. That is trying to be sorted out. So I will check back in when the action is starting. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Dirt still taking the reins of this power jam start and is your lead jammer. Card keeping that front line, but they are on the apex. Pie coming in hot to break up the pack, doing an excellent job, but Card doing an equally good job reforming around Joe Dirt. Happy days, big hit on that inside line, pushing Joe Dirt to freedom and themselves to the penalty box. Lemming back on track. Fighting hard on a black wall of varsity blockers. Joe Dirt through for another 4 points. Lemming almost all the way through. I would say just Pie to go, but I think we all know it's never just Pie. Copter weighing in. Lemming staying in. Tiniest bit of toe stop out, and Copter yielding just a touch. But just a touch is enough to take Lemming to the back of the pack. Joe Dirt, meanwhile, fighting their way through. One last blocker on that inside line, but that blocker is Bazinga. And now Happy Days. These two are a power pair. But no amount of power can stop an out of play. Joe Dirt is through. Lemming successfully handing away the star panty. Joe Dirt looking for some points and calling the jam. Cutthroat King jamming for varsity alongside Weapon X for Card. Cutthroat taking the card pack up to the front near the apex. Doing their classic round the outside, but Weapon X has made it through for lead jammer. Weapon X coming in to the back of the pack looking for some points. Cutthroat King looking to make initial pass, but Cole not making his life any easier. Cutthroat is through. A nice little scooch on the outside from Cole, and Weapon X looks like they got all 4 points and called the jam. And we're back on track. One blocker apiece in the penalty box. Bazinga is your lead jammer for card. Joe Dirt simultaneously flinging the penny off of her head, cutting to the inside and getting out. That is multitasking, ladies and gentlemen. Bazinga through. Joe Dirt also through. Happy Days heading to the bin. And Bazinga has called the jam. Once again, one blocker apiece in the penalty box, so no pack advantage except for the jammers. Weapon X making their way almost through on the backs of Pi and Copter, which is not a great place to be. Quasilateral weighing in there and a full tripod. Weapon X making eyes at Happy Days, who is returning to the track. Captain Smack Harness almost through. This is just like being at Niagara. There is water falling everywhere. We have had a jammer penalty for Weapon X. Captain Smack Harness also heading to the penalty box as the jammer. So we're going to have a jammer switchover and a 2-minute jam. Weapon X back on track. Supernova clearing that inside line for a fairly fast pass. Pi flying in out of nowhere to control the pack with a goat. A very happy goat. Not happy being a goat. Happy Days is out. Oh, a massive hit by Quasilateral on Weapon X to finish that 2-minute jam. That has now timed out. Still all smiles on track. Looks like everyone is having a really great time skating around with their buddies. Skating around really fast with their buddies. A score update. Coastal Assassins are at 151 to Varsity's 58. And your lead jammer Nomad through for another 4 points. Captain Smack out. Back block penalty called against Bazinga, and they are heading back to the penalty box. Nomad flying into that pack and getting through. Copter also heading to the penalty box. That was an unusually slow, tight, churny pack. But Nomad made quick work of it, getting through and calling it off. Unfortunately, Captain Smack was able to leave the penalty box, as there was a little bit of a delay in that call-off between when Nomad started calling the jam and between the whistles blowing. They still retain a 2-blocker advantage, which is fairly substantial. 50% less. On the jammer line, we have Cutthroat King. And definitely another jammer. I just can't see from this vantage point. Okay. Jammers are clearly having the best day ever, playing rock, paper, scissors, before deciding to play derby. Why not have a game while you're having a game? Call Blimey is your lead jammer. Imposter Call Blimey is now through. They're stopping again to play rock, paper, scissors. Oh my god. This is by far the best thing I have seen all day, all weekend. It's looking great. It's incredibly amusing, entertaining. Oh, Imposter Call Blimey has gotten a cut track penalty. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still just laughing at that jam. It was great. All right, we have a power jam. No, what we have is a timeout. My mistake. Imposter Call Blimey remains in the penalty box. I think we can go back to calling him Kingsley for this jam, given the real Call Blimey is no longer jamming. Oh, for those of you who aren't here, you're missing out on Kingsley getting a good and thorough sassing from the live commentators, which is also hilarious. Bazinga is your lead jammer. Some good comms happening on track from Varsity. Bazinga getting twirled around. I'm not sure if they're initiating or receiving, but they are through. Kingsley back on track. Hot on Bazinga's heels. Cutting to that outside and then landing impact in the middle of that pack. Action Man throwing in one last hit. Cole reappearing out of nowhere. But Kingsley is through. Jamming alongside Bazinga. They have time for a little high five. And Bazinga calls the jam. There's something about these games And I'm going to say it's a combination of the unique talent, speed, and just overwhelming sense of community from each of these skaters. But also, they're having fun, and that makes it even more entertaining and enjoyable to watch. I've never put too much thought into that. But watching two teams get along really well, have a positive vibe, not only within their own team, but with each other, just like, it warms the cockles. And I'm really enjoying watching this game with you. So we have another timeout. A lot of things to be discussed. We will come back when the action does. All right, we have Joe Dirt jamming for varsity, Weapon jamming for card. Joe Dirt through for your lead jammer. Pie just throwing out some massive hits on track to keep the card complement of blockers separate. Joe Dirt looking for points before Weapon X arrives. There is not a lot of time before that happens when you can skate faster than the speed of sound. Weapon X through for 4 points. Joe Dirt looking for more points. We have quasi-lateral and regs in the bin. So 2 blockers down on the varsity side, but Joe Dirt is through with an impressive line run. Bazinga jamming next to Kingsley for this next jam. Clean penalty box, so a full complement of blockers. Bazinga absolutely flying out of his skates, thankfully keeping them on. Full lead jammer. Kingsley keeping up with a really fast pack. Bazinga in and around in barely the blink of an eye for 4 points. Oh, beautiful line work and offense. Getting Bazinga another 4 points. This is shaping up to be another massive card jam. Kingsley is through. And Bazinga calls the jam, happy with 12 points. That looks to be Supernova jamming for card. Oh, and Supernova heading to the penalty box. We have Captain Smack Harness jamming for varsity, or are they? If you look closely, you'll see it's actually Pie with a star pass. So expertly executed. Pie coming in hot on the back of that card pack. Slowed down by the real Call Blimey, but not for long. Pie is through. 4 points. Oh, beautiful upper body juke there to get past that first blocker. Call Blimey untouched. Happy Days, Cole and Lemming slowing Pie down at the front. We have a double star pass. The real Call Blimey is now your card jammer. It's very exciting times here on track. Ooh, a lot of mush. We have jammer on jammer with blocker and blocker action. Had a lot of thoughts about what that looked like and decided none of them were appropriate to share with you out loud. The jammers are now having a really adorable chat on track. Pie's delicate chin rests on Call Blimey's shoulder as they skate around together. It was quite a beautiful moment. But we're back to the action. And that jam timed out. What a fun time. Joda jamming next to Bazinga. Oh, Bazinga using those laterals to his advantage, creating an outside gap and taking it. Joe Dirt almost through, but a big hit on that inside line by Cole, who is just, it's like watching Cole blocking with his feet only in true time speed. Big hit on that inside line, but Joe Dirt is through. Cole is in the penalty box for what looks like blocking out of play. Bazinga is flying around that track, hot on Joe Dirt's heels. Looking to ghost, deciding to take his own path, much like the Navara ad. Joe Dirt being yielded to the back by Happy Days. Re-entering. Action Man wants a piece of Joe, but then decides potentially not with a cut track and returning to the penalty box. My gosh, this is action-packed. Meanwhile, Bazinga is cutting laps. Regulator weighing in to slow him down, but I'm not sure much could slow Bazinga down at this point. Oh, Bazinga can slow Bazinga down by blocking the opposing jammer. Love some jammer on jammer action. But Varsity have capitalized well with Denominator taking a hold of Bazinga. And that is the jam, ladies and gentlemen. We have Coastal Assassins sitting at 223 to Varsity's 83. They have picked up the points in this second half. Although I must say, it does not look like either team is incredibly points focused. We have Kingsley jamming for Varsity and Weapon X for Card. Weapon X is your lead jammer. Card taking the front, looking to capitalize on some points for Weapon. Who calls the jam? No, he went to call the jam, but he is not lead jammer, so that did not fly. Kingsley looking for points on the outside of the pack. Weapon X getting held up by Pi, Denominator. And Leo. He is now through. Kingsley has been asked very nicely from the bench to call the jam, which he very kindly does. We have Bazinga up to jam next. There is a varsity jammer on the track. I just can't see from this vantage point, which means it's not one of the super tall ones. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a Goosebumps, who is your varsity jammer. Your lead jammer, however, is Bazinga, who has slowed down to check on downed skater. Looks like and Goosebumps is all through. Weapon X looking to weigh in. Bazinga also through. Bazinga taking a look at that fierce varsity wall and deciding to call the jam rather than contend with that again. We have a clean penalty box, so a full complement of blockers each side. That jam started quite quickly. Joe Dirt jamming for varsity. Oh, and heading to the bin. I missed what that was for. It looked like a relatively clean start. We have Happy Days jamming for card. Varsity sucking back to fill the gap and make the most of the mush, but not slowing Happy Days down. Oh, some very well-timed offense by the whole card complement. Very coordinated, man on. Varsity deciding to reform in front, away from the apex. An excellent choice. Oh, a beautiful backwards twirl jump on the line. Gives Happy Days another 4 points. Denominator donning the star. But what looks to be very gratefully, that jam is called. And they don't have to deal with that any longer. Bazinga jamming next to Kingsley. We have one varsity blocker in the penalty box, giving card a pack advantage. Card taking the back line, and Bazinga is your lead jammer. I really don't like the back line when we are down a skater, so real testament to their blocking abilities to be able to just execute wherever. And Bazinga tiptoeing up that inside line with talent, with grace, for 4 points. My gosh. More toe stop line work that I nor science will ever understand, and another 4 points. Cutthroat making it around Weapon X and Cole. Bazinga taking advantage of a bit of chaos for a bean dip twirl around the last blocker regulator for awful points and calling the jam. I wonder if they get dizzy, because that's not just a twirl, it's also a spin. That or very good inner ear. Strength, balance. It's used to being shaken up and still working. Next jam, we have Happy Days. Jamming for card, attempting a line run, but being shut down. Doing it again on the outside with far greater success as your lead jammer. Flying in on that outside line and making it through and around. Captain Smack through the pack on initial. Denominator hit on the inside line, making life a lot easier for Happy Days, who gets another 4 points and calls the jam. Bazinga jamming next to Joe Dirt. Looks like the real Cool Blimey is in the penalty box, giving Varsity a pack advantage. Card choosing to stay up at the pivot line, giving Joe Dirt a bit of room to wiggle with. Bazinga almost making it through, but a nice hit on that inside line keeps him squarely behind the Varsity pack. Big hit by Pi on that outside line. Ooh. Little bit of elbow on elbow, legal elbow on elbow action by both Bazinga and Pi there. Really interesting to watch. Ooh, Joe Dirt coming in hot on that outside line. But Cole Blimey slowing her down, not for long. Cole deciding to go for a little cuddle, and Joe Dirt has had enough. That was a massive jam for Varsity, taking them up to 94. Coastal Assassins on 275. Varsity creeping, edging ever so much closer to triple digits. I think they're going to make it too. We have 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the period clock. Goosebumps on a casual Sunday skate for lead jammer. And then out of nowhere, Happy Days, dun 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 dun, appears. And flies around that track for a half a track lead. But a big hit on the inside line, yielding Happy to the back. 2 Varsity blockers now in the penalty box. Happy Days out and around. Ooh. Big hit by Cole. And that jam has been called by Goosebumps. Varsity have cracked triple digits with 104 points. Coastal Assassins on 289. This is likely to be the last jam of the game, which is definitely not the last game. We have Kingsley jamming for varsity. And that looks to be Weapon X for card. Bodies on the ground. Everyone's nodding that they're okay. Kingsley looking to capitalize on the chaos, and he does with a gorgeous apex jump and calls the jam and ends this game. The unofficial score is 289 to card to 108 to varsity. Amazing game to watch. I hope you enjoyed this at home. I know I did trackside. Thank you very much for having me, and I will see you and talk to you later.
Oi, 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 it's your boy. It's Revy T here. I'm Revan Townsend. I normally am affiliated with Westside. Right now, impartial as hell. I gotta be honest. I am caffeinated. I'm here. It's 3:40 approximately. And we have a game of Sulphur City Steamrollers and Coastal Assassins Roller Derby. Someone has updated this roster for me, which is... I love you. Purple Rain. Love going out to you, my dude. Alrighty. We might be... I might just do some rosters while we are setting up. It looks like we have not quite had the rolling whistle yet. We are almost set up. We have got Coastal Assassins Roller Derby or Card Assassins, 02 Rumblebee, 05 Mini, 1019 America, 117 L-Bent, 13 Savage, 173 Misunderstood, 237 Sideswiper, 268 Crush and Kick, 29 Kegel Eagle, 311 Golden Snatch, 339 Ruby Tuesday, 53 E-Razor, 666 Black Reaver, number 7 Marilyn Monroe, 71 Crash Chloe, number 8 Joey Sniper, number 821 KT Kabam, number 86 Yorkshire Terrier, number 95 Ratatouille. Bench crew we've got for Coastal Assassins Roller Derby is Yorkshire Terrier and Logan. And for Sulphur City Steamrollers, the Motley crew, we have 06 Mitch Slap, 10 Her Majesty, 111 Siren, number 12 Princess Di, number 126 Smith, number 14 Grim Sleeper, number 175 Jaws, number 187 Primeval, number 199 Monsterella, number 242 Nat Demon, number 229 Diamond, number 50 Sadistic Doll, number 51 Chuck A. Wobbly, number 852 Joel Hui, number 91 Nuclear, and bench crew we have Tiff A. Vicious and Granger Danger. Welcome to the game. Very, very, very strong welcome here on stream. I'm having a day. It's a magical Sunday. I've been here for a little while and I have seen some excellent games. The previous game I was a spectator and I gotta say, it was electric. There was this thing, what's it called? Scissors, Paper, Rock, clearly caffeinated. Scissors, Paper, Rock to see who got to enter the pack first. There were apex jumps, there were run backs, run forwards, all sorts of stuff. I'm really keen to see what this game holds for us. I did watch Coastal Assassins Roller Derby this morning and I watched Sulphur City yesterday. I'm really excited to see what these teams bring and the battle we're about to see. It's going to be an exciting one. Thanks for joining us on stream. Feel free to shoot through some comments through to Jen. We are able to see a couple of comments on live stream. I might get some stuff up on my phone. Feel free to say hi or not. You can blank me. I don't mind. It's fine. Quick lead out for, I believe, Coastal Assassins. I lie. Quick lead out for Sulphur City. We have Jaws, Rumblebee out to the back, excuse me. Getting through round on turn 1. Not lead jammer, but quick following behind Jaws. Jaws able to get 4 and call off. Ooh. Actually, jam is off. We've had a little bit of whistle bleed here. I have to essentially look to the refs on track to determine if the jam has been called off or not. On screen, which is what I should be looking at, you should be seeing some refs and NSOs also making hand gestures to suggest that it has been called off or if it's still going. At the moment, you can see an official on the pivot line doing hands to shoulders. Looks like they're flexing, and that suggests we have an official timeout. For that last jam, and our first jam, I should say, first jam of the first period, there are 2 periods. We have 4 points up for Sulphur City. Sulphur City hailing from I'm going to say this wrong, Rotorua in New Zealand. My apologies for pronunciation. I'm known for my terrible pronunciation, especially Australianising stuff. Sorry, fam. Coastal Assassins, I'm not actually sure where Coastal Assassins are from. I should have that info next time. I should have had it this morning. To be honest, a bit lazy, didn't investigate. Australia somewhere. There was a rolling whistle. Official has removed themselves from the pivot line. 5 seconds is called and we are back to it, I think. Lining up on the jammer line. Just to let you know, Sulphur City is in black and Coastal Assassins are in white. Jamming for Coastal Assassins, we have Sideswiper. Was quite successful this morning. Currently going to the box on a penalty. It looks like that is for a multiplayer penalty. Number 1-4 is skating for Grim Sleeper. Thank you. Board has now been updated. Grim Sleeper, lead jammer, identified by the ref pointing at them. That suggests they are lead and they have the opportunity to call it off if they continue being lead. On a scoring pass at the moment and taking advantage of this power jam scenario. Quite a locked up pack here right in front of me. Getting through, getting the 4 points, getting a quick bump on the way out front and calling that jam off. Isolating the jammer into the box. Actually, jam is on, jam is off. There's a bit of confusion there. Little bit of confusion there. We're just going to get a bit of clarification on what happened there. It did look as though the jammer called off the jam. The referee acknowledged it and called it off for them. And I think other referees thought there was a bit of whistle bleed. A-okay, they're having a quick deliberation. It's happened occasionally, doesn't happen a lot, but refs are pretty onto it. By the looks of it, we had an extra 4 points added to Sulphur City's score. Currently, Coastal Assassins are scoreless. I'm sure that won't be that way for very long. Coastal Assassins put on a great show this morning, and now they're all warmed up. Second game for the day. They're doing well. Potentially, they've had players do also the mixed game. I'd be curious to see if they've had a bit of crossover there. Very keen to talk to a few people afterwards. We have got a few people shuffling around and looks like the jam is back on. Okay, lovely. We are back to it. Lining up on the jammer line, it looks like we have Nuclear and Ruby Tuesday. Nuclear out front and lead within a couple of seconds. Ruby Tuesday knocked to the inside and recycled to the back, going back a little bit behind the jammer line, and Nuclear able to get around on the outside just at turn 1. Coastal Assassins dropping back and trying to give some offensive play, trying to get their jammer out. The jammer has passed the star. That has gone to the pivot. I will update you on the... It might be Savage. I'll double check numbers. 1, 3... Savage, yes, same pivot as this morning. Quite a good jammer, if I'm honest. Great person to pass the star to. Did some excellent work this morning and doing some excellent work again now. Meanwhile, we have Sulphur City jammer, Nuclear, going to the penalty box, therefore losing lead. Backwards on turn 1, backwards. Getting out of the pack, having a little spin as they go. Savage taking the center line. Quite a tight scrum pack and getting through on the inside line on turn 2. Able to chuck up 4 points. Still making their way around. Whistle bleed from the other track does not disturb the refs here. Coastal set up at the back, ready to hold Nuclear, as you can see. Nuclear breaking apart the Coastal Assassins blockers. Meanwhile, Savage getting recycled all the way back to turn 1. That is by Primeval. Very nice work there. Primeval giving a little... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, it was Primeval. Also with Mitch Slap. Very strong butts in that tripod. What a great defense to be up against, honestly. Making Savage work for every single point there. I think that's ideal. That's exactly what you want. Make the jammers work for every single point. We want everyone to go home tied. Hunky dory. You never believe this. I got a soundboard because I'm that person. Another time. Jammers on. Jaws jamming for Sulphur City. Sulphur City having a lot of success so far. And we have Sideswiper for Coastal Assassins jamming. Jaws is out and lead, making their way around the track. Sideswiper not too far behind, not quite a lap behind. Hopefully Jaws able to get through and pop a couple of points up and call it off, and that's what they do. Looks like we have an empty penalty box at the moment. That's what I love to see. We have new lineup setting up. Sulphur City able to put up 4 points on that jam, leaving Coastal Assassins scoreless in that jam. Jamming for this jam, we've got Grim Sleeper running around the outside and getting quick lead. Rumble B, who was a primary jammer this morning and looks like to be a primary jammer in this game, making their way up front, doing a quick toe step hop on the inside and cutting, heading to the box on a cut track for that one, leaving Grim Sleeper in a lead jammer and scoring position in a power jam scenario. Not ideal for Coastal Assassins, but Coastal Assassins making it very difficult for Grim Sleeper to get through, really slowing down the pack and making sure that every point takes as long as possible. We've had a call off there, which isolates Rumblebee into... You're all good. Isolates Rumblebee in the penalty box, setting up Sulphur City for a power jam scenario to start. Wonderful. We've got 5 seconds on that line. And looks like we've got Nuclear and Rumblebee. Nuclear getting through and lead. Rumblebee, as discussed, started in the box, is now back on the track. They were standing and had a few seconds left, and they're out on their initial pass currently. Nuclear having a bit of a rough time with that Coastal Assassins defense. Such a strong tripod and having very few links to get through. Everyone seems to be seaming, so using body against body instead of using like holding arms. A lot of blockers have to drop their arms in order to let people through because you cannot hold someone back with your arms. A good way to counteract this is to hold bodies against each other, and I've seen a lot of that with Coastal Assassins. Really good blocking and incredible defense still after hours playing. I played a few hours this morning, had a bit of a break, and are playing again at this level. Incredible work. Lighting up on the jam line, we have E-Razor for Coastal Assassins and Jaws for Sulphur City. Jaws going out on a pretty regular rotation and quite successful so far. As soon as I say that, announcer curse. Jaws headed to the penalty box for a forearms penalty. E-Razor quite successful this morning also. Knocked to the inside, just taking their time, getting through that defense as legally as possible, getting knocked to the outside and slowly making their way back. Beautiful. Just taking a moment, resetting at turn 4 and making their way through Sulphur City defense. Sulphur City also such a strong defense. It looks like they do have a pack advantage at the moment, although it is a power jam. So Coastal Assassins should be able to get all of their offense out. But Jaws is back on the track and in a scoring position. Coastal Assassins were all over it and were able to see Jaws standing in the box and were able to be ready. Very nice work by Coastal, and another 4 points up on the board to Jaws. Oh, excuse me. No, that was an initial pass. My apologies. Eraser knocked to the inside. Their skate went out of bounds, so Eraser is making sure... Oh, there is a cut track penalty being issued to Eraser. Headed to the box as the jammer, which leaves Jaws in a power jam scenario now. Savage making it a little bit hard for Jaws up front to get through, but Jaws does shrug it off. Quite a quick few steps out on turn 2 and getting up front for another 4 points. We're up to 8. Jaws able to pop up a few more points before the jam is whistled. And we have an official review being called by Coastal Assassins. Jaws was able to pop up one more point on that final pass. And I might just go for a run and see what the go is. I'll get your information. Hello, I'm back. It was an incredible adventure and I have news. We are doing an official review on that cut track penalty to be overturned. I believe that was the cut track penalty on E-Razor, headed to the box for a cut track, and... ooh, is that correct? Is that right? Yes, I think that's right. I think I'm just confused by the colour shirt of the alternate. It looks like the white team has a black shirt as an alternate as they're standing together. So officials are deliberating at the moment. They're going to make sure they had eyes on it. They're going to make sure that they made the right call. And this is why we have official reviews. And this is a great time to take one. If you reckon you can win it, take it. If you don't win it, it's no big deal. You get another one the next period. For people that are new to roller derby, I've been saying this quite a bit on stream today, sorry. Repeating myself a bit. 3 timeouts per team per game and 1 official review per period. There are 2 periods, 2 half-hour periods. Good time to use one. We will hear shortly if it was successful or not. And on stream, you might be seeing a little flashing dot. Let me check. Yeah, a little flashing dot next to Coastal Assassin's name. If that disappears, it will be overturned. Thank you. Thank you. So, they were not successful. They did not get that cut penalty overturned. So they are losing that official review. They give us a... Thank you so much, refs. I love the communication in this arena. It's amazing. So I did do a little recording. Let's do an oh no when we lose an official review. Oh no! Thank you. Thank you so much for the oh no. We are back to it. We have Sulphur City on 40 points. The very last jam, we put up 9 points. Just a refresher. Coastal Assassins, I'm getting all my words mixed up. Coastal Assassins on 6 points currently. Were held scoreless the last jam. Good opportunity to see if you can start the next one in a power jam scenario. And that's what's happening. So it was a great time to take one. Grim, Sleeper, in a power jam scenario, getting some great offense from the Sulphur City blockers, sort of going from the offense to the defense. 1 or 2 penalties being issued there, but Grim Sleeper duking their way to the outside, getting low and getting through as the lead jammer. Meanwhile, Eraser out of the box. I can talk about this because I'm on stream and I'm not announcing it, so I'm not giving away secrets. Coastal Assassins up front in a bit of a battle with Grim Sleeper, number 7, who is Marilyn Monroe, making it very difficult for Grim Sleeper to get through, but Grim Sleeper pops up 4 points. Eraser in the back. Absolutely crushing it and really exhausting some of these blockers. Helmet cover has been taken off and out of their hands, so probably has been passed to the pivot. Yes, has been passed to the pivot, which is Joey? Question mark? Jam is on. We heard some whistles, but we are absolutely on. Joey Sniper is currently the pivot and has the jammer cover in hand. I can talk. Got 2 blockers at the back to deal with. Joey moving side to side, really putting on the strength. Such really strong legs to push these blockers out of play, and was knocked out of bounds to the inside, but able to re-enter legally and inbounds, still making their way up front in a bit of a battle. Eraser at the back, I think just having a bit of a moment, taking time, ensuring their pack is in play. Meanwhile, number 7, Marilyn Monroe, and number 821, KT Kabam, absolutely putting the brakes on and just turning up the defense. I love to see it. I'm a defense man. I love me some defense. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the comments on stream. I'm happy to give you further newbie insights. I'm also happy to elevate the info, but also keep us updated. Keep us updated. Thanks for the chats, people. And thank you, Jen, for your moderation. Love your work. Back to the action on track. We have Nuclear jamming for Sulphur City. We have Rumblebee jamming for Coastal Assassins. Rumblebee up front, taking the outside line and through and lead. 1, 2, who is Princess Di. Just really getting low, and just making it that much more difficult for Rumblebee to get through, extending the amount of track that Rumblebee needs to take by making them take that outside line. Great work there. Bit of a stumble, but still on all 8 wheels is Rumblebee. Called it off and added a couple of extra points to Coastal. Very nice work. It was 2 points to Coastal, 0 to Sulphur City. Current score check we have is 60-8, Sulphur City's advantage. We have 1 in the box for Sulphur City. A bit of a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins. Just checking who we've got as jammers. Looks like we have a jam whistled dead. Just a bit of a reshuffle, 5 seconds. And we are back on. Looks like we have Jaws and Sideswiper. Sideswiper with a big jump and able to get out front and lead in just a few seconds. Really strong. Jaws making their way inside. Stepping through on that inside line, pretty untouched. Joey Sniper very close to blocking, not quite enough. But Jaws is coming through on the outside line, getting a little bit of a block by Coastal, sorry. And it looks like the pivot. Joey Sniper was able to give them a little lovely hip check on the way through. Even though they were able to put up 4 points, it's 4 points with a bash. Very nice work. Coastal Assassins having the advantage on that one with an 8-point jam, and Sulphur City with 4 points. Coastal Assassins, Ruby Tuesday, and Sulphur City Grim Sleeper jamming for us today. Very nice offensive hit by Savage there, and Grim Sleeper ducking through on that inside line, picking up lead jammer. Really caught up front is Ruby Tuesday. Such a strong defense by Sulphur City. We had a bit of a drawback there, and it looks like someone was looking for a cut track. That looks to be Diamond. Diamond thinking there was a drawback there. Refs did not think so. We have a call off. Yep. Jam was called off. 4 points going to Sulphur City, 0 to Coastal Assassins. Hey Jen, is this thing still working? Yeah. No, that's fine. There is no face cam. I was just double checking because I've been making faces at it, so that's good to know. I've been very distracted and pulling weird ones. Jammers both through. Who is lead? We can see that by who is being pointed at. It looks like Nuclear is lead and Sideswiper is not lead, but able to put so much pressure on and take the front skating position that Nuclear had to call it off. Well, chose to call it off. Did not have to. Just a good strategy too. Great awareness. Listening to the bench, looking for mirrors that might be around the track. Mirrors as in people that are mirroring what the bench is doing. Awesome awareness by both teams here. 5 seconds. And we are on. It looks like we have Rumblebee for Coastal Assassins and Jaws for Sulphur. We have a cut track by Jaws. I thought they were out for lead jammer, but Rumble now has the opportunity to pick up lead jam. So, actually, let me confirm that and we'll wait. We'll wait until they get out because there might have been a full legal pass of everyone and then a cut. We will see. Rumblebee being recycled on the outside line, being recycled back by Diamond to turn 1. Some really quick defense and holding that back line, just making it a little bit more difficult. Up front is Primeval, moving Rumblebee all the way to that outside line. It is a tight scrum at the moment, and it looks like Jaws is back on track. Some good awareness by the pivot from Coastal Assassins. I think it's Savage? Yes. Savage is incredibly aware. Jaws going up through the outside line. Savage dropping back to help out, be available for the star pass and potentially provide some offense. Jaws being knocked to the outside line, making their way up to turn 3. Slowly collecting points where possible. And Jaws through on a cut. Oh, excuse me. I saw a cut signal. It was not going to the jammer. Jaws is through for 4 points there. Jam is still on. There was another 4 points scored in the air there. And bit of a jostle up in turn 4. A little bit difficult to see what's going on stream. But at the moment, it looks like we have a very nice jump on the inside. Another 4 points put in the air for Jaws. We are up to a 12-point jam. Very, very nice work there. If you are in the area, you should pop down. We've got 2 tracks of Derby here. We have a bunch of lovely stalls and some excellent food and some lovely in-house commentators, some random on-stream commentator right now. That's just me. We've had other on-stream commentators that are far superior, but you got little old me for this one, and I've got a soundboard which ups my game a bit. What else have I got on here? Oh, I've got some scatting. Get ready. Very nice. Just having a bit of a break there, having a scat break. Looks like we've got a team timeout. And that is being taken as displayed on your screen by the little tiny flashing dot next to Coastal Assassin's name. Coastal Assassins, great time for a timeout. As I say always, it's always good time for a timeout. I mean, unless you're on a bit of a roll, you know, if you're scoring the points, if you're getting amongst it, you probably shouldn't kill that vibe. But, you know, it's your timeout. You do you. If you want to take one, you just take one. Official reviews, however, definitely think about that. We've had a rolling whistle, which suggests the end of the team timeout has happened. People are resetting. Outside pack refs are going back to the outside, and camera is getting into position. Thank you, camera person. Love your work. You're the best. And we have jamming for Coastal E-Razor. We have jamming for Sulphur City. Grim Sleeper. Very common matchup. Very nice to see. Tui having some really nice one-on-one work up front against Grim Sleeper. Grim Sleeper going for a little bit of a slide. KT Kabam was also joining the defense up front. Very nice work. E-Razor walking on that outside line, being a bit knocked outside and being recycled back. Still on the initial pass at the moment, and it looks like they've gone for another cut penalty, leaving Grim Sleeper in a lead position and scoring. So, power jam scenario. I'm not sure what the yelling was about, but it's pretty exciting, I guess. Power jam scenario, Grim Sleeper making their way through and collecting another 4 points. Love to see it. Love to see points in the air. Calling it off. We have E-Razor still in the box and sitting. That suggests they've got more than 10 seconds left on their penalty. They're also joined by one of their blockers, so that leaves a pack advantage and power jam scenario to Sulphur City. Yeah, let's see. Oh, there's a couple of bangers. I gotta be honest, Purple Rain has made a playlist, and the playlist is pretty nice. Back to the action. We have E-Razor in the box, Nuclear on track, able to make some distance, getting past the jammer line, pivot line. E-Razor out and sneaking on that outside line. Nuclear doing a bit of a spin on the outside, passing everyone legally and collecting lead jammer. E-Razor getting locked up by that Sulphur City defense up the back, slowly inching backwards. E-Razor takes off the helmet cover and is getting ready to pass to the pivot when the pivot becomes available. Meanwhile, pivot is up front. It looks like the pivot for this jam is Rumble, which is often one of their primary jammers, so a great idea to pop Rumble onto a pivot position for this jam, ensuring E-Razor has the opportunity to pass it, score points, and take advantage of this scenario. Nuclear up the front, up against that Coastal Assassin defense, got two to mess with, and just biding time. Everyone is just being patient and ensuring that everything is being done legally and safely. We do have a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins at the moment. We've got one in the bin for Sulphur City. They're currently in the... Oh, actually, no, we've had a call off. Very nice work to see, and there was a successful pass to Rumblebee. Love to see it. That ensures that E-Razor is no longer the jammer for this jam and has the opportunity to have a sit down back at the bench. great strategy again. Both of these teams are playing at a level where strategy changes each time, and both teams know what they're doing, and they're able to adapt to the gameplay of the other team quite comfortably. We have an official review. This is signaled by, this is signaled by the official touching shoulders and looking like they are flexing on the pivot line. Rolling whistle brings us back. We have jamming for Sulphur City, Jaws, and Coastal Assassins Sideswiper. So we're very much into our rotation. Sideswiper able to get straight through the center of the Sulphur City blockers. Very nice work there, making it look incredibly easy, splitting them. Getting through for their scoring pass now. Getting knocked to the inside, knocked to knees, but able to get up and recycled back. There has been a star pass to the pivot. Let me check who that is. 199, Monsterella. Very nice work. I don't think we've seen Monsterella jam in this game so far. Monsterella able to pop it on, but not get through in time before the jam is called off. We had 4 points put up by Coastal Assassins there. I need a breath. This is all a bit exciting. I'm standing. I don't know why I'm standing. I think I'm just getting a bit excited. Adrenaline is running through me. We've got a really nice crowd here that's making it very exciting, and I can't stop talking. Let me have a drink. And we're back. We have jamming. Ruby Tuesday for Coastal Assassins. Grim Sleeper for Sulphur City. Grim Sleeper running up that inside line and getting lead jammer. We have Ruby Tuesday a little bit caught up at the back of the pack, ripping off that helmet cover, getting ready to pass it to a pivot, should a pivot become available. The pivot in this scenario is Savage. Fantastic pivot to have on track. Savage running into the back of, I'm not sure, possibly Elbent. Running up the outside is Grim Sleeper, being knocked to the outside, but being able to reset without being recycled all the way to the back of the pack is Grim Sleeper. Really strong Canberra defense, led by Merca. Bit of a failure to reform up front as they were blocking out a play. Nice step up the inside line by Savage. Savage, and a backwards jump over the apex by Grim Sleeper, collecting 4 points and decalling it off. Sulphur City just chucking up another cheeky 4 points onto their score, collecting 8 for that jam, bringing their total to 103 to Coastal Assassins 20. We have a bit of a pack advantage here to Sulphur City. Sulphur City in the black, able to provide an O up front, trying to get their gem out, their gemmer being Nuclear. Sideswiper able to... Sideswiper knocked to the outside line and recycled backwards. Meanwhile, Nuclear sent to the penalty box on a cut track penalty, an enormous knockout. And they've been called for a back block. The blocker that knocked them out was Monsterella. Sideswiper taking a moment and getting up. Very fast pack, giving Sideswiper a bit of an opportunity to get their breath back. I know that's a bit of a hilarious thing to say, but not getting knocked around is an advantage. Lead jammer sent to Sideswiper. After all of that, they were able to collect up lead jammer. They've got fewer blockers on the track to deal with as they have the pack advantage. Coastal Assassins do. Able to get a few points and call it off. Very nice work there by Coastal Assassins after quite a big hit on turn 1. Very strong jammers. Very nice work to Sideswiper. could not take my eyes off him. We have 3-on-3 in the pack against a jammer each. It looks like we have Jaws running up that inside line, being held down by Golden Snatch. And who is that? And Marilyn Monroe, really strong 2-wall up front. Jaws able to get through, but not able to pick up lead. Lead held by Rumblebee. Rumblebee in the back position. Able to put on the chase and ends up calling it off. I'll double check. It looks as though there were some points put up for that jam. It looks like Sulphur City were able to put up 3 and Coastal Assassins were able to collect 1. Not an ideal situation as Coastal Assassins had the lead jammer. However, glad they called it off before Sulphur City were able to get further points. So good strategy. Still keeping everything in check. And also leaving themselves an opportunity to score more. Very nice work. Grim Sleeper is jamming for Sulphur City, and Ruby Tuesday is jamming for Coastal Assassins. Sulphur City jammer up front. Again, Marilyn Monroe and Joey Sniper, a 2-wall to be reckoned with. Grim Sleeper making their way on the outside and picking up lead. There has been a forearms penalty issued to... a forearms penalty issued to Ruby Tuesday, and as they skated through the middle, they have collected an extra penalty. You do need to remove yourself from the track and not skate through the middle of the track when you get a penalty, so Ruby will be sitting in there for a full minute. Grim Sleeper, meanwhile, is lead jammer and in a scoring position, making their way around the outside, fighting up front with this 3-wall, including Tui, who I can see directly in front of me. KT, Kabam, and Pivot is... That's not Savage, is it? I will collect a number shortly, but Grim Sleeper able to collect 4 points and make their way around again. That Pivot is Joey Sniper, thank you. Up against Joey Sniper up front, have a quick block and getting away with 4 extra points to their name. Grim Sleeper chucking up 12 currently, and again through in a scoring pass now. Some initiation has been had inside the pack. Grim Sleeper outside, backwards, collecting 4 points, calling it. That is textbook right there. 16-point jam to Sulphur City, holding Coastal Assassins scoreless. However, the good news is the entire penalty was burned. So the next jam we start ensures that we have both jammers starting on the jammer line when period 2 starts. Thank you so much for joining me for this first period. It's been wonderful having a chat to you and getting to know you. Love hearing about how your life's going, and I will be an ear if you need to have a chat and get some stuff out. You know where to find me. I'm here in Queensland somewhere at some stadium, and I'm having a good time. The weather's pretty lovely, a bit nicer than the rain I get in Melbourne. Come find me. We've got another 14 minutes before this next period starts. I would love to see you. Come give me a hug and come have a chat. And I want to know your thoughts about upcoming games. Hell yeah. I look forward to talking to you again in about 10 minutes. Bye. roughly a minute and a half-ish to period 2. Some excellent tunes happening inside. I'm hearing some Ween. I gotta love that. I gotta be honest. What would your recommendation be for a little playlist? What would you put on a summer playlist? You should at me your playlist recommendations. At your boy. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's just a vibe I'm feeling this weekend. It's your boy, Revy T. Revan Townsend. That's me. I've been having a chat yesterday and today sometimes. It's quite nice talking to myself, I've got to be honest. It's like an inner monologue, but with a microphone to the internet. I don't hate it. At least I've got something to talk about, even though I'm sure I could do a podcast by myself about nothing, just like talking to my dog or myself. I've got a real cute dog, by the way. But yeah, score check we have is Sulphur City on 122 and Coastal Assassins on 25. A bit about, I say about, we can calculate this. 123 point differential. 103 point differential. I can count sometimes. There will be different results soon. I can promise you that. The teams are putting up points. Jams are happening. Power jams are happening. It's been really fun to watch, if I'm honest. And watching both teams implement their own strategies and sort their stuff out, very cool to watch. And it happens live. Like, they adapt immediately to scenarios that are happening. And it's incredible to see Derby played in this scenario between New Zealand and Australia. I love this. I love that I get to be part of this. So welcome. Welcome to Queensland. Welcome back to period 2. You are with us. We have lined up for our jammers Grim Sleeper and Rumblebee. Quite a common lineup. Grim Sleeper stepping up that inside line and collecting lead jammer. Also jumping on that apex is Rumblebee. Just being a little bit safe and making sure that it wasn't a cut track penalty. It's always better safe than sorry. Grim Sleeper running up that inside line and collecting 4 points. Rumblebee not too far behind Grim Sleeper. Grim Sleeper having a quick juke around a downed skater and collecting a couple more points and calling it off. Grim Sleeper able to pop up a total of 7 points in that jam. Coastal Assassins able to collect 1. Great result. Being held scoreless is not the end of the world, but you generally want to put some pressure on, collect a couple of points, and add some points to the scoreboard. Sometimes there's ranks involved. You want those ranking points depending on what sort of derby you play. In this scenario, I think we are just collecting points for this game, and we love to see it. So, jamming, we have Jaws and Sideswiper. Sideswiper back up and running, which is fantastic to see. Sideswiper took a bit of a hit in the last jam and is just looking like nothing happened, so I love to see that. A couple of penalties being issued to some blockers, leaving it as a 3-3. So still evensies. Bit of action happening on the track. It looks like Jaws is running through a couple of Coastal Assassins players up front. It looks like that is Marilyn Munroe and Joey Sniper collecting a couple of points and getting through. Sideswiper trying to call it there, but not lead jammer by the looks of it. That position is with Jaws at the moment. Jaws collecting some more points and getting through. Also doing some incredible work. Who do we have? Diamond and who is that pivot? I can see with my eyes. Princess Di. Strong work there. We've got 2 blockers to do. They're playing the Jaws theme inside. Very appropriate. Very nice to hear. Bless. Imagine if you pick a name and you get your own theme. I should change my name to something cool. Back to the action here on track. We have Nuclear and Ruby Tuesday. Nuclear running up the front and pushing Coastal Assassins out front a little bit, but Coastal Assassins having a really strong defense, as always. Golden Snatch in the brace position at the moment, getting a quick rotation out. Marilyn Monroe now taking the brace position. Also with Savage bridging out. Savage is in the pivot position at the moment. I am trying to see... I've been doing a lot of talking about the Coastal Assassins blockers, and I would love to give a bit more of a shout out to the Sulphur City blockers because they're doing some incredible work. However, they often take the back position, and I'm struggling to see some numbers and names sometimes. I can see at the moment putting the pressure on after that star pass. Star pass went to Savage. I saw some really good action by... Oh, see, this is one of my problems. There was 0-4 on Sulphur, and I don't have your name. I'm sorry. Shout out to 0-4. Love your work. Who have we got lined up on track now? It looks like we have one in the penalty box for Coastal. Pack advantage to Sulphur City. Taking advantage of the advantage at the moment. Extending that lead the last couple of jams. Good on them. Okay, it looks like there is an official timeout being taken. We can see... I was a bit confused. I heard the whistle and assumed that potentially we had started this jam, but I'm seeing... It looks as though the person that went to the penalty box, I think that's 3-1-1, is that Golden Snatch? They are now the jammer in the box, and it looks like we are starting in a power jam scenario for this jam. So that's what the official timeout was about, from what I can see. That puts... Is that Jaws? My apologies. Sorry, in the box is Ruby Tuesday. It was not Golden Snatch. My apologies on that. 2-4-2. Is that Nat Demon? Yeah, Nat Demon. I don't believe we've had Nat Demon out to jam this game. I could be wrong, but through backwards on one skate, Nat Demon lead, taking advantage of that power jam, and clearly has jammed before. Very nice work. Some impressive offense out on the outside line by 0-6. Unfortunately, picking up a Jen, the savior of my voice. I think you just missed out on me being a little bit sassy, you know? You saw the action on your screen, you just missed having my voice. That's not really a big deal. It's good to be back, though. I know you missed my sass.
Oh no!
It's wonderful to be back, I gotta say. I actually don't know how long I've been out for. Let's pretend some dramatic stuff happened. There was a spider in here somewhere, and it ate people alive. Nuclear jamming for Sulphur City and Rumblebee for Coastal Assassins. Some wonderful O by the pivot Monsterella. Knocking a couple of Coastal Assassins blockers out of bounds, everyone recycling to the back, and a bit of a run up the inside line and trying to knock out Nuclear was Tui. Who else is that? Golden Snatch also trying to get in front of Nuclear and just make it a little bit more difficult, but Nuclear out and lead for Sulphur City. Rumblebee not too far behind, putting the pressure on and trying to get some points, almost butt-kissing each other, not quite taking each other out. Very nice work. Stop there by Rumblebee to ensure that there was no illegal contact or tripsies. We don't want tripsies.
Oh no!
We hate tripsies. We hate it a lot. While we've got some downtime, let's have some hold music. And it looks like we've got a team timeout. Team timeout is demonstrated on your screen by the little flashing dot next to Coastal Assassin's name. Coastal Assassins are taking a timeout. We are having a bit of a dance music break in-house. It's very exciting. I might go for a quick walk. Let's have a little look-see. Let's see what's going on. Just getting amongst it. Just having some fun. Don't know if you can see me on stream. G'day. How are ya? That's very nice. Thank you, camera person. Love strutting around the outside, saying hi to all the people, getting to know all my new Queensland friends. Some really nice dancing on the Jammer line. You can see Sulphur City having a blast. This is how you do derby for people that haven't done derby before. You have fun on track. You smile, you score points, you make friends. I cannot stress enough that you should get amongst it. We have Sulphur City currently score check on 164. Coastal Assassins on 36. We have 20 minutes left in this game. We have the next jam on. We have Nat Demon. Yes, Nat Demon and Rumblebee. Empty penalty box. I love to see it. Nat Demon trying to run up that inside and being knocked out by, I think, Tui there. And backwards on one skate. Nat Demon. Lead jammer. No big deal. Just lead jammer. Getting through, getting points. Meanwhile, Savage taking a star pass, chucking it on, getting some points. Backwards, through the back, collecting points. No big deal. Bit of a race there. Nat Demon not sure if should call. Absolutely decides to call. Savage putting on the sparks on skates. Ryu! Running, racing, 4 points, donezo. It was evensies though, so 4 points for each team, but we love to see 4 points on the board in general. 4-4-0-0. 4-4 is better. We know that. In terms of strategy, etc. For our lineups, 5 seconds. One moment. Lineups, we have up the outside line, a nice knock down and straight back up is Grim Sleeper. Side swiper getting caught up front by a couple of Sulphur City blockers. That is 0-4. I don't know your name. I'm so sorry. I don't have that on me. And we also have the pivot. Was that 2-wall, which is Monsterella. Very nice work. Some really good blocking from Monsterella today. I don't think have we had a cap pass to them yet? I'm not sure. I think we did earlier. All these jams are mixing together in my brain, just a bit like jelly. Bloop, 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 beep, boop, beep. We have a new jam initiating. Sulphur City were able to put up 4 points on that one, extending their lead to 172. We have an official timeout. I'm not sure why we have an official timeout, but we're doing an official timeout dance. While we're in a timeout, we have a highlight reel. Get Jammer highlights. Cop that. That's what you've missed if you only came in now. Get that jammer action amongst you. Jamming for this jam, Jaws, Ruby Tuesday. Jaws up the inside line, copping a gentle touch from Tui. Being held back is Ruby Tuesday, knocked to the inside line by Princess Di. Some great work from Princess Di. Looks to be a regular pivot and quite a strong blocker. Constantly with their blockers close by, I see Diamond on the track as well, knocking Savage to the inside line, making a reset. Savage having the cap in hand, so that was a great call by Diamond there. Unfortunately, Coastal Assassin Savage has cut the track and is sitting in the box as the jammer. So we do have a power jam going to Jaws at this stage. Jaws is taking their time, coasting around. They will be on a scoring pass. We have some really nice offense being taken by Princess Di there, ensuring that Jaws gets through. A bit of a toot-toot by Princess Di. Ensuring that Jaws got through relatively unscathed. That is O's job, and big tick, Princess Di. Love your work. I can also see Mitch Slap and Siren. Hello, Siren. What a pleasure it is to say your name. And Diamond. That was the lineup for Sulphur City. What a lineup to have when you have a power jam. Speaking of power jam, we are starting in one with Nuclear on Sulphur City. Unopposed currently, but Savage is standing. Savage is the jammer for this jam. We do have a pivot on the track that potentially is a jammer. I will double check who that is. Nuclear, meanwhile, stepping up that inside line, copping 4 points to their team. Savage does not need any assistance currently. Savage able to get through on that outside line, complete their initial pass from coming out of the box. Savage racing around, getting knocked to that outside line and putting up, it looks as though Savage was not able to collect any points on that one, but forced that call off. Exactly the strategy you want. Sulphur City able to pop up 7 points there, extending that lead a bit, 187 to 40. Yes, I'm still on. Just double checking my mic. Fabulous. We have 15 minutes left. Let's put some more points on this board. I told you it wasn't going to be the same score, and I was right for once. We have a little do-si-do at the back there. Nat Demon and Rumblebee. Rumblebee moved to inside, moved to outside, recycled backwards. I cannot see who recycled them, but let me double check who that is a bit later. Princess Di bridging out, providing O, bridging back. Looks like Nat is able to slowly inch forwards and bring that pack up with them. Such a battle up front, and some very nice one-on-one work by Marilyn Monroe. Some excellent blocking by Marilyn today. Incredible one-on-one work. And Coastal extending and bridging as far as they can just to make it Nat that much more tired each time. Extremely good work there by Coastal. A bit of a passive offense there, as I can now see that Rumble is in the bin. I missed that. I was too busy looking at all that one-on-one action, which seems to be happening. Again, right as I say that, Nat Demon is out collecting 4 points. And it looks as though Nat is back around. Rumblebee is standing, but has not yet left the box. And Nat has iced Rumblebee in the bin as the jammer. So Sulphur City were able to chuck 6 points to their name, extending their lead and isolating Rumblebee in the bin. Rumblebee, a good jammer to have in the bin. You don't need to really worry about putting on a pivot that's going to be a jammer. You absolutely can, and it's nice too, but Rumble can absolutely do what they need to do. Great jammer. Rumble is out. Savage has the pivot on, but we have Grim Sleeper needing no introduction this late into the game. Shrugging off a hit by America up front and collecting lead jammer, taking advantage of that power jam scenario. Grim taking that outside line, ducking and weaving and getting through untouched. Incredible to see. I had to look away from the screen in order to see that. I'm sorry. It looks like we have Rumblebee knocked to the outside line and recycled back by number 4. Love your work. 51. Who are you? Chaka Wobbly. Nice to see you. Hanging out with number 4 at the back and just making it that much more difficult for the jammers to get through. However, there has been a star pass to Savage. Savage very comfortable jamming at the moment, taking quite a few passes and forcing that call off again. Really good at putting the pressure on is Savage. Really good at putting the pressure on is this Sulphur City defense. Incredible work, such strong blocking and really dynamic. Such different skaters out there that are able to just knock jammers out, run back, lockdown. Incredible work. Love to see this defense. Sulphur City putting up 12 points in that last jam. Coastal Assassins able to pop up 1, bringing totals 205 to 41. Let me have a drink. Oh, there we go. It's just water. It's just water. I'm just excited, and as a result, I have dry mouth. We have Marilyn Monroe forcing. Is that Monstrella? That's what it says on screen. Monstrella to the penalty box. Yes, it is Monstrella. Dawning the star. Dawning. I don't know if that's the right word. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize for saying dawning. Oh, and a knock to the inside by Princess Di. Ruby Tuesday. Recycling to the back by Sulphur City. Ruby Tuesday taking that helmet cover off. However, that suggests that we are now going to go the 2 minutes, an entire 2-minute jam, get amongst it. We love to see it. We don't love to be part of it. A star pass has happened to Joey Sniper. I don't know if you know this. Joey has the cap in hand. You can see, knocked to the inside, recycled back by Diamond. Diamond of Sulphur City. Have been keeping my eye on Diamond. Incredible work. Meanwhile, Monstrella out. Cap in stash mode. And through on the inside line, getting untouched, popping 4 points on the board. Now's the time to put on the Jets and get as many points as you can, because there will be no call-off until the jam has been whistled. Again, Monstrella through with another 4 points. We are seeing some excellent jamming from Monstrella. We'd love to see them as part of a regular jammer rotation. And through again, untouched. Incredible work. Coastal Assassins having a bit of trouble getting together. I think they're wanting to switch from O to D. Monstrella, a big takeout to the outside. I'm not quite sure who that was by, but Coastal Assassins able to just take the pressure off that point at the moment. Extra points were going to go up on the board, and that hit sort of stopped it. America looks like, sorry, I got caught up in the local announcement as opposed to the world announcement, which is me. Sulphur City popped up for 15 points on just that jam alone. Very nice work by Monstrella. We have Savage through on the inside line. Primary jammer. Cut. Penalty. not. Oh, it looks like we will have a jammer bounce. A few seconds for each jammer. Jammer comes out. This is Savage. Side surfing casually back onto the track. Going all the way back to turn 1, it looks like Nuclear has also been released, so we are back to the action and full lineups on track, which I adore. I love to see it. Stepping inside and spinning is Savage. Nuclear up front in a bit of a battle with the pivot from Coastal Assassins, who is 237. Let me check my notes. Sideswiper, a jammer. And look, this would be a great opportunity if Savage gets tired to pass the star, because there is no lead jammer in this game. We have a full 2-minute jam on this jam, as both jammers went to the penalty box. So we essentially just have to score as many points as possible, and a good opportunity to take advantage of that would be you do as much as you can with as many legs as you have as a jammer, and then you could probably pass it off to your pivot and just get a few extra legs out there. And we've had another penalty go to Savage at the just now, leaving Nuclear in a power jam scenario. Savage is looking a little bit tired, understandably. That's such a Savage defense, I gotta say. Almost getting a whip there was Nuclear on the outside line. It's getting a bit physical in here. I think teams are really, really trying to supply offense and get their jammers out and through while the 2-minute jams are on, just to try and extend the points differential as much as they can. In that jam, just because we had a couple of penalties to each jammer, we had some points going to Solver City, which is 6 points, and some points going to Coastal Assassins, 4 points. So not quite a large amount of points going to each team, but a great result for both teams, considering both teams had power jam scenarios against them. Anyway, we're in a team timeout. This is Coastal Assassins' final team timeout. Great use of them, I gotta say. I'm glad they've used all of them. I've seen a few games today where some teams have not used all of them. We're day 2 into a 3-day tournament. Use your timeouts, my friends. Benchies, if you're listening, please use the timeouts. We appreciate a timeout. We can have a bit of a dance break in a timeout. We can call our mum in a timeout. What else have we got? Can play some really silly soundboard sounds in a timeout once they load. Here is my friend trying to be the lead singer of Korn. Thank you, Club Sandwich. Thank you. We'll go to a bit of a scat break again, because I have it in my hand. And we are roughly at the end of the team timeout. Questioning tone? Just waiting on some whistles. Oh, no, we're back to it. That's good to know. I can go back to my normal voice. 5-second call, bit of a shuffle. I see Princess Di getting ready to provide O on that inside line, making a quick sweep, and Monsterella taking advantage of the O being provided by Princess Di. Really nice work. Tui up front in a battle against, who did I just say? Monsterella. I don't think that's correct. I gotta say. That is not Monsterella. That is... Who is 242? Nat Demon. Wrong name on the stream. Updated. Thanks, stream. Love your work. Savage is the jammer for Coastal Assassins. Right as they're about to get around, the jam is called off by Nat Demon. Excellent awareness by Nat Demon. Nat Demon able to put up 5 points. Do 1 round, do 2 round, but only around 1 bum. Oh, for those playing at home, points are measured by hips passed by hips. So the jammers need to get their hips around opposing players' hips, and they get a point. But only from the second pass onwards. The first pass is called the initial pass. We are back to the action. I should have probably said that pretty early on. We're pretty far into this game. Sorry, fam. Getting low and using shoulders up front is Sideswiper, collecting lead. However, in the opposite corner, we have Grim Sleeper going to the penalty box on an A penalty. I can't remember what that means, if I'm honest. Two of my officials playing at home. What is A? What are A? I think it's a pack penalty of some sort. Ooh, some excellent dropping of links there by 0-4 and Her Majesty. Very nice work. No multiplayer penalties for you. Sideswiper able to get through and collect some points while Grim Sleeper was in the box for a bit. Grim Sleeper is out of the box. Sideswiper still on another scoring pass. Grim Sleeper through and untouched on the inside line. Coasting round. Jam is called. Sideswiper, my apologies. Wrong name there. A bit slow to get up, but able to get up. It's been a heck of a game for Sideswiper. Being a primary jammer in a game like this is exhausting, and I believe this is the second game today. Jamming 2 games on one day can get really tiring, so well done to all the jammers that have played 2 games today, and blockers. Blocking at this level is not a walk in the park, I gotta be honest, especially against these jammers. We have Diamond knocking Ruby Tuesday to the inside line and recycling back. I see Princess Di also coasting back, just extending that position, and unfortunately we have Monsterella headed to the box on a penalty. Ensuring that Ruby Tuesday can get through and lead, which means that shrug, that hit to the inside line and the run back affected her 0. Able to get through, get lead, and now out on a scoring pass. Monsterella still sitting in that penalty box. Ruby Tuesday just taking some time, being gentle. Ooh, I have spoken too soon. Ruby Tuesday on the way to the penalty box. There will be a bit of a jammer bounce, and they will have to sit the whole penalty as Monsterella just sat the entire 30 seconds. Left the box as right before Ruby Tuesday sat down. So power jam scenario bounce. Marilyn Monroe up front, basically holding Monsterella solely. Very impressive work. Some Coastal Assassins blockers have come up to support Marilyn Monroe again. One-on-one defense. Joey Sniper comes up for some support, and I've also seen Tui and KT Kabam coasting up front, swing and a miss on the outside, leaving Monsterella untouched. 4 points in the air. I can also see 126 Smith. There you are, Smith. I see you providing some O on that inside line, moving an entire pack to the outside, trying to get Monsterella through on that inside, and almost success on that inside line. Monsterella moving that Coastal Assassins pack around. The star has been passed to Joey Sniper. Joey Sniper able to receive it legally, put it on their helmet, and it seems as though the jam has been... I'm a bit confused by that. Was the jam called off or whistled? I think that was the full 2 minutes. I don't think, because there was a jammer bounce, I don't think we had a call off. I think that was jam completed for 2 minutes. Just FYI, sorry. I don't know why I'm doing this lingo. We have a team timeout, Sulphur City. Sulphur City still have another timeout after this, and we've got 1 minute left in the period. I'm hoping they take their final timeout as well, and I know they've got quite the lead, but it's just good to give your skaters a bit of a break. I'll be honest, they look like they don't need a break. They're doing some incredible skating. They're all still, even in this timeout, none of them are sitting. They are all just standing, having a laugh and a chat, and it's not that Coastal Assassins haven't made them work. They just look very fresh. They look very happy. Coastal Assassins already on track, taking advantage of this break and having a bit of a stretch, having a bit of a chat and a laugh. It looks like I can see Rumblebee lined up for their jammer, and it looks like 91 is coasting around there for Sulphur City. 91 Nuclear. Quite a common matchup here. Will it be our last jam? Would you put money on it? I would not put money on it. You know what Derby's like. I know what Derby's like. Sometimes there's an extra jam at the end of the jam. Rumble making their way up the outside line, being really held up there. Some impressive O by Savage, taking out the brace to the outside line, but also taking themselves out in the process. Nuclear cutting the difference between those two blockers up front. A quick chase up front by Smith, but a juke out of the way by Rumble. Rumble racing behind everyone, sneaking up that inside line, but not quite able to put up points on the board. We do have 3 points being put up by Sulphur City, extending that lead a bit more. I won't do quite a score check now because we're close to the end of the game. Will we have another jam? Another. No one knows, especially me. We've got 5-second call. I'm a bit confused. It looks like a skater was sent off track there. Maybe they had too many skaters on track. Running up that inside line untouched was Jaws. We have Eraser also out successfully. Pretty untouched also. It looks as though we have a pack advantage to Coastal Assassins. Even though Jaws is out, Coastal Assassins are able to pin them and make them work for those points on their scoring pass. Excuse me. I'm doing too much talking again and getting all excited again. Let me drink. Oh, and we're back. We're excited. Eraser also out. 4 points put up on the board. Jaws making their way through to the pack. Also in a scoring pass currently. Trying to split the difference up that tripod and successful. It looks like we have an unofficial score at the moment. I will wait for the full whistle to announce the final score. We have yelling in the venue. It's very exciting. Get amongst it. You whip. That's a rolling whistle. Official score of 254 to Sulphur City and 58 points to Coastal Assassins. A wonderful game to watch. A wonderful game to be part of. Thank you so much for joining me. I've really loved being your commentator on stream. Thanks for commenting and saying hi to Jen. Thanks for saying hi to me and giving us feedback. We love to see engagement. We really do. And we couldn't have this awesome event without people like you. Thank you for joining us. I love you a lot. Heaps. I love you heaps. I'll talk to you soon. Come say hi. Bye.
Test.
Hello, hello, Derby Universe. This is America from Coastal Assassins Roller Derby, and I'm going to be the voice coming out of your computer today. If you happen to be a player who's watching this game afterward and I make a mistake, I'm going to apologize. I am one fallible human being, and this is the first time I'm live streaming by myself. It's not my first time of talking to myself, so it should go pretty okay. And that's what the wall looks like. So anyway, if my voice gets super annoying, feel free just to hit mute and I won't even know. And if you enjoy this, feel free to make some comments, chat with us, and let's just try to enjoy this game. What we've got going on right now is Canberra Roller Derby League, Vice City Rollers versus Sun State. We've got Grim Wraith, Brazen Ivy, oh, this is, by the way, for Canberra, Grim Wraith, Brazen Ivy, Rosetta Bloodstone, Fast and Furiosa, and Beats is lead. Sun State actually only played just a few hours ago, played VRDL and their B team, and won that one pretty decisively. All right, so that was number 9, Beethoven. Beethoven? Beethoven.
When you're done, try and poke down a little bit more because you were very high up. Yeah.
They are working on the camera angles here, so if you were feeling angsty that this is how it's going to be, it is not. We've got Booty. Okay, we've got a bit of an official timeout, and during that time, I'm going to find out a couple of these names really quickly for you. Game on. Okay, we've got Booty for Sun State battling up against that Canberra wall. Booty constantly. Up next for Sun State is Beats. If you are friends of any of the Sun State players or Canberra players, I hope that you are sending your friends messages of love and support, maybe even a screenshot or two. Hey, I see you. You did. Person with a stripe on their. So you have the internet, you have the power in the palm of your hand to look up what the roller derby rules are. Feel free to do that because I'm going to explain it extremely poorly because I have no props. And Beethoven getting through the pack as lead jammer. And Beethoven gets through the pack for a scoring pass. And unfortunately, Booty is going to go sit in the bin. And this is now a power jam for Canberra. They're wanting to see if they can make something happen with some solid offense from their defensive wall. And Squeals doing some amazing defense, not getting Beethoven any success whatsoever. The American roller derby announcers would call this the sad place. But Beethoven is away from the sad place now. And Booty is back on the track. $12 points for Canberra Roller Derby League. Sun State has a big old donut for that jam. Holy cow. Sun State on 10 points. Canberra Roller Derby League for 12. What a game. Super exciting. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Tinker Hell for Sun State. And 1-6 Grim Wraith for Canberra. A little fun extra side note, Tinker Hell actually just recently got married to Mr. Blightside, one of their benchies. Mr. Blightside and Tink got engaged at Australia Zoo in front of a cute little wombat. And adorably enough, at their wedding, they got married in front of a wombat too. The most heartwarming Australian thing ever. And Tink is trying to pass the panty to her friend Boss. Boss takes the panty. Boss is an accomplished blocker and pivot. And now, let's see how Boss is feeling about jamming. And Boss trying to go up that inside line, not finding a whole lot of luck. Trying the outside instead. Boss finding more luck in the middle. And Boss has gotten through. This is a power jam for Boss. I have been lucky to be on a team with Boss previously, and I mean, they're just those humans that you come in contact in your life, and they're just larger than life. Boss is one of those for me. She's an absolute superhero. She's a modern day Wonder Woman, and here she goes as she has taken the panty and getting points as a jammer. There are 12 points for Sun State, and what an amazing jam. 4 points for Canberra Roller Derby and 12 for Sun State. Roller derby is amazing. It puts you in contact with people that you would never have normally been connected with in your life. I cannot believe how rich my life is, and I'm sure if you're listening and you've played roller derby yourself, you feel the same way. We've got Beats on the line. Beats is popping out the front to become lead jammer. And for Canberra, we have Barry's Alive. Barry's Alive. What a great name. Love it. What I'm loving about this game, as opposed to some of the other ones that I've watched, is that we are seeing the benefits of tight walls. We're seeing really, really good connection between the blockers, and they're just locking it down, which is really hard to do, especially when you're getting owed all over on. If offense is all over you, it's so easy to feel helter-skelter, but we're seeing some really, really nice connection here. And now we see Tink, the Wombat Queen, doing some beautiful defense at the front of that pack. Amazing. And also Brat now doing a little bit of the heavy lifting. My apologies that I don't know as much about Canberra as I do about Sun State because of my experience. But Beats coming up the back through Canberra. And Barry's Alive. No, not at all, actually. Rosetta Bloodstone. My apologies, my friends. Thank goodness I don't get sent to the bin for any of the errors that I've made here, because let's just be honest, I'd be in there all the time right now. But this isn't about me. And for the Sun State team, we've got Essex, Boss, Iron Thighs, and Indy. A wall you would not want to come up against. But also, I'm sure Canberra's wall, equally tricky. And we've got Booty coming up the inside line. Oh, that looked a little bit low. Just minor, yep, and that blocker is going to the bin for a low block. We can't do any of those kicky bits. Oh, Iron Thighs with a massive hit up front. Massive but legal hit up front. And Beethoven is fighting their way up through the front. Hey, and I'm also, let me just real talk to you real quick. I'm going to try really hard on the pronouns too. All right, sweet. Now we've got Beethoven making their way. Nope, maybe not. That was delicious. Okay, we've got Tinker Hell going back on the track for Sun State as jammer. And I believe we've got Grim Wraith jamming for Canberra. Hooly dooly, I got it right for once. That's so exciting. So Grim Wraith for Canberra. Tinker Hell for Sun City. Sun State. Lord. And Tinker Hell doing one of the things that she does best. She does a lot of things best. She's a teacher. She's a primary school teacher. She is a dog owner. And she is a jammer, blocker, pivot, triple threat. Okay. Let's get a little score update for Sun State Roller Derby. We've got 56 and Canberra on 16. Okay, I believe this is Berries Alive versus Beats. Beats and Booty are a married couple, and together they are boobies, in case you didn't know that. Berries Alive felt a little bit berriesed alive by Boss, but showing amazing resilience right back up on the track. Can I just be honest with you? Like, it would have been a lot more fun to be a jammer back in, like, 2010 when we were just doing flat walls and we had no idea how to defend. I don't know why anyone in their right mind would want to jam nowadays. Like, these walls are so good, so solid, so impossible. Very tricky. If you do have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to put those in the chat, and we will answer those in real time. If there's anything I mess up on and you want to give me feedback, go ahead. I'm all for it. I'm an audiologist. I'm literally all ears. Okay, so we've got Booty coming up the front. Oh, hop, skip, and a jump. Brazen Ivy was almost not going to let them go through. And Beethoven is fighting that Sun State pack. And Booty calls off the jam. Okay. Now we've got Tinkerhell versus number 16, Grim Wraith. And Tink goes right up that inside line. And Grim Wraith finding a little bit of potential success until Grim Wraith met Iron Thighs. Sad place. Grim Wraith has ripped their panty off, hoping to give this to a pivot. Do I see it? Yep, there is a pivot on the track. Not easy. And Tink makes it through for a scoring pass. Wow. A hugely defensive game, but we love when people keep the high fives and smiles alive. There's nothing better than watching a super hard game, but also watching people be kind to each other. We don't do this because we need to get beaten up in our favorite sport. We do this because we have these amazing connections. We push ourselves outside our comfort zone. And it's really great to see that these teams really get the essence of what Derby is. We've got Berries Alive next to Beats, jamming. It's really amazing. Since I just played a roller derby game, I feel like I should be calling out where the jammer is. So if at some point I accidentally go into blocker mode, my apologies. Have you ever talked to yourself for about an hour? Gonna be interesting. That's all right. So, but we've got Beats coming up the inside line. A massive. Oh, what? Okay, so 2063 Fast and Furiosa took the panty and immediately jumped the apex. Very impressive. Fury. All right, we've got Indy, Boss. Only Indy and Boss because there are 2 Sunstate blockers in the bin and 1 Canberra blocker in the bin. There's a bit of a situation on the track. I'll go find out what that is for you. Game on. Here we go. We've got Booty versus Beethoven. Oh, and Boss doing some amazing chest blocking. Wow. Wow. There's some, this is running so fast, and it's, yeah, they're just running the pack now. You know what's the worst part about this? There's like lots of people watching it, who actually know a lot more about what's going on than me. So I just want to let you know I see you, even though I don't physically. All right, so we've got Sun State coming back on the track, which is great because they're playing this game versus Canberra. And Tinkerhell is getting sent to the penalty bin for reasons. And is this Grim Wraith? That's Grim Wraith with a power jam. But Sun State is refusing to relinquish any kind of power. Brat. Oh. Canberra getting some really nice comms from their bench. Bobby Smack. Ooh. Oh. And Tinkerhell making it through for a scoring pass. This is a 2-minute jam. Oh. I'd like to apologize. It's really nice here at the Mount Warren Indoor Stadium. It is finally not hot. The fans are doing their job. When it's 36 degrees outside, it can get rather hot in here, but this is totally manageable. It's really quite nice right now. Barry's alive. Oh, player down. We've got Indy down at the moment. And we're going to take a quick break here while we get figured out how this this blocker is doing. Okay, my friends, I would like to introduce you to a good friend of mine, Bam.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a subtle chat while we watch Derby.
And just if you had any concerns about the blocker that you saw, who went down at the end of that last jam, medical team is looking at them. They're doing fine, but gonna get checked out.
They're waving and they seem smiley and happy, and now we've got some Derby happening. So
Fantastic. So, thank you, Bam, for coming and chatting with me. Basically, it's a pretty big defensive battle, but these teams are staying together. So
Yes.
they're all so tight and together.
Look, Canberra is a heritage team. It's been a strong team for many years. At Sunstate really are pushing through. Do you see that? There goes Booty.
Boutique.
Around.
Do you know Canberra well?
I used to live in Canberra. Canberra's a beautiful
you?
place. Yes, and Canberra, as in the Derby League, were renowned. They were heading overseas to travel to make it to Woofta. They were going to be playing in the
Wow.
Worlds. Yeah.
That's amazing. And Fury, of course, took that panty yet again. Fury is being an excellent pivot today because their jammer is needing some support and just grabbing it and running with it.
Well, look, we have a very strong pack coming on for Sunstate. Canberra also 196 is very agile. Watch this.
Yep, we've got Beethoven
Ooh, Beethoven.
versus Beats. Beat and Beethoven.
Oh, watch this.
Roll over, beat Beethoven.
Strong pushes. We're up over the
And
apex. Oh, and they're through.
Beethoven for lead jammer.
Oh,
but
there's
Beats,
a race. Yes.
Beats is looking
Let's
to
go.
shank this jammer. Now, do you know what the term shank it means?
Oh, they've called it off. They've called it off.
Do you know what the term shank means?
That means when you is that when you stab somebody in the side?
Yes, that is exactly
Okay.
that. But in the Derby world, that means where the non-lead jammer actually gets more points than the lead jammer.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That is exciting.
You
Thank
just
you for teaching
you
me
heard it
something,
here
America.
first. Anybody who's watching the live stream can completely agree that the live stream is so much better now that Bam is here with us. So I'd like to thank Bam for that.
Look, I'm excited. This game is fantastic. Although the score may look to some people who don't watch Derby as not being close, actually, when you look at these two teams and how strong they are holding that jammer as somebody falls over, that's okay. Oh yes.
Oh
Tink
my
on the line.
goodness!
That's amazing.
Think of that inside line.
Yes. We've got up. There we go.
And
A panty
once
pass
again,
once
Fury
again.
has the panty
Fury
for
is
her
on
jammer.
fire. Is
And
Tink
Tinker
is about to
Hell.
call it off. Is she going to call it off? Yes, she is.
Such smart call-up. So you saw that Tink was waiting until SX was released from the penalty box in order to call that jam off.
That is, and why do people do that?
That is, well, because we want to be able to start with no pack advantage to the other team. So we
Yeah.
want to make sure we can field all four blockers, and what better way to do that than to make sure that all of them are out of the penalty box.
That's right. And now what you see right now is you've got a 2-and-2 setup from Canberra. Very interesting. That means they're going to squeeze through the middle and try to get that jammer. But as we see, Booty is just, she's down. She's really owning that.
And Iron Thighs all over Barry's Alive. Barry's Alive fighting her bum off to get through the front of that pack,
That is
but nothing
amazing.
doing
Oh, we're down.
because she just got dragged right on back.
Yeah, that happens
And
sometimes.
meeting Iron
Oh.
Thighs, that's
It's-
Iron Thighs, Boss, SX,
Yep.
and this is Daisy Deathray.
Yes.
Got it.
Booty's through for another one. That's
Not surprising.
first pass, scoring pass. Let's see what happens now. They're coming up. And, around the outside. She's very good on the lines. Booty.
And SX has just been called for a penalty.
Oh,
Going to the penalty box. Yeah, it looked like a directional call.
yep. Look, we have a panty pass once again.
This time taking the panty pass is Brazen Ivy.
Yep, there's Boss rejoining. Now you'll watch, if you have the opportunity, 666, watch their footwork. Incredible.
I have been talking about Boss.
Okay.
I called her a modern day Wonder Woman.
Oh, wow.
What do you reckon?
Yeah,
Does she
I
deserve
do.
that?
Yeah, I do. I do think that she might be a superhero. She is to me. I know that.
Oh my gosh.
Mm.
Same page.
You know what's nice about playing Derby though is you watch people and you're just so in awe of them.
I know.
There's so many great players on the track today.
Right? I was saying earlier when I was talking to myself really boringly that roller derby puts you in contact with people from all walks of life.
That's true.
And honestly, some of my closest friends, I mean, like the this is Beethoven, by the way.
Yeah,
Beethoven
Beethoven.
versus Beats. This is the Beethoven. It makes me feel like I'm stuttering.
Now Beethoven keeps
Beethoven.
on getting pushed out on that inside line. You'll note, but they've just got stuck behind. But Beats is through.
Beethoven.
Beats is about to do a star pass. Once
Beethoven?
again, yep, they've
Yep.
fought it.
Back
There's
to
a
Fury.
Star pass to
Yep.
Fury, but they've got them again. We've got both jammers being stuck right now. Oh, here goes Beats pushing through. Oh,
And Beats with a massive smile
and it's
on
full off. Yes.
her face. I'm going to get faster at this. It's going to be amazing. But anyway, roller derby puts you in Oh, was that?
That was Pink
Pink mess. Fantastic. All right. So,
Timeout. The camera's calling a timeout. Now,
Cam-
why do people call timeouts? Like, what are they useful for?
so many things, but mostly because we need to breathe and reset. What do you think?
Look, I was a bench for a little while, and I found that it was a good way to just either get in the head of the other team, where if they started getting momentum, you'd slow them down a little bit, or giving your team just the ability to breathe.
Oh, really? Yeah, let's check out penalties. So we've got Grim Wraith and Tinker Hell getting ready, but we're going to just take a quick look at the penalty. Oh, you can do that?
Wow.
Oh, it's
Oh my
amazing.
goodness. So Bones is a very strong blocker.
Yeah.
What you can see is they've got
Already on 4 penalties.
So how many penalties can you get?
7, up to 7, right?
3 more there.
Yep, fantastic. Beats on. Let's look at the jammers. Beats has none. Booty has 2. Tinker Hell has 2. So theirs are looking pretty okay. Let's take a look at the Canberra.
Doesn't have any interesting.
Yeah. For Canberra, pretty low. I mean, fairly pretty clean game. Thank you so much. And we're back in with Grim Wraith versus
Tinker Hell.
Tinker Hell.
Now watch Tinker Hell. She'll just push and then smash through at the last second. It's very interesting to watch. But those 2 tripods are really locking down those jammers.
The sad place, as it's called.
Look, as a blocker, doesn't it make you happy when you do this though?
Oh, yeah, it brings me joy.
Yeah.
Like, I really only feel successful when that happens.
That's it, Tink.
Okay, so Tink was just called, called for a cut track. You know,
What does that mean?
well, what
Step
was,
down and step back in? Is that
well, okay, so I think what happened was Tink got pushed out of bounds by a blocker who also went out of bounds, and so she thought, all right, I think I just read this scene right. But Grim Wraith letting their, yeah.
We have Jammer, who's all on their own and just needs a little bit of help, and they'll sweep across.
And they let their pack know that that's what they needed.
Panty pass. And Tinker Hell is standing. Oh, here comes Tinker Hell. Here we go again. We're going to have 2 jammers on the track. Oh, they're doing a big run up, but they were off.
And Essex has been called for a penalty. Not quite sure what that one was.
We need to watch Pack here.
I know. Isn't it so hard not to do derby comms when we've just played the game? No, you can't. We can. I mean, we're not giving away anything. The cool thing about live stream is you can pretty much talk about anything.
Look, I would love somebody to explain it because I have to say, if anybody's watched us play, I struggle to understand Pack.
Oh,
where
it's
the
so
pack
hard.
Is. It is incredible when you can really push. You can really help your jammer by holding the pack back. Oh, that was a great jam.
Well, I think the most important thing to look at is, do you see all of one team at the front and all of one team at the back? Because as soon as you have one player with the other team,
Yep.
then that creates the pack.
Right.
So that's the front of the pack.
And then you can be 10 feet behind that.
You can be 10 feet behind that, and 10 feet behind that, and 10 feet or 20 feet behind that. So we can stretch the engagement zone. Oh, guess what? It's intermission. We're going to give you an intermission from our voices for 9 minutes, and we will see you back shortly.
Hey, get a cup of tea.
That was an OR before the period clock ended.
Your little break.
Yeah. And just like our... Yes? There was an official review before the end of the period, but you know what? We're just going to let that figure itself out.
Can we go over there?
Nope. I mean, you can. Do you want to? You can, but no, I'm good.
I'll go and find out.
Oh, sweet.
One of you guys.
I-
can. Call the
You got it.
spots.
Okay, and I cannot hear you at all, but that's okay. All right. Yeah. Unlike the players, you don't even have to take wrist guards off to go toilet. You don't even have to take your skates off to go to the toilet. How cool is that? Yeah. And send a message to anyone who is playing right now and say, I see you. I see the good things you're doing. And if you haven't, just lie. All right, we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, and if you're there, we are back now. This is Katie Kabam. America has just gone to get her derby bag, but we're coming back. Canberra is currently on 22. Sun State is on 94 points, and Canberra will be focusing really hard on getting some points up to challenge Sun State. And Sun State will want to keep that energy going and locking down their jammers. So welcome back. Hopefully you have a cup of tea, beverage, whatever it is that you have to watch some incredible derby today. Yes, but is my mic on? Yes, we're right. So first up we've got Beats. And who is with Beats? And Beethoven. This will be a good face-off. Very agile jammers, both using the lines. And here we go. We're beginning. America's back with an incredible headdress.
Why, hello, my friends. Okay, did you explain the whole, like, you were my...
I didn't.
No? Okay. We did not realize that
Beethoven
Bam's
is
microphone was
out.
not working previously. So if that whole thing was just weird, apologies.
Okay, Beethoven is out. So Canberra has got the lead. They're going to try to get some points.
Beats versus Beethoven. And were there points on both sides? No, none's a points. Sun State is saying, no, we think we've got one there. But nothing doing.
They got 1
Okay,
point.
they did.
Canberra got 1 point.
Canberra got 1 point.
Yes, they did. Thank you. They did. They got 1 point.
That's true.
It is great. Okay, Canberra, that's where you want to start. You want to start with points. Okay, we've got Booty.
Oh, and Fury.
Fury
not just starting as a jammer this
Oh,
time.
wait, there's a panty pass by Sun State, and here goes Boss
Here
around.
comes
She's
Boss.
very fast. She's going to be chasing hard.
The real human superhero Boss. Coming in
Fury
hot.
has called before Sun State could get a nice
Enjoying
job.
just a little bit of offense from some friends.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Look, I'm just so impressed. Look at these incredible players. I do have to say,
amazing.
it is. The weather has been very good. Sometimes this time of year it can get very hot, and when you're playing at this time of the day, you just feel like you're in an oven.
But this is quite pleasant. I'd go as far as to say this is pleasant.
This is actually quite pleasant.
Although our first game was that yesterday? God, it's been a big 48 hours. Our first game yesterday, the fans were not working.
They were not.
And I was in the sad place.
You were in the sad place.
feeling
Your
quite
face
hot.
was not in the happy place. It was clear that we needed to get you some air, and we did. Oh, that was an official review, and
Now we've got Grim Wraith versus Beats. Okay, Beats and Grim Wraith.
Yes, that is.
Each jam is like a
Oh,
fingerprint.
there goes Beats. Shut
No,
the front.
no jam is like another.
You'll see the pivot for Sun State is Squeals. Very heavy hitter, that one.
Wow. And
Very, can't
you
get
know,
past them.
and Squeals is also the principal of a high school.
Really?
Yeah, did you know that?
You know what? Debbie has people of all shapes and sizes and careers and
All
just
walks of life.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. It's my favorite inclusive sport because everybody is welcome.
And you know what's also cool, and this is particularly true of this tournament, the number of generations or siblings
Yeah.
that you see on a team. Like we have multiple, like mother-child pairs, like Noisy and Fred
Yep.
from ECRD. And I actually don't know the names of the mums who are playing on.
Oh, there goes Booty through. She went backwards. That's very impressive skating.
Anywho, lots of families.
Booty can actually skate as fast backwards as she can forwards. I don't
I
know.
am not surprised.
Yeah, very impressive. Fantastic. Also, Booty skates for Australia. in World
World Skate. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, there goes Brazen Ivy through with a panty pass. Fantastic. Oh, on the line, calls it off.
Have
Well
you
done.
ever watched a World Skate competition?
I haven't. It's supposedly really fun to watch because it's really easy to understand the rules. I will say roller derby's rules and whistles can be confusing for people watching, but we really appreciate everybody who watches and
Absolutely.
supports our sport.
And if you happen to be one of these supporters who just has to pretend to understand or pretend to care,
Yeah.
I want to thank you because
Yeah.
I know that
Yeah.
roller derby is kind of the LARPing of of the sport world. You know, we've got like this whole culture and
Yeah.
this whole like
We
other
have
situation.
movies about our, like, look, Drew Barrymore played me once. I'm pretty famous. It's pretty amazing.
It's hilarious. I love it.
Oh, that was a big hit by
But
Iron
legal.
Thighs.
Yeah.
Yes. And what
Oh.
you would have seen just then is it beats.
And Fury taking themselves out.
Yeah.
Taking herself out.
Beats got through the pack and then looked at her bench to see, should I call it off or should I do another lap? And her bench was telling her, call it off, take the points and run, essentially.
You know what is interesting that we were talking about last night is watching the FIFA World Cup and seeing how little gets a penalty.
That's right.
Or how much they can get away with.
Yeah.
Like, it takes very little for us to get a penalty in roller derby, which is good. It keeps us safe. It keeps us able to play for 10 or 15 or 20 years.
Hell just made it through. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's
Yes,
quite
but back to
exciting.
penalties. You
Yeah.
had a couple in the last game that we played.
I had some really embarrassing penalties.
Yeah, but they were great.
And Grim Wraith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Squeals. She is holding.
Oh, Grim Wraith actually dropped the panty, picked the panty back up, and
Wow.
got through the pack. That
Yep.
was a really complicated situation.
Sometimes what you'll see is that when they go to pass the panty, which is the star on the top of their head, is that they go to pass it to the pivot with the line on their head, and if they drop it, they have to pick it up, and it gets very complicated to get back to where they dropped it.
Complicated.
And Merica, could you tell us about who's allowed to pick up the panty from the floor?
Are you doing this to make me feel bad? I'm just kidding. So I'm just going to be honest. All right. In our last game, we were playing my original team, and I was really struggling. I mean, it's just really easy to have a brain fart on the track, and that happened a couple times. I got really silly penalties, but nothing sillier than the penalty I got the day before, or yesterday. Oh, Booty with a beautiful spin move and calling off the jam.
She did a whip, then she did a C-cut to the outer edge, and on one foot flipped past some people.
An absolute clinic.
Incredible. So tell us more. Sorry.
Okay, so let me just say, the panty can only be touched by the jammer and by the pivot. And if the jammer tosses the panty to the pivot, that's no good. If the jammer is down on one knee or not legally in play, they cannot pass the panty. There's lots of rules that makes our LARPing more fun. So we've got the Beats versus Beat. Oh no, Fury. It's Fury actually. Fury coming into this as a lineup as the jammer, and Beats hot on her tail.
You might have seen Direka just then. She went down and she rolled into a ball. We get taught that in fresh meat, is that if you fall down and there's a pack around you, roll into a ball, protect your fingers, protect your everything.
And also fresh meat. We're now calling them what? The like new intakes?
Newbies?
Noobs,
Sorry.
if you will.
I
No,
forgot
it's
that.
okay. I mean, fresh meat, right?
Look at this lineup that they're doing. Could you explain why they're way up that end?
Okay, so there's a pivot line on the track, and so we can have different rules for how we can start a jam. And whoa,
Crash. There goes.
got a little bit of argy-bargy, but
That was
Booty
Die.
making
One more
good
time.
out of that.
Die.
Die. Gotcha. Yeah.
Direka.
Director.
Oh.
And Grim Wraith trying to struggle through that back wall.
Yeah, but Booty is just continuing to push, and she's through. Well done. Called it off. Very effective jammer, that Booty. Very effective jammer. Hard to stop.
Abso-stinking-lutely. Let's get a score update. We've got Sun State with 121 and Canberra with 23.
So you would have seen Berries Alive really holding that down 250 in Canberra, just really pushing through. That was very impressive.
Berries Alive was doing quite a lot of jamming, but I think they've just switched it up, and now Fury seems to be doing the jamming in that way.
Oh.
But we've got the Beat versus Beethoven.
Squeals just...
Beats versus Beethoven matchup. And Beethoven is going to the bin, so Beats has a power jam.
It's very exciting. They're holding it back. They're trying to give Beats some room to push ahead. They've goaded one player, which is what means that when one player gets left behind. Oh, Beats has called it off. That is an interesting move. That means that they're going to start with a new pack and a different jammer while the Canberra jammer is still in the box. Fascinating. I wonder why they would have done that.
You know, it's really interesting. Sun State is potentially one of the best. No, I can go ahead and say it. Sun State is one of the best in all of Queensland.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I mean,
They're very strategic, don't you think?
Oh,
see
what?
that whip?
Yeah, a whip that actually jumped. The straight, and then a bean dip to get
Very
past Fury.
Exciting.
Far out.
Oh,
Gonna watch that one again.
yep. Repeat, and I'm also going to post it to my Instagram.
Why not?
I like to post things that are interesting to me, and that was interesting.
If you are friends with Booty, maybe back that trolley up just a little bit
Yeah.
and send her that video.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, look. Oh, Canberra on the line.
And Beethoven
Wow, that was
staying
incredible.
upright.
Took
Yeah.
hits on toast ups, running. Incredible.
And Booty calling off that jam.
Look, what you'll see, Canberra is really upping the ante, and although they're not getting the points, they are really fighting hard.
Abso-stinking-lutely. You know, I feel like we're having less penalties in the second half, so they may have made some adjustments over halftime.
Sometimes what can happen is that the refs can be looking for something particular, and the teams get a wind of that, and then they start sort of watching that particular thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Squeals for
Yeah.
penalty.
And Tinkerhell has made it for lead jammer.
Oh no, it's the jammer in the box. Okay.
Okay,
Grim Wraith is
Grim Wraith sitting a penalty.
down, so we have another power jam. There's been a number
Sun
of
State
these.
trying to figure out how to help Tinkerhell
Oh,
the best.
Tink! She does a spin. Okay, once again, what you've seen is that Sun State have called off the jam with a jammer in the box. So they're trying to get a fresh pack on, get some more points, and rattle Canberra, I think.
Well, I think it's interesting because, okay, so in some ways it's like, okay, are you going to have this new jammer waste an entire lap of non-scoring pass? Or are you just giving somebody else another opportunity to score the points? I mean, to be honest, like, jammers deserve a little bit of a break. They have, I would go ahead and say, as a blocker, jammers have the hardest job. I have no idea why anyone in their right minds would want to do this at all.
It's true. I do know that it's exciting when you get past. I mean, it really does feel amazing.
Oh, nearly
Boots
stuck the
just
landing.
missed. Okay, here comes the jammer. Grim Wraith has got the penny in their hand. And sometimes that means that they're trying to pretend like they're not going to pass it, but they might not actually pass it. And they've called off
There
the
were
jam.
some rules that you could no longer hide the panty.
I think
I
in the
haven't
old
seen
days-
that called. I haven't seen that called that often now.
No,
because
because
it
what-
used to be stash the panties.
That's what happened. So you would
Yeah,
take
you
it off
can't
your head
stash
and then
it.
put it in your top.
Or I mean, don't panties belong in your pants?
Okay, this is
Could
going to
be
get us
wrong.
into some dangerous territory, so we might just change that subject.
Fantastic. We've got Fury on the line up against Booty. Moving right along here.
Ah,
Speaking
once
of,
again, we
yeah.
see a ball.
Oh, whoa. Hooly dooly. Some
That
argy
was Booty
bargy,
out,
some fast
and
movement.
she's going back slowly.
Booty through for lead jammer. And what? And Fast and Fury. Wow. Oh,
Okay, what we're seeing is
so
a
much.
lot of people on the ground. This happens when people start getting tired.
Yeah. We've got people who are complaining about bloody noses.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of incidental contact that happens.
Yeah.
Ooh, I saw an HOH on an arm. Did you see that? Do you know what that means?
Hard of hearing, I believe.
It does.
So why do they have to put that?
You know, it's really good for the refs to know that somebody's not just being naughty, that they literally did not hear that call. So it's a really good heads up way to let the refs know, hey, maybe I didn't quite get what you had to say. Because we are listening, it's particularly difficult here because we're listening to whistles happening on a second track in addition to the one here. Yeah, really tricky.
Also, I think what happens is that roller derby, what we have is we have some rules to make sure that everyone can skate safely. You'll see the zebras or the refs in the middle there's a lot of rules to try to keep us safe, to make sure that we know how to play. We also try to be really inclusive, so we want everybody who can play to play. And so we make a lot of rules to make sure that everybody can play.
Okay, hey, just wanted to let you know, in case you're like, hey, why are you like doing vivid tone on one camera and then like cool tone on the other? It's because the lighting is actually different in the venue from the two different spots from the camera. So in case that's making you feel like a little bit like odd filter-wise, maybe that gives you a little bit of a heads up.
Also need to shout out to all the volunteers who are helping to make these days happen. So you notice that there's a lot of people who are helping out. We're all just volunteering our time because we love this sport. It's very exciting. If you want to start playing, you should definitely look into your local league. There goes Booty. Oh my gosh, you could be the next Booty.
That is Beats.
Oh my gosh, it is.
Don't worry, we're close friends.
Thank you.
We're all close friends. It's all right. Booty and Beats are boobies. So fantastic. And Beats through again, calling that jam off.
Wow. How many points did she get? She got all 4 points. That means that her hips went past all 4 of those blockers. Fantastic.
Yeah, so once again, a shout out to the referees, the officials, the volunteers, Jen,
Camera
who has
operators.
made this whole thing on YouTube happen, to
Oh.
Boss for the dance moves.
Oh my goodness.
For the
Yes.
good feels and love.
She almost missed her. You have to be in that on the track when it's called. Oh, they're rolling forward. Interesting choice.
And Grim
Oh,
Wraith for
there goes Tink
Canberra.
on the outside,
is
coming
calling-
around.
Okay. 1/6 thought that she had a penalty, but they did not. And so they exited the track, and then the referee told them, yeah, no, get back on the track, please.
And Tink just called it. So we can see there was no points for Canberra and 4 points
For Sun State.
Sun State.
All right, so now we've got Fury jamming up against Beats.
Yes. What you also notice is they're not doing a lot of score point, like, what is that?
Scoreboards?
Laps to do points.
Forks.
They're calling it off. So Sun State are making a very interesting strategic move. They're getting 4 points and then they're calling it off to keep the game really fast.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, you know how I
got
said
a
that
back block.
there weren't as many penalties?
That
I was lying. There's definitely more penalties. We'll
So we
review
have
those
2
for
in
you
the box
shortly.
for Canberra. Fury as a jammer just got a
And
back block.
Beats calling off that jam. Wondering if we're going to see a timeout here. People seem a little bit rattled.
Oh, I think it looks
Maybe.
like Canberra might be calling an O or a timeout.
Yep, watching for that.
Oh, no. Canberra's going out.
Could be wrong, could be wrong.
Shout out to those benchies who keep us all calm, You know, like we're getting hit. There's a lot of adrenaline,
There really is.
and we get upset sometimes.
Our normal talking voice sounds mostly like a
Oh,
yell.
Tink.
Oh, Tink!
See
Are you
that?
kidding me? Look
Weaving
at that
through
move
people.
right up the middle. Amazing.
And her bench just signaled to her 4.
Oh, and calling
Calling it off.
off.
Very impressive.
Whew.
And here comes Canberra. They're looking good. They're looking fresh. Okay, they've still got it.
I wonder if Barry's Alive is enjoying.
Now you will see. We
Yep.
started this half with 22, and they got 1 point that first one. They have not scored. Canberra have not scored
Since the second half started.
Yeah. So
Holy.
what Sunset are doing is calling off those jams early
Yep.
to stop them from getting any points at all.
And they
that-
are doing
they're
a
trying to-
massive
Yes.
defense. Just locking it down and calling it off.
That's right. So Sun State are just making small incremental moves forward to keep that score low for Canberra. Very interesting strategy.
And Fury seeing it.
oh,
Oh!
Fury's big
Didn't
jump.
quite stick the landing.
Big
Fury
jump.
wanting to see. I mean, Fury does not have the panty on her helmet.
She needs to put
yet.
that back on to be able to score.
Score some points.
Beats has just called it off. Okay.
So Canberra remaining scoreless in that jam. Couple of donuts, to be honest. Sun State, no points, and Canberra, 0 points.
Look, this game is very strategic. I have to say this. It's a very interesting strategy that Sun State are doing right now. I haven't seen this in a long time. Also, where they're lining up at that pivot line at that, seems
Actually,
like quite far
yeah.
away from those
It
jammers.
well, actually, they're kind of a cube.
Oh, yeah.
So they're at kind of all 4 points. And maybe now it's a trapezoid. Just kidding, I don't know. Not. Do you like geometry? Okay, so in this little interim break, let's talk about some penalties, shall we? We've seen quite a few happen recently. Let's first start with Sun State. Sun
about the
State's still
same.
doing okay.
Yep, about the same.
Yep. So we've got 4 less for everybody. Let's check Canberra.
That's we see. We
Also
just-
doing fine. Okay.
Well, they were. That's
They're
a lot
evenly
more for some.
distributed.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've got Beethoven versus Booty.
Oh, and Booty's through with very little trial. She got down low and got through quite quickly. Up, they got Beethoven really spinning around on those toe stops. Very impressive. Beethoven is
196.
just-
Rosetta
Oh.
Bloodstone was struggling to stay
Is
in
it wrong
bounds.
that I just want Canberra to be allowed to get some points because they're working so hard?
Yeah.
for
Okay.
this.
How about this? When they get points, let's really celebrate that.
Okay.
All right. All right, Canberra. We want Derby to win the day today. All right. So
Look, Essex is coming out with Boss. Those two, you'll notice, very similar height, very agile skaters. That tripod right there for Sun State is going to be very hard to
with
get through.
Daisy, Death Ray, and
Yeah.
Iron Thighs. This does not bode well. But
Look.
Grim Wraith, go for gold, man. Go
Yes.
for gold. You have got
look,
this.
and Beats gets through with, again, very little difficulty. Very impressive. Look at that skate style that they have. Impressive.
Yeah.
Now it's getting a bit messy on that track, but Canberra are holding it down. Yes, that's great. They're coming together very much. Oh, that was a squid. Sadly unsuccessful, but oh well.
I'm super confused by Barry's Alive's pants, but I am enthralled.
Yes, Barry's Alive pants make it look like there is,
They're kneeless pants.
but they're not. That's actually just
Are those
skin-colored.
shorts?
Yes.
Are kneeless pants called shorts?
They are.
They're skin, or they're anyway.
knee
They got
length.
mesh.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you are on the live stream watching this and you are enthralled, I get it. I get that. I am
Brat
also
is
enthralled.
out for Sun State. Brat has not been out for a little bit, so this is great. Very long range. Good job chasing right now. Yes. Nice, Brat. Yes. impressive.
And
Everyone trying
Tink
to stop the
through,
apex. Yep.
but
Oh,
what? Oh, okay. So Tink just got called for a cut track, and so we've got a power jam for Fury. Fury has had more success, so maybe Canberra's going to get some points on the board. What do
yes,
you reckon?
what we need to see is Canberra's defense really trying to help their jammer to get through.
Absolutely.
And it is hard when you have such strong
Blockers, holy.
Yeah, look, they really are. So they're holding the pack back to try to stretch it out so that they'll have to drop off. And you'll see that just happening now.
Oh my goodness, they're doing
Literal
Twister.
drops.
Did they just
Yeah.
play Twister on
They
the floor?
did. I think it was
Right hand yellow! Right hand yellow!
left skate blue.
So, did you know that we can watch 2 different views?
Oh,
Isn't that amazing?
that is so cool.
It is so cool. Oh, Fury just gonna take a nap
Smash.
just shortly.
Okay, now we have Tinkerhell in the middle, holding her panty. She pretended like she was going to pass it, but she is down low and she's getting it on. You will notice that Sun State's jammers, they do get very low and they skate fast and furious.
Too fast, too furious.
Ugh.
Sometimes. But you know what I just noticed?
What's
Look
that?
at Canberra.
Canberra got 4
4
points.
points.
That's very exciting.
We need to
for them.
celebrate that. Good
Yes,
job, Fury.
that is
Well done
incredible.
with your power jam. That
They
was
have broken that seal that was holding them back.
that was really tricky. I get it. And we've got Booty on the line.
Now watch Squeals is really
Up against Beethoven.
Yep, getting him. Look, no one seems to be stopping Booty at the moment.
Booty always
Very
is just
important
calm,
to really,
quiet.
Booty will get through the smallest hole that you have in that defense, so you really have to lock it down.
And Booty taking a hip whip from a friend.
Yep, just got 4 points.
Yep, grabbed Squeals.
Going for another one. This is unusual. Now they're letting them do another pass. This is exciting. What are we going to see here on
Longer
the out?
derby, okay.
Oh, right. Oh, wow.
Oh, and
Who was
Booty
that? That
calling
was-
it off. Super onto it, players. I tell you what.
Did you notice that Berry's alive? That was an incredible. She threw her entire body at Booty to try to stop them and just barely missed. That was impressive. Putting your body on the line.
Swing and a miss. Just kidding. All right, so we've got Beats versus
Oh,
herself. Just kidding. It looks like there might be a timeout.
just under 7 minutes left in this game.
Yes, I can't wait to see something
We're about
cool.
to see something
Do you guys
cool,
wanna see
everyone.
something
What
cool?
does that mean?
Check this out. Okay, so these are the points that you can have per jam. This is Sun State versus Canberra. Okay. Can you help me understand what we're looking at here? All the stars indicate lead. Down the bottom? If there's an X, okay, fantastic. Okay, so what we're seeing is if the stars mean that they had lead, so
Yeah.
we can see if there's a star with a 20 point, that shows that they really were taking advantage of. Oh, actually, was that a power jam?
That was likely a power jam.
Fantastic. Ooh, this is really neat. Is there anything else you want to explain to us on it?
No, this is the only hidden things that I have at the moment.
You know what? I love it, though.
very
Keep
exciting.
that data visualization going. Even though I can't read it. It's fine. We've got Grim Wraith up against Beats.
Now, America, did you know that there's a lot of stats that goes into roller derby?
Holy. Yeah, absolutely. Like a percentage of time that a person gets lead
Yes.
jammer, points that they get.
So the top teams will have a person who just does the stats just
Isn't
for
that
their
amazing?
teams to work out who to put on the track when with who.
I'm not gonna lie.
calls and-
I was such a noob at like running a derby league that after some of our first roller derby tournaments, I would get these Excel documents and I opened them up and it was just mind blowing how many different stats can come through. And also, once again, it's due to the hard work of our amazing volunteers.
Yes.
And
So many passionate people.
video producers, etc., doing this work for us. So, thanks, y'all. Thanks, y'all.
Okay, now here we go. We have Fury up against Booty. Now, Canberra really need to get low and make sure there's no holes for Booty because she will find a way through. But hopefully they've got it this time. Oh.
And Booty!
Nope, straight through.
Oh, man. You know what
Really
blows
is
my
hard to
mind?
stop.
Booty keeps the most straight face when they're doing ridiculous stuff. Like, if you saw me do that, I would be, like, freaking out. And Booty is just, like, has the same face that I have when I'm picking cheese at the grocery store.
Yes.
Yeah, Booty likes that cheese just well enough. It's fine. Camembert? Yes, I'll take the camembert. You know what? I've listened to these live streams before, and I've thought somebody sounded super annoying, but it is very easy to sound annoying. Is what I'm finding. So, yeah, I guess I'll just go take a look in the mirror the next time I'm real judgy about that. Okay, we've got Beats versus Beethoven.
Oh, yep. And that is...
Sorry,
I love it. Brazen Ivy really like making sure to stay right in the way of Beats. Directing her team. Well done. Really impressive. So you've got to reform really quickly.
Oh, let
we've
the
got
bodies
Beethoven
hit the floor.
back through.
Let
they
the bodies
took
hit
the
the
panty
floor.
off, pretending like they were going to pass it, and then they did not. Good job. There is no points there for Canberra, but that's okay.
It's all right.
They really are keeping it moving. They're making Sunset work for every point.
We have just a few more minutes left in this game. A few more jams.
Do you think they're going to get to 200?
Yeah, probably, because
Okay.
we've got Tink on the line versus Grim Wraith.
Yeah. Now, the Sunset are wrapping around. They have started the game.
Started the jam. The jam hat is live.
That's right.
And Tink fighting her way through. Iron Thighs trying to give a little bit of support. But Barry's alive. Oh!
You have Killer, who's just gone to the bin, I think, for stop.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so
Game of
Barry's
Stop.
alive has just taken the panty.
Right. Awesome.
This is wild. Barry's alive, taking the panty, but putting it on sideways. Not great for pictures, but great for points.
They got 2 points.
2
well done,
points.
Canberra.
Barry's
Let's
alive.
Get to 30 before
Well
the
done,
end.
you.
This is great.
That was some pretty work, my friend.
Yeah. You know what? Looking at the Canberra bench, they've still got it in them.
They've got
still
pep in their step.
More to give, which is great.
All right, so let's get to 30 for Canberra, and let's get to 200
And 1.
for Sun State. Yeah, and
201.
201. All right. All right, Booty talking about which cheese she's going to pick to her friend Squeals. It's fantastic. And Fury also having a chitty chat kitty cat with her crew.
Yes, we are. Very exciting. One of the things I love about coming to Trop is that, or to any kind of roller derby tournament, is you get to spend time with your teammates who, you know, we train together, we sweat together, we hit each other. We don't often get to play with each other.
No, we
So
don't
this is
often
fun.
get to hang out.
Yeah.
We don't get to hang out because
And hanging out with new friends, you know?
Yeah.
We make new friends, we hang out. Like, I have lifelong friends from roller derby.
it is pretty amazing. Yeah. If you're like, man, I want to play a really cool sport, I want to make new friends, and I want to wear fishnets over cool leggings, this sport could be for you. And Booty calling off that jam. All right, hey, we might just have 1 or 2 jams left. 2 jams left.
Yes.
You go. All right, hold on. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Tui, microphone.
Microphone.
Cool. Sorry about that. Sorry, that might have been a little bit confusing. Okay, we've got an official review happening.
Oh, this is an interesting choice at the very end of the game.
Very important to review things officially with 2 minutes left to go in the game, just in case that changes the result of the game. What do you think, Jen? It's a bit subtle. Okay, fantastic.
I don't
Yes.
think it's going to be a official review that's going to make a difference for...
You never know. Somebody could have a 170-point jam. Hasn't happened yet.
That's
but
true. Let's find out. Hold on. Let's find out what happened.
What happened? Hello. I'm on the live stream now. Green's calling a charging penalty.
Okay.
On one of their skaters that they are saying was down on the ground, and one of the black blockers basically ran into them.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, sorry for that. We're just going to pass our microphones willy-nilly all over the place. So
That's how I roll.
it is good to probably make sure that we stay detail-oriented even this late in the piece. But yeah, it's probably not going to change the outcome. It's all good. All right, but we are at Sun State 199. You're hoping for a 201. And Canberra's at 29, and I'm hoping for a 30. So
Look, I have to say, right now, there's a big grand final that's happening on live television. I really appreciate all of you staying with us to see the end of this game. This is where it's at, right here, right now.
I mean, this is not the grand final, though, to be honest.
I know. Grand
They're
final
watching
of a
the
different
NRL.
sport. A different sport.
Sorry, there's a different LARPing sport going on, from what I understand.
Yeah.
And tell me what's going on with that.
Oh, look, the Panthers, my team, are up by 6. It's very
Ooh,
exciting.
and they're beating the
But you know
Broncos.
what? The Broncos have a lot in them. And we are in Queensland right now, and we should have a shout-out to the Broncos, who haven't actually played in a grand final in quite a long time. And there's a lot of Queenslanders very excited about it. So
Oh, that's cool.
shout-out to Queenslanders who are excited about this, but got to
That's
stick with
awesome.
my team.
I really only have room in my heart for one sport,
That's right.
and
Roller
that's
derby.
cricket.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's definitely not
It's
cricket.
curling.
It's curling.
It's not. It's roller derby.
No, it's underwater basket weaving.
It's not.
No.
It is
It's chess.
figure skating. Although that
Figure
is very
skating
cool.
and hitting people.
Yeah. Look, it is a pretty cool sport that we get to skate, like, have fun on skates and actually hit people. How fun is that?
Yeah, it is
I find
fun.
it really fun.
But I'm always asking myself, why is it that roller derby hasn't gotten to be a bigger deal?
They have
They what? They've granted it. Sun
Oh.
State has won that penalty.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Canberra called the review stating that there was a charging incident involving the Sun State jammer.
Yes. Yes.
That means a power jam.
Whoa.
A power jam for Canberra.
You know
on
what?
this
I'm
last-
feeling pretty excited about the potential 30 points. Here we go.
This is
Let's
incredible.
see how it goes. Let's see how this unfolds. Thanks, Jen. Appreciate your thoughts on the matter.
Okay, now what we need to see is Canberra really helping their jammer get out. Come on, let's do
Fantastic.
this.
We've got
Yes, this is a chance.
Beethoven.
Yes,
And
Beethoven is
through.
out. But Booty is standing. We have another Sun State jam.
And we are at 30 points. 30
Oh,
points there.
Very exciting.
And 31 points. 32 points.
Here comes Booty.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Here comes Booty.
And Booty is coming in hot.
Now this is a first. They don't have their panty on, but they're not paying attention.
nuts.
Yes.
It's okay. That looks
Beethoven.
legal. That looked
Yes.
like a hit in the
Beethoven
legal blocking
just got
area.
4 points.
Fantastic.
Yes. Oh, no,
Canberra,
3
4
points.
points.
3 points,
for
actually.
6. No, 7. 7 points for Canberra, bringing their score to 37.
Right, that was 2 passes. So we had a 4 and then we had a 3.
I mean, not a bad
Fantastic.
last jam or
We've
second
got
to
one
last
more
jam.
jam in them. One more jam in them.
And Sun State trying to start this jam with blockers on the track.
And you just saw a bit of chaos because they had too many too many blockers going out there. Oh, it's very quiet down there.
And
keeping
we've
very
got
calm.
beats for this last
And
one.
Yep, they're holding down beats. Yes, good
And
job.
Grim
We've got
Wraith.
4 people really trying to hold down. Yes, good hit out. Beats really pushing through. Yep, they've got them on the line. What they should be doing right now is hitting them out because Booty is
Beats.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's easy. They're very similar names. The only difference is
There
vowels,
goes
if I'm
Canberra.
honest.
There goes
And
Canberra.
Grim Wraith has made her initial pass. No, their initial pass. And
that it is
calling
it.
off the
We
jam.
have an
unofficial score.
and unofficial score is
203 for
203.
Sun State. 36 for Canberra.
That is out. That is more than we thought it was going to be.
That was great.
So
you know what?
exciting.
Like Canberra already, they added 30% of their score in the last 2 jams.
Yes.
Sick.
So
Love it.
this means that Sun State will now be playing tomorrow in the grand final, and we'll
Yes.
find out earlier tomorrow who they're playing.
Fantastic. Bam, thank you so much for joining me.
It was my pleasure.
I think it'll be very clear to anybody listening in that it was far more interesting with you here. And thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, Roller Derby. We are just about to kick off with the final game for 2 of Tropicarnage 2023. We have the Brisbane City Rollers Punk Blockers taking on Westside Roller Derby's Westside Glory. On track now for Jam 1, we have Velocity Raptor jamming for the Punk Blockers, picking up lead jammer, and that is Club Slamwich on track for Westside Glory. I am Purple Rain and here to talk you through this evening's events. We have, that is Machine from Westside, headed to the penalty box for a multiplayer block. But Velocity Raptor picking up 4 points for the Punk Blockers. And another 4 points for Velocity Raptor and BCR. Club Slamwich completing initial pass but dropping the star on the way through and having to go back to retrieve it. Velocity Raptor calls the jam. BCR 8. Westside yet to put points on the board. In answer to the question in the chat, that is indeed a whole team of Murder Faces in honour of Murder Faces' 100th game. What an achievement. And I agree that it is both amazing and terrifying.
I wonder, is there a name for, like, you have a murder of crows? What's the Murder Face pack? What would you call it?
I don't know, because I still kind of like the term murder for that. The murder of Murder Faces.
It's certainly very frightening, I'm not going to lie.
Could use glory, a glory of Murder Faces. On track now, we have Chaotic K jamming for BCR and picking up
K's just
lead
stolen
jammer.
lead.
Slasher jamming for Westside.
I think, Rachel, that Kay heard you when they went through the pack just then, because they did not use their arms as they shot through, which is a good thing because nobody likes going to the penalty box.
Chaotic K coming into the pack now for a second scoring pass. Saves the day falling down with Chaotic K there. Chaotic K coming back into the pack. Meanwhile, Slasher still being held at bay at the back by the BCR defense. Chaotic K ending that jam on the ground, but I believe everyone is A-OK. I did not mean to make a pun there. I am sorry. BCR 18, Westside still looking for those points. We have Sugars out to jam now for BCR, and that is Smiling Assassin for Westside. Sugars picking up a lead, a jammer for BCR. Westside losing their pivot to the penalty box. That is Victoria Beater.
There seems to be a lot of leg day on track right now, but with a hop, skip and a jump, Sugar shoots straight through for 4. Leaving Smiling Assassin still fighting at the back of that pack. That Brisbane wall is absolutely brutal. Holding that pack, holding it together. Oh, Matty, all the way out the front. Would have taken out the jammer Sugars, but unfortunately went out of bounds.
That was a long pack, but Sugars is through for 4 points.
It was extremely strung out, and now we've just had a star pass to Victoria Beater. Getting ready for that late call off from Brisbane, and there it is.
Sugars are calling the jam. 27 points for BCR. Westside still looking for those first points on the board.
Yeah, Westside's still struggling to open their account. They are just being held down and locked in by those brutal BCR walls. Those brutal walls, Rain, as a jammer, and I'm not a jammer by any stretch of the imagination, even I'm crying just looking at it.
A fun fact, this same Westside team took on the BCR B team 2 weeks ago
Hey!
at Splash.
Viola just sneaks through, shoots through, grabs lead. Will this
You
open
see
the account
another
for
jammer get
Westside?
lead on Jambi.
Jambi not to be held back, shoots straight through the pack.
I believe in
with the hop
terms
skip
we
and the
call that a shank.
There we go. Opens the account with 3 points.
BCR still out ahead on 31. But as I was saying, before that phenomenal first lead jam for Westside, the BCR Red Kennedys faced the Westside Glory a couple of weeks ago, and there was only 2 points in it at the end of the game.
I have, in the 7 years I've done roller derby, I have not seen a single overtime jam.
Lead jammer currently is Velocity Raptor for the Punk Blockers.
Just look at that wall, the lateral movement across the track. Gogo Yabari is fighting hard, looking for that moment where they can strike hard and take out the wall.
I feel like laterals would be somewhat easier if I had legs as long as Kimbo Kazi's.
Oh, absolutely.
4 points on the board for Velocity Raptor. And after another star pass to Victoria.
Yeah, back to
Beta,
Victoria again.
Raptor calling the jam.
Maybe no, you're all right. Maybe Victoria's their secret weapon. They're trying a few things out, seeing what works, what doesn't work.
Maybe. I keep wanting to say that Out to Jam now is Murderface, but today we are all Murderface.
I still haven't worked out what we would call a group of murder faces.
Club Slamwich is the Murderface of the moment, jamming for Westside. Facing up against Chaotic K for the Punk Blockers, and K picks up lead jammer.
Hey, the stars come off. Here we go with a bit of Star Stash accent. Now, I have practiced jamming against this wall of Westside blockers. They are absolutely brutal. When they get into position and they're locked, they are brutal.
Club Slamwich getting out of the pack, forcing a call off for Chaotic K.
I think a quick shout out.
Not really forcing, but deciding.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a quick shout out to our tournament, our head referee, Nom Noms, who has jumped in on the outside on this game to help fill a hole to make sure that Derby can still happen. So to make that happen is an amazing thing.
We've had people jumping into roles at the last second across all areas of this tournament this weekend, and it has been great, the collaborative effort.
One of the referees I know in Melbourne, Frankenherder, was devastated when they couldn't get up here due to commitments, and explained to me how much they love being up here, and I get it. I really do.
Sugar's currently lead jammer for BCR, but calling the jam with the Westside jammer also getting out of the pack. I believe that was Slasher.
It's interesting. As soon as Westside's any kind of threat to taking points, Brisbane's just pulling the plug on that jam, just shutting them down and taking away those opportunities. So they really need to start maximising when they get that lead.
Strategy we've seen a lot of teams using here this weekend. We have Jambi out for BCR currently against Smiling Assassin for Westside. And that is Jambi picking up lead jammer. Jambi pulling those matrix moves to stay somewhat upright and in bounds. Getting out of the pack for 4 points for BCR.
All right, we're going to just take a quick break while...
Medical timeout.
Yeah, medical timeout. I think it's important that we note that in this sport, safety is the number one thing, and it's taken so very, very seriously. There's always first aid ready to go. There's always someone there to support that skater when they need it the most. So we'll be back after a few moments. We'll just let this skater catch their breath, and we'll be right back. We should be getting underway in just a few moments. Smiling Assassin is up and still smiling, so that's a good sign.
Got Rachel in the chat commenting about how nice we treat our injured skaters, but also wanting to see the moment their dad dislocated his finger a couple of weeks ago, so I can only assume this is a child of RPG.
Seeing a dislocation, I don't know if I would... part of me goes, you know, I love seeing that sort of medical stuff, but then watching it live, do I really want to see it?
Well, this was at open season, so it was not streamed, but the funny part was our medics were not allowed to do anything, but Velocity Raptor, a doctor by profession, was able to go over and pop it back in.
Oh, well, you know, I wish that was that simple. The moment I fell and broke my wrist, there just happened to be a photo snapped of the exact moment it happened. So I'll never live down the moment that happened. But we are back. The jam is on.
That is Viola Rumble for Westside against Jambi for BCR. And Jambi is lead jammer. Slight back advantage to Westside with Happy Little Vegemite taking a seat in the penalty box. And Thunderpuss also going to the bin. Viola Rumble is out for initial pass.
And Brisbane in their true points protection style, which, don't get me wrong, I think it's a great strategy.
I believe there was also an element there of trying to run the clock to get a blocker out of the bin.
Oh, absolutely. The moment you forget that there's a blocker stewing in the bin and you look over and you go, oh no, I left my buddy in the bin, and it ruins all the plans. The lineup managers you know, tearing their hair out because you've completely blown out their paperwork. And
We have Velocity Raptor lining up against
Go-Go.
Go-Go Yubari.
Velocity Raptor is almost Velocity Gumby with some of those Matrix-like moves. It's just absolutely nuts, the athleticism and the flexibility.
Some of Raptor's passes are almost untouched, just the way
Oh,
they
wow!
skate.
While we were talking about Velocity Raptor, Go-Go Yubari snatched lead right out of their claws. Will Go-Go Yubari earn points and help bring up that lead? Yes, there they are, 4 points.
Just managing to avoid a hit out from Unforgiving Buddy.
Oh, wow, Power Jam.
Velocity Raptor headed to the penalty box.
Last 3 blockers, no pack.
You say last 3 blockers, but that is a formidable 3 blockers to have to oppose. But do it, they do, indeed.
So Velocity Raptor is put back in their cage with a low block. Not long to go now. They are standing. So this is a chance for Westside to really start closing that hole.
Deciding to ice Velocity Raptor in the bin for a few seconds there.
Well, the fact that they iced them and it was a no pass, no penalty. The whole, no initial pass, I should say. The whole sad giraffe coming from the Jam referee there. So no points earned. Wasn't even in a position to earn points.
If I'm not mistaken, I think in the crowd I hear the distinct sounds of BCR's #1 fan, Canberra's own Gerald.
They haven't started the chant yet. I think they're just warming up. They're bringing it in the second
Oh no,
half.
that was Jerry just then.
Oh, that was Jerry just then. So you can tell I don't get up north very often. They don't let the Mexicans out too much from Victoria.
Velocity Raptor.
Oh!
Lead jammer after starting from the bin. Facing off against Club Slam, which I believe that is for Westside.
Oh, yes.
Club Slam, which avoiding Scare Bear narrowly to complete initial pass. But Raptor gets the points and calls the jam.
The fact that they held on to that line, they just gripped that line for dear life against Scare Bear. And they
To be fair, that's mostly what you can do when you have a line against Scare Bear.
Oh, absolutely.
We have Sugars out to jam for BCR against Slasher for Westside.
Whoa! Sasha has taken lead.
Jammer.
Out the front. Sugar's still fighting 2 of those strong Westside blockers.
That is Real Slim Sadie and Deadly Red. But
They
Sugars is out of the pack.
I reckon Sugars was aiming for the cute little apex jump there, but time was against them.
Seeing a lot of love in the chat for BCR, but also for Murderface.
Yeah, 100 games today. I was talking to them earlier today. That they've achieved a lot of goals, and they couldn't be more thrilled this weekend. So
We have Chaotic K out
With
against
Viola. Right.
And Viola Rumba picks up a lead. Jammer.
Kay's still back there, fighting that brutal wall.
But Chaotic K is out of the pack. Viola Rumble calls the jam.
Steals just 2 points.
Scores are BCR 57 ahead of Westside on 13.
Well, Amy, I hope you're enjoying the murder pack. If anyone on the stream can think of, like, you've got a murder of crows, but I don't know what you call a pack of murder faces.
I still feel like a glory is the right answer.
It could be. We'll see what the chat says. But we're back with Gogo Yabari against Velocity Raptor. Quite a big recycle back to turn 1.
There's a massive recycle on Velocity Raptor.
Unfortunately, Gogo off to the penalty box with a cut track. This is not what Westside needed right now.
Saves the day, and Real Slim Sadie, not a pair of blockers I particularly would enjoy facing at the front of the pack there, but
No.
Velocity Raptor is out.
And Velocity's back up against that wall of blockers from Westside. Oh!
Raptor back in the bin for a forearm, so this will be a 2-minute jam.
Still got a minute to go, so Gogo Yabari still needs to do their initial, but there is an opportunity to close some of that gap. It's not unwinnable, but it's definitely an uphill battle at this point. The fact that they're holding them back, the scoreline does not reflect how difficult this game is. I think the chat agree. Oh, there was a high block in there.
That was Kimbo Kazi headed to the penalty box.
The chat agrees. Corey from Ballarat, definitely a glory of murder faces. So I think that is the adoption point. I think that's where we call it.
Gogo Yabari is out of the pack.
Gogo Yabari is now on a scoring pass. Seeing Westside, they're just as that jam ends, their laterals are just so rapid across that track.
After all that, just 2 points scored in the whole jam. That's how sludgy and how much of a slog it is there right now. BCR picking up 3 points in there.
That's
BCR 60, Westside on 15.
Well, the 5 points, that's an old Grand Slam jam in the old days. I think with how hard they're fighting, it's a good thing that they're playing this evening and the temperature's come down a little bit.
Jambi's lead jammer for BCR, but Club Slamwich also out of the pack pretty quickly. Lumberzak calling to shut that down though. A double donuts jam.
Yeah, let's not talk about donuts. I could definitely go some dinner right now. Although I don't think I'd have donuts for dinner.
We have an official timeout, and we have some dance moves from Real Slim Sadie, apparently.
Maybe we can convince Murderface Prime to transform into a jammer.
I feel like, looking through these comments, I feel like Murderface Prime has stuck. I was thinking of, like, the Alpha Murderface, but Murderface Prime works as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Scathing Grace comes all the way from New Zealand, who is our jam timer and controls this game. We're back on.
We have Sugars jamming against
Oh, wow.
Slasher, and
Slasher just
picks
slips
up
out of the
lead.
pack.
Sugars also out of the pack though, and this pack is running. Both teams wanting to keep this pack fast.
Slasher gets her teammates out of the bin to the glory of their team and steals 2 points.
Westside 17, BCR 60.
I think if I steal some lines from our friends behind us in the house, the Murderface makeup is summoning some magic in them. It's bringing the fire in.
We have Chaotic K currently lead a jammer for BCR, and that is Viola Rumble jamming for Westside. A blocker for each team currently headed towards the penalty box.
Yeah, Machine in the bin for a directional penalty. And 2-2-2. Oh,
Chaotic
multiple.
K out of the pack, but calling the jam.
Absolutely, Invader Sin. Pseudo Stripes does reign from the lands east of us in New Zealand.
4 points for Chaotic K in that jam, taking BCR to 64, Westside on 17. Kimbo getting told off for high blocking by a relative.
Well, you know, when you're watching and you see these things happen, you make sure you remind them that illegal blocking is illegal.
Lead jammer on track currently is Velocity Raptor for BCR.
Quick bit of O there from Westside helped get Gogo Yabari out. Whoa!
Velocity Raptor headed to the bin for a forearms. So a 2-minute jam. Four points on the board for Gogo Yubari. BCR getting a few more of their
Oh,
on
big
track.
hit.
Absolute big takedown there on Gogo Yubari.
Beautiful little hip check there.
That is the kind of hits that Peppermint Crunch and Kimbo Kazi are known for. And also Happy Little Vegemite.
I don't think I want any of those hits, to be honest, because they were huge. We've got an empty penalty box now. Everybody's on track.
Velocity Raptor is through for 4 points for BCR.
Just sliced through. Did not even try. Just shot straight through.
We
Looks
have had a star pass to Deadly Red, I believe.
Oh.
Getting absolutely nailed by Happy Little Vegemite. "30 seconds left in this jam still."
Did you catch the cute little apex jump there from the Raptor? Just shot straight through the inside. Nobody even noticed them.
It is one of Raptor's talents. And also that fancy footwork at the front of the pack on that fast. And that is our jam clock expiring. A big jam there for Velocity Raptor, taking BCR to 83. 5 points also for Westside in that jam, taking them to 22. 7 minutes left in the half. Looks like we have a lot of things going on right now.
So
There
what's actually happening is Brisbane's chosen to use their official review as a timeout in this period.
But as well as having that official review timeout at the late in that last jam, a penalty was awarded to the Westside Jammer. So this will be a power jam start to BCR when the game resumes.
And I think that's a strategic move there to just really try and disrupt that flow and the ebbs and the flows that are going through with Westside at the moment.
Both these teams tend to run very strategic benches.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's not present at this tournament, but at the last time a BCR team played against Westside, it was basically a timeout after every jam called by Rick Mortis at the very end of the game.
I was going to say, Rick Mortis is one of those. He has a very, very strategic mind. He's always looking for what will help maximise his team's outcomes.
But Scare Bear as well, who was the benchy on that occasion, very much the same.
It's like the Battle of the Titans.
But today on the bench, we have Lumberzack for BCR.
We're up, we're away. Deadly Red
Lead
still in the
jammer,
box.
Jambi for BCR.
Oh, beautiful
Jambi
bean
is
dip
through
there.
for 4 points.
Think I need to save that one for the highlight reel.
Honestly, you could use a lot of Jambies jams from this weekend for that.
Whoa.
Twirling towards freedom. Jambi is out for 4 more points.
I wonder if everyone on the stream was as dizzy as we were with all the spinning, spin.
Jambi trying to run through Scare Bear to get out there. Didn't quite work, but the next attempt to leave the pack was successful. 4 points for BCR.
Can see the West Side Jammer, the determination in their face. They're looking for that hole. They're looking for that spot to sneak through.
I believe this is the first time we've seen Deadly Red as a starting jammer this game.
I think that's only because
They were in the penalty box from the
That's right.
previous jam, yes.
That's exactly right. They started with that unfortunate high block from the last jam.
It has been a very long day.
Certainly has.
Currently holding the star, I believe, is Victoria Beater, though.
Oh!
Jambi getting sent out by a combination of Legs and Revan Townsend.
Rev's been on the mic quite a bit this weekend as well and is very multi-talented.
Actually, if there was a West Side tripod you told me I was facing and absolutely would not want to face, it would probably be somewhat close to this combination of Murderface Prime, Legs, and Revan Townsend.
Oh, absolutely.
Throw Siebes the Day into that pack, and that's like my nightmare pack rotation.
Even substituting any one of them and throwing in a Siebes the Day as well, because Siebes has just such incredible lateral movement across the track.
But basically, like, you take Siebes the Day and put a Jammer Panty on them, and that's essentially Chaotic K.
Wonder if maybe Westside might steal some of your ideas there. You never know. We're back with Club Slamwich up against Sugars. Sugars has stolen the lead pretty much straight off the line there.
I mean, it's not really stealing if it's up for the taking.
Well, this is very true.
At that point, it's just first in, best dressed. Riff Raff headed to the penalty box for a multiplayer block.
Allowing Club Slamwich to complete their initial pass.
But Sugars forced the jam.
Did they sneak a point? Did they sneak a point? Sparky says rock on with 2 points for Brisbane.
On the scoreboard, BCR 105, leading Westside 22 with 3 minutes-ish left in the half. And we have an official timeout currently.
More tape. You never have enough tape in this sport.
We have Chaotic K out to jam against Slasher for Westside. That is Chaotic K, lead jammer.
Sneaking through on 1 foot there. Westside setting up for that wall. Is that what I think? That's a Murderface Prime. Is
We
now
have
a jammer.
Murderface Prime jamming.
Oh, K.
Chaotic K puts an end to the fun.
K. Oh, Murderface Prime takes the star, and then K goes, no, I want none of that.
To answer the question in the chat, Westside are indeed wearing moustaches, but that is the trademark makeup of Murderface on their 100th game today. We are hoping we will see a Murderface starting jam. We may have to put a word in with the Westside bench at halftime. We have plenty of VRDL in the crowd. Maybe we can get some of them on board to do a chant and get our demands met. On track now, we have Viola Rumble headed to the penalty box for a high block.
That's not what Westside needed right now.
Velocity after you. Velocity Raptor dodging saves the day, and Real Slim Sadie there to complete initial pass and pick up lead jammer for BCR. There is a lot happening on track at the moment. We have Viola Rumble back on track. Velocity Raptor calling the jam. Kimbo Kazi and a Westside blocker, I cannot determine from here, in the penalty box.
That would be Massacre Jones.
Massacre Jones.
Currently in there with a multiplayer block from that last jam.
That's one of the ones I should know.
I only just noticed, Rachel was mentioning before in the chat that the Flamingo on turn 4 now has floaties.
Got to keep the flamingo safe from drowning. The inflatable flamingo, that was probably already not in danger of that. Chaos on the outside line there.
Jambi just got taken to the outside by leg.
Jambi picking up lead jammer afterwards though. Gogo Yabari dodging Scare Bear to get out of the pack. But Jambi calling the jam.
Still leaving 2 blockers iced in the box. We do not have enough time for another jam to start.
We may have enough timeouts up our sleeves though for if a benchy decides to throw one in the mix.
That's the thing. Doesn't look
They're running out of time.
I don't think any benchies making any moves. I think they're keeping it.
I don't see Zach in a hurry to call one. And that is indeed halftime. Going into halftime, we have BCR 116 leading Westside Roller Derby on 22. Now that we have a minute, I might go through these team lists that I was not organised enough to do prior to the game. For Westside, we have 0 Legs, 024 Gogo Yabari, 101 The Real Slim Sadie, 109 Club Slamwich, 1618 Victoria Beat Her, 17 Liz Vegas, 188 Deadly Red, 21 Viola Rumble, 23 Machine, 44 Revan Townsend, 442 Slasher, 460 Murderface Prime, 531 Smiling Assassin, 73 Seeps the Day, and 89 Massacre Jones. The Prime, of course, being added to signify the original Murderface as opposed to the imposter Murderfaces. And on the bench we have Ant, Hell on Sunday, and Dolly.
I think that's my cue to bring in frequency rollers. So
Use that one, it's more accurate.
that one's more accurate. Okay, I'll take that one. 1-4 Thunderfoot, 2-2-1 Bad Wolf, 2-2-2 Happy Little Vegemite, 3-1-3 Kimbo Kanzi, 3-2 Scare Bear, 4-0 Unforgiving Bunny, 4-6-3 Happy Cadaver, 4-8-2 Riff Raff, 5-5 Dominator, 6 Chaotic Cave, 6-1-3 Axel Roll, 7-0-3 Peppermint Crunch, 8-2 Jambi, 8-8 Speed Angel, 9-1-1 Bow Fracture, 9-4-9 The Skatriarchy, 9-6 Sugars, 9-9-9 Velocity Raptor, and it's benched by Zach, Cutthroat King, and Quiet Riot. And
Though it has been decided that Zach is now forever and henceforth known as Lumberzack, because since adopting the BCR tartan, a little bit of a lumberjack look,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
and we love a punny name.
Absolutely. I think that's what's great about Jim. So many names come from so many different places and where you've been or what you do.
I didn't pick my derby name, it stuck because I stood out as a fresh meat skater with bright purple skates.
Oh, so you went the old the way of trying to get the movie right now on top of my head. Whip It, where they called her Barbie because she had like the pink elbow pads and the pink knee pads, and that was before Elliot came out.
Yes.
And became their real self. So that was my first thought was, if you had the pink gear, you went with the purple gear. I think we'll just quickly have a quick look at the benches before we take a short break. Apparently, I've been talking with mute on. I'm very special. Very, very special. So, thank you, Rachel. Yes, you won't be able to hear me properly because I was on mute. It was very clever of me. So, I'm General Payne.
And I am Purple Rain.
And we'll see you in 6 minutes. I believe that's the loudest person from Canberra screaming as we come back from that intermission break.
You will find that is Gerald, who the BCR cheer squad adopted last TGSS because they were a big BCR fan, but a louder yeller than the rest of us. And
Well, if it can save your voice, then I'm okay with it.
well, that was a anticlimactic start to the second half.
Not sure what happened there.
We went to jam on to official timeout in no time at all.
I suspect I'll be getting... If I can
Right
get
now
one of
we're
my
getting-
camera people to turn to the box...
We're getting plenty of track dance moves though.
Here we go. So we've got... Despite the most...
That's the rolling whistle though, putting an
I've-
end to the dance party.
The dance party, but I've got to admit, it's a shame we couldn't put the music on stream because of licensing, but Johnny Smash has pretty much been on point for the last 2 days with the music. It's just some top selections in there.
We haven't hit the real chaotic point of the playlist. There is Wiggles on there somewhere.
Oh, you always need Wiggles.
Lead jammer for this opening jam of the second half is Velocity Raptor
Raptor.
for BCR.
Oi! Slasher!
That Slasher also completing initial pass. Velocity Raptor calls the jam, avoiding a chase by Saves the Day.
One of the Brisbane blockers even, sending Siebes the Day off the track and into a referee. That's just, it is what it is, unfortunately. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, these things do happen.
Chaotic K lining up to jam against Club Slamwich.
Oh!
Oh, that is so tight.
Wow!
Going blocker mode to take on Chaotic K, but Chaotic K comes out lead jammer and puts an end to that nonsense, calls the jam.
That was something of a jam. That was...
I love seeing jammers suddenly like go into blocker mode. It is just adds to the chaos of this sport.
So we've got Viola Rumble and Sugars lining up next.
And lead jammer is Sugars for BCR. But Viola Rumble also out of the pack.
I think they're late. Pack is really speeding up here.
I believe the plan is to try and get Happy Little Vegemite out of the penalty box before the clock runs out. But, well, before Viola Rumble comes into the pack.
Pack, that too, yeah, absolutely.
But it was not a successful attempt by a matter of seconds.
No, unfortunately not. So it leaves Westside with the blocker advantage at the moment.
Jambi out to jam for BCR against Gogo Yubari for Westside. And that is Jambi lead jammer. Revan Townsend going to the bin for a forearms for Westside. Jambi using a little bit of help from Scare Bear to get 4 points for BCR.
Something came rolling off the track there, so hopefully no one's broken a skate. Hey! with a hop, skip,
Jambi
and a
doing
jump.
little apex hop there to pick up 4 points.
Go really fighting that back wall of Brisbane blockers.
Jambi running that inside line, basically untouched. We have had a star pass on the west side though, that Victoria Beater now has the star.
Ooh. Jambi making light work of those blockers.
Jambi picked up another 4 points for BCR. Jam called, I think, unfortunately, maybe for another injury, though.
I would really like to think not. Something's definitely happened. Maybe someone's got entangled in someone. It's really hard to tell. I think one thing that's got to be said this weekend, I need to, as the person of record who's been live streaming this weekend, thank all the teams that have donated camera operators over the last 48 hours. Without all of them, it wouldn't be really possible. Okay. Okay, so they were attached. Somehow they got entangled in each other's helmets and...
That is a unique situation that I have not seen in all my years of roller derby.
No, I've seen some pretty interesting things in the last 7 years, and I
mean, I've seen earlobes getting ripped off, so...
wow, that's extreme.
That's just a regular BCR training session, no.
Oh, wow, okay. Wow.
I somewhat jest. The earlobe only happened once.
Only one earlobe. Referee, so the game hasn't come, the bout has not restarted just yet. I think the referees are just having a brief discussion about that little bit of action because they were providing some coverage to those skaters while they were being detached and detangled.
But again, our safety, skating... The safety of our skaters is paramount.
Oh, absolutely.
And, you know, tangled skaters on the track, bit of a liability.
Mm.
We're having a bit of a dance party while we wait for play to resume on the track.
Could be a jammer strategy. They could just be, you know, getting their jam on, perhaps.
Velocity Raptor getting run all the way back there by Real Slim Sadie.
Oh, no.
Velocity Raptor lead a jammer.
West side blocker in the bin at the moment.
That is the pivot as well.
Mm.
Always a useful thing to have on track when you can have one.
Absolutely. Club Sandwich still at the back of the pack, still fighting that wall. It is very much leg day in here. Wow, Velocity Raptor it was like Gumby.
I don't think Velocity Raptor has bones, really.
And look at this bridging. Look at the bridging so that they can fight one-on-one. Slim Sadie's still going at it.
Velocity Raptor fighting with that long boy of a pack and then calling the jam.
You've got to give Sadie. I can't even say my words anymore. Sadie some real credit there. That was fighting one-on-one while her team bridged them out so that they could keep that fight going.
BCR 141 on the scoreboard currently to Westside's 22.
I think Westside at the moment are yet to open their account for this period. Chaotic
K lead a jammer for BCR in pretty no time flat.
Her team just gave her some flat out O that just made life easy for the jammer.
Chaotic K through for 4 points for BCR. Westside Jammer potentially searching for that star pass or at least the stash. They're getting absolutely nailed by a happy little Vegemite.
Maybe Slasher should have had some Vegemite for breakfast this morning. Might have helped.
At the very least, I hope they had their Wheat Bix.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chaotic K through for 4 more points for BCR.
K straight back into the back of that west side wall there. Legs machine, and I can't see the third blocker there.
Chaotic K calling off the jam.
It's Rev.
BCR 151 after that jam to Westside's 22. Viola Rumble out to jam against Sugars once again. Maybe a bit of jammer matching starting to happen on these benches.
I think so. They're really trying to find ways to do it. It's a forearms penalty in there.
Viola Rumble a lead jammer. But Sugars also completing initial pass for BCR. But BCR trying to speed up this pack.
And there it is. Bit of a viola dance party here going on right now.
4 points for Westside in that jam, 26. BCR still out in front, 151.
Murderface Prime joining on track as the pivot of record.
Not that the skaters can hear us on the live stream right now, but we're still hoping for that Murderface Prime jam.
We can only hope. Go-Go versus Jambi right now.
Jambi lead, a jammer for BCR.
Slipped straight out, made short work of that pack.
Go-Go Yavari fighting with that BCR defensive tripod at the back.
Oh!
Jambi running straight through to put 4 points on the board for BCR.
Wow.
Jambi narrowly managing to stay in track there. 4 points for BCR.
Just sliced straight up the inside like it didn't even matter. Oh! Murderface Prime is now a jammer.
Murderface to jam.
Oh, and it's a power jam!
We will get to see it.
Power jam!
Jambi headed to the penalty box, giving an opportunity to see the one and only Murderface in action.
Big hit.
Maybe not though, because Murderface headed to the penalty box for a back block on Thunderpuss.
That power jam started with the Jambi back block and ended with a Murderface Prime back block.
Murderface just too powerful.
Too much prime strength.
Legs headed to the bin for a pack penalty. Jambi back out on track and taking names. 4 points for BCR. Gotta say, that 2-wall of Scare Bear and Happy Little Vegemite is one of the 2 walls on that team I would least like to face.
Oh, absolutely. Rev comes straight back, flicking into that O.
4 points for Jambi picked up. Another 4 points for Jambi. A big jam for Jambi, 20 points.
And Murderface Prime picks up 3 points.
Proving why they are the alpha Murderface. BCR 171 to Westside 29.
Looking at the chat, I think a few people are curious about who you are.
Well, finding out who I am. We have established that Rachel is a child of BCR's very own RPG.
Ah, okay.
I myself also being a member of the Brisbane City Rollers, but previously a member of Geelong Roller Derby, which is why I know who half of the West Side skaters are.
You moved to a warmer climate, I see.
I moved to employment, but the weather also helps.
That too. Jam.
Anyway, enough about my personal life. Club Slamwich lead jammer for Westside.
But looking back,
Velocity Raptor headed to the penalty box for a cut track. So this is a Westside power jam.
will Club Slamwich maximise this?
Massacre Jones headed to the penalty box for skating out
Directional.
of- Oh,
It
directional.
was a directional penalty. Go trying to clean up that wall and make some space for the jammer to come through.
That is a solid BCL wall. Scare Bear, Peppermint Crunch, Bow Fracture, and Unforgiving Bunny. A lot of years of experience on that track. But same for this West Side team. I know a lot of these skaters have skated together for a very long time.
Looking at Sparkles. Sparkles has thrown up 3 points. That takes Westside to 32. Still 17 minutes on the clock.
BCR on 171. Chaotic K out to jam for BCR and Slasher for Westside. Chaotic K lead a jammer.
Coming through that wall, just absolutely bulldozed through.
Chaotic K picking up 4 points for a BCR.
Massacre Jones rejoins the pack to assist their block of friends.
I believe we've had a star pass on the West Side side.
We have. It's gone to
That is Victoria Beater.
Victoria Beta.
Okay, getting run back by that West Side defensive tripod.
Look at that. Between who have we got? We've got Massacre. We've got Matty Legs and the real Slim Sadie. That wall up until Chaotic K could hop, skip, and a jump away were locked down tight.
Victoria Beater out of the pack, dropping that surplus pivot panty. But Chaotic K calls the jam. Westside coming to get their hats from the track.
Well, yes, you can't leave